Hello, everyone. How are you? I think I might have my camera turned backwards, but we will fix it. Uh, I have it back facing because I've been doing a lot of back videos. So there we go. Alrighty then, y'all. All right, I'm back, guys. Sorry, I'm being silly. I literally got somehow managed to mess that whole thing up, but we're gonna fix this. Okay. So we're going to go guests, invite guests, and we're going to copy that. And we're going to go to comments, post a comment. We're going to hit the StreamYard link and put that up there so y'all can have the StreamYard link. If anybody wants to join me, please do. This is Wild Angels, Bigfoot here. Had a little happy hour fun earlier, and we're doing a happy hour after party. So, gonna hang out, see if anybody wants to chat, and anything else. Talk, play some music, anything you want to talk about. We're here. We are having a little after party, an early one at that, but we're definitely having one. So, y'all come in and hang out with us, and we'll have a good time. And yeah, we're feeling pretty good. We've had a couple margaritas and met up with an old friend for a late lunch today. It was a really nice reunion. We got one to go, hey, Lulu. Hi, love. Oh, my goodness. I will have a drink for you, love. And I figured out, and I know like the schedule of everybody's time zone. So if you could throw me a couple times that is a time when you're not super busy, your time, because I am my schedule's so crazy. I'm up at all hours of the night. That's why I'm up all night long with Leanie, and then I'll take a little nap, then I'm up again. Just give me a little idea, so I'm gonna try to start forming kind of more of a schedule, if that makes sense, to kind of what we're going to be working on or what the live is going to be about. And so I want to kind of get some ideas from some of my lovely folks in other countries of what's a good time for you, because I'm very, very able to adjust my schedule to anybody else's. And I really want to enjoy and, have my subs be part of the lives as much as possible. And so I'm more than willing to be able to do many lives at different times during the week. I can do, day, night, in the middle of the night, whatever. Um, Obviously, if we're going to be doing remodeling or gardening type stuff or any kind of cooking stuff, we will be doing that during daytime hours. But definitely, you know, totally an open schedule here, but I'm trying to kind of get some ideas from my subs at what works best for you, because I want to be able to meet you guys at your schedules so that it's convenient for you. I'm a good rewatcher as well, but sometimes it's exciting to be there right at the moment, and some people like that. So I'm more than willing to work with a schedule a little bit. I'm still trying to kind of figure it out. My dear friend Leanie, she's been working on some cases lately, so she's been doing some daytime lives when she used to be in the middle of the night mostly, and we do still do some in the middle of the night lives. But on the nights that we don't, those would probably be good nights for me to fill in, um, for everybody that's used to that schedule of that late night alive or whatever. So I thought about maybe like kind of doing that while she's working on the Brian Kohlberger case, and we can, just hang out in the meantime. So just anybody that wants to throw out any ideas or anything, I would appreciate it. And yeah, I hop into bed about 8 p.m. and try and catch a live while drifting off to sleep, right? I've done that before too. I remember one night I was on Leanie's panel, and we had been on for, oh shoot, I want to say a good 5-6 hours, right? It was a long, long live. And we were on there, and I was like, okay, I'm retiring from the kitchen. I'm gonna go lay down, and had my phone laying on top of me. Excuse me, y'all. Ooh, big yawn. And I obviously at some point through the whole thing fell asleep. And I said to myself, you should have never gone and lay down until you were ready to get off the live, because I was on piano. It's all good, You got your good friends that'll just let you down easy and say, oh, good night. And not make a big thing about it. But that was great. So, okay, that's really awesome. So is it around 8 p.m. your time right now then? Or are you saying that's what time you go to bed, Lulu? Just curious. It's like I said, I know our time zone, and I know England's time zone, but I haven't yet figured. I know Australia's, but I always get it confused because it's, excuse me, it's way up ahead of ours. So right now it is 9:34 p.m. in the U.S. in the state that I live in. Okay, and so England is 6 hours ahead of us. So in England right now, it's 3:34 p.m. in the afternoon. And I believe, because they're 6 hours ahead of us, or 6 hours ahead of my time zone, that your time zone is even further ahead. So I want to say that you guys are like in the next day when we're in still the same day. We're like us in the UK are in the same time, like day at the same time. So let me just make a wild gander, but I'm gonna say that, okay, it's 1:30 p.m. in the afternoon the next day there. So you guys have got to be 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12. So you are 10. You guys are 16 hours difference than us. Wow. I have no idea it was that far. I thought it was like 12. So it's 1:30 p.m. and it is now Thursday in where you are. That's for sure. We will go back an hour in a few weeks with daylight savings, right? We just had ours recently, so it's so bizarre. I mean, have you ever asked yourself, oh, excuse me, why isn't everything on the same time zone? I guess I kind of sort of understand the other countries because everything is in a different part of the atmosphere and like the rotation of the earth. So I kind of sort of understand it, but like some of it's a little bit much. Thursday, April 3rd. Yes, ma'am, it is. Man, I have a heck of a buzz going. The thing that upsets me more than anything is that, and I think I need to just put like a copyright. I need to make me up a copyright banner, you know. But even when you do that, to protect yourself when you play some of their music, I always, every live I've ever done when I did music, I have a copyright. Okay. All that really says to me is that you love that music and they should appreciate you playing it. And hallelujah. What's your poison, sis? Enjoy a rum and sweet Israeli red wine. All of it sounds good to me, what you just mentioned. I am a big margarita fan. I love tequila. It's a clear liquor here. They also have a darker version of it, and it really like just sets well with me. And Leanie, my love, ah, how you doing, girl? I was just talking about you, like you know, what I'm saying like what we do. I, don't don't mind me. I have a bit of a tequila buzz. Me and Bigfoot hit happy hour earlier, and this is the after party. Of course, my husband is standing like a statue in the middle of the living room with a remote in his hand, and is not involved at all in the party. But I'm trying. I just looked over y'all, and he's staring straight at me, like what? Bigfoot said he's gonna get me. Look what Lulu said. Hey, Cooey. Well, danger is on the herbs. She. Yes, I'm home. I'm home. We were up at the lovely little Mexican place earlier, but yeah, we finally made our way back here. We sat in the like driveway for a minute. You know, it reminded me of years ago. We used to we used to go to this one Mexican place. It was like our date night every week. Go there, totally trashed on several pitchers of margaritas, and we would share a fajita, and it was exciting, right? And then on the way back, like we'd take the back roads home. This will be for you, Leanie. This will be totally up your alley, because you're a naughty girl. And we and I would always be like, "Hey, let's go." You know, there was like a park between where we like would drink and on the way home. And I would always be telling Bigfoot, "You need to pull over to the park, man. That's what people do when they're trying to have an after party, right?" And he'd always be like, "What?" And I was like, "Look, fella, if you want to have any surprises come your way, you better pull over to some park on the way home, so we can be teenagers again, right?" And I want to say the first time I ever like threw that on him, he was like, "Huh?" Yeah, like kind of shocked. Like, and I'm like, "Or do you live in this on this planet?" Ah, and the shirt is on Aussie term for being pissed. I'm not pissed, but I'm slightly pissed. I'm pissy, but not pissed yet. Does that one work? I love y'all. You guys are fun. Very special people. I met a really amazing. Okay, so recently, our local little Mexican place, a lady that lived in the same like neighborhood as us. She, we found that out after we got to know her up there, but she was a great waitress, lovely person, just amazing, right? I remember one birthday where she gave me so much free alcohol and so much free stuff. I was like, girl. And so we ended up tipping her probably what it would have cost that she like didn't put on our bill, just be cool. But you got to hook people up, right? You got to take care of your folks. And so we did that, and just recently, probably about maybe about a month ago, we hadn't been going up there a lot. Went up there, and she was getting ready to move on. She's getting ready to leave there and move on to her regular type of work. She kind of had taken the job up there as like a go between, how you like you're kind of like shifting slowly to something else. So, and it was kind of exciting to find out that like the person that replaced her was like a really go getter, exciting, like fun loving person, like she was. And this chick, no lie, had a shirt on identical to one of them I had at home. Same, just made out of different material. She had the same color hair highlights in her hair than me. And I got Spanish tattoo on my arm, and she has an American tattoo on her arm, y'all. I was like, what in the actual? It was just bizarre. It really was. Lunch lady, hi, love. I know, I'm happy, y'all. I'm like the biggest rainbow in the world right now. I know, girl, it rained for 12 damn hours last night. I ain't even, okay, so here's what happened. We're sitting here chilling, right? Smoking a cigarette, having a little coffee. Next thing you know, I hear a little bit of rain. But then I'm like, wait a minute, that's not rain, that's hail. Like, not hail, but kind of like sounded like, what was it, honey? What was that we were getting last? What? Sleet. Thank you. We were getting sleet because what it is like obviously rain is really wet and sleet sounds kind of harder, and hail sounds like hell. So there you go. There's the three levels. So we had okay. So we had sleet, hail, and then rain. All in all three of those things lasted a total of 12 hours, at least 12 hours. I was so annoyed. Anyway, because the dogs would like have nothing to do with trying to go outside in that shit. Yeah. So we had our little like spout of bad weather, and I'm totally done with it. What am I holding on to? Y'all, man, I'm sitting here holding the end of a cigarette for like who knows how long. Hey, maybe that's the way you quit smoking. You smoke one, right? It goes out, and you just hold on to it after that, and then it just skips a couple more times, right? What do you think? What do you think, Lainey? What happened? What? Hi, Melly Joe. What happened, Lainey? What do you mean? I'm so lost. Auto shop in the email. Hubby must been on his way home. I'm still in my puppy listing in the background. Okay, love. Gooey, it's stormy here. I don't know if it's supposed to. Yeah, we got like y'all. Like, look, I've been watching the weather like around the clock. Because I always like to be prepared for anything I need to batten down or the whole roll. And it's some scary stuff. I've been praying hard about like keeping all of us safe because I mean, holy moly, last night I got in like if there's any kind of storm information like on YouTube, right? And you're looking stuff up, then it'll start bringing up different like past tornadoes and past storm cells and like these like events that have happened in places all over the world, right? And it's actually quite fascinating to watch, but holy moly, we've had some doozies, that's for sure. Yes, my anxiety would be off the richer and underground room would be fun though. Escape from the man room. Yeah, I agree with that, Lulu, completely. Like I do. Um, I always feel like it's nice for every person in the world to have their own little escape space. Like I call it like the safe room, the happy room, that I can do whatever the fuck I want room. And everybody in the fuck outside of this room can get the fuck lost, right? Sorry, you guys, but I couldn't handle that either. We don't have tornadoes in the mountains, but I'm not in the mountains anymore, so I may get some high winds. I know we get a lot of them because we're like so open. What time is it there, according to Lainey? Must be really late. Do you have a shelter frequently from tornadoes bigger than that? I'd sleep right through the sirens. Lulu. Actually, cause so Lainey and me are an hour time difference, which is so bizarre because we're only like there's only like one state between us, but we're one like time zone difference. So it is 9:47 here and 10:47 for Lainey. And lunch lady's on it like Swift. Yeah, see, we live in a mobile home, so if there's any kind of like storms, you don't stay here, okay? There is a storm shelter close by here, by our garages, that we can go into. I'm not really sure exactly what I would do because I haven't been here. Every time there's been a massive storm, I haven't been at my home residence during it, so that's another fascinating virtue. Bigfoot, what do you seem to be up to, fella? In the bathroom. Well, you're supposed to be on the live. You're supposed to be showing the show. He's like, what? Not me. You guys, I'm getting so excited about this whole gardening thing. I've been doing a lot of research. When I have sleepless nights, when I'm in so much pain that there's like just no way on earth I'm ever going to sleep, I decide to double it up by using it as a time to reflect and research and learn and educate myself onto other subjects that I'm interested in. And so, like, I've always loved gardening, but I've always felt like most of the time when I've been married or whatever, it's like, okay, I got the inside. I've totally got this. Okay. And I would give the man the outdoors, the shed, the garage, the yard. So we're going to equal it out, right? I always felt like that was a good, exchange. But yeah, so this gardening thing, I was started watching ways to regrow vegetables from the actual vegetable, from another vegetable, right? And so I kind of like started some small scale on that with potatoes, sweet potato, and carrots. And then I also ordered a set of seeds and these little planter things that have like the little greenhouse domes and then some, they're called grow lights. So I'm going to seed and prepare stuff to be planted out in planters. But I'm also growing vegetables from vegetables. I'm doing some experiments that I've watched online to see how they do. And so I have right now 2 sweet potatoes, 3 regular potato. No, let me start over. Okay, yeah, it is. It is 2. Let me look. I got them right here in front of me. Why am I so silly? Okay, so we have 3 regular potatoes and 2 sweet potatoes. And they are basically ones that I picked out of our bags that had like the little roots growing. They were starting to already like move on to the next stage. And so I'm preparing those to be planted. They're going to lay on some dirt, on some soil, halfway dug in. And then when they start to root really good, then I will plant them in flower beds outside. So we're getting them prepped. We've got, like I said, 3. What is that? Okay. We've got 3 lemons. And right now they are setting in. It's really fascinating actually how I've got them. But I've done, like I said, I've done some research. So the carrots, you can take a carrot stick and the end of it, the end where it grows off the actual vine, your stub, I call it the stub. You cut that off about an inch down from the end, right? And all you gotta take is a plate, a small dish, something with just a little itty bit of water, just enough to cover the bottom of this, and you put the carrots down side, and then the end piece grows the plant, the the carrot plant, like the vine. And when that gets to a certain point, then you take that out of the water and you put it in soil and you plant it, and then you grow your carrots. And so I've got 3 carrots and I've got 3 lemons. The lemons have been named officially, y'all. I was talking to Beck earlier and I'm like, okay, I'm naming these. I'm naming them y'all's names. So we got 3 lemon plants. Lemons are really fascinating. And because I've been watching different kinds of stuff, I'm trying several different versions to see whose version is the best before I decide which one I'm going to go with permanently. But so what we'll be doing is we've already started growing some fruit and veggie from water and just soil. And then we will be taking seeds that we purchased on Amazon and planting them in little sections, in little they're like little miniature greenhouse cases, and we're going to plant them all in there, and they will be under a grow light. And so we're kind of basically going to do a little experiment as to preparing seedlings to be planted in a garden bed, opposed to planting fresh fruits and vegetables cut off and regrowing them from themselves with their seeds. So it's really interesting. It really is. I figured with all the since I make all homemade dog food now, and I'm also really trying to get me and my husband on some really eating healthier and losing weight type. We're just really trying to get it figured out. And so with that, yeah, we really need to, planting and growing your own veggies and fruits if you can do it. Even if you don't have a lot of space, there's so many ways to do it. I've seen so many things I don't know. I was like, okay, what do I want to try here? Because there was that many options. So, um, hey, if you don't got nothing to do, you want to save a little money, you got favorite fruits and vegetables you adore, try growing them. I mean, you can't, all you can do is it doesn't work and you try again a better way. But I mean, so far what I've tried is exactly to the T what I've learned online, and I'm holding them to that. So I'm looking forward to the end of the road where you get the stuff when you start seeing the roots grow, you start to see the plant flower at the top. That's when you've got a successful grow. So heirloom library seeds give you such good produce. I bet we do, because we have a whole what is it called, honey? Newbold Market. We have a big market here. Never heard of that before, Lulu. Yeah. I'll have to show you guys. I think he needs to go outside, honey. I think we'll show you guys tomorrow. I will show you how I'm doing the lemons. Now, like I said, whenever I read up any research on anybody else's ideas, sometimes I'll take kind of something they've suggested and try just a wee bit different, just to get my own conclusion on something. So I didn't understand it, but they said the Coca-Cola in place of the water to help get the lemons rooted and everything. It takes about 3 to 4 weeks before they've got the roots and the plant through the top of the lemon itself. that you plant then into basically a container that is for a small tree. They call them tree growers, and you put them in down into there because they're not going to necessarily become a full tree, but they're going to become quite a small, full type tree bush with fresh lemons on it. And so, like I said, this is an experiment as people are doing on their YouTube channels as I'm watching them. But it's also like a learning experience to understand everything about growing stuff. And so, I'm starting a small version of a compost container where I'm keeping my coffee grounds and scraps to stuff, and I'm going to keep all that together. But we're going to make a full on, like, regular size. I have a 5-gallon bucket compost in a bucket. We're going to get all that stuff in there, but I'm starting it inside on a small scale to kind of like save it up, and then we'll be adding it to that. My husband has to set the totes up first. Hey, by the way, we need to get a 5-gallon bucket. One that's not going to be for composting, but one for some other stuff that I will remember tomorrow. Because me buzzed. Never heard of that before, Lulu. Um, can't post comments to some destinations. Okay. Well, that's interesting, isn't it, y'all? Um, sometimes you gotta let folks know you're in the box, right? Hey, lunch lady. I gotta get up in 4.5 hours to work, y'all. I better get to sleep with y'all. Love you, girl. Rest well. Have a great day. All right. I'm gonna BRB, as Lainey says. Um, I'm gonna call it CRC. I'm just kidding. But I will be there and be here back in just a very short time. Bigfoot in the house, but he won't take the rails. He won't be in charge of the. Hey, you know, I think I should get back. There's like 10 feet out of it. Well, I managed to walk into the laundry room, y'all, and kick the vacuum cleaner that I had set in there. That's not out of the way very. So there's that. I think we made it out okay. So how's everybody doing? It's late, early, and somewhere in between everywhere here, right? Have a local heirloom. Hold on a minute. Okay. Never heard of that before. A local heirloom in the library give you such good I don't know, but I will look into that. Our local libraries have seeds. You take what you want and then bring seeds back after you have harvested. All the seeds in shops are GM now, so heirloom seeds are. Oh, wow. You know what? I think I have heard some think about that, and our what do you call it? The local marketplace here, where a lot of people buy, sell, trade. Like help each other out, like with gardens and community. There's a lot of community gardens here as well. Yeah, I've never been a big fan of it. I've always wanted to do it, but I kind of like to like take on the role of, okay, I'm going to run the indoors or the outdoors. Now, the outdoors, I do end up taking myself out there and getting involved in that a little bit, but um, only when I want certain things set up a certain way. But as long as, like I said to my husband, as long as most of the garden, like the gardens that are going to be need the most like constant care, are raised garden beds, I'll be fine as far as my back goes. And like we're thinking like the potatoes, sweet potatoes, and watermelon will grow in the garden beds that are on the ground, in like on the ground, opposed to up in the raised. So okay, sweetheart, love you, Molly Joe. You have a good night and morning, hon. We'll see you soon. We'll be back on the Brian Kohlberger shenanigans tomorrow. Hey, I can't wait, y'all, for that trial to start so we can just get to the fucking meat and potatoes of it all, right? It'll be okay. It's interesting because some trials, there's this anticipation for a year, 2 years, however long they build up to the point of actually getting to trial, which, if you ask me, it takes way too fucking long. Like, look, you either did it or you didn't do it. Prove it or don't prove it, but this kind of shit the fuck out of here. It ain't nobody's families, nobody anywhere that should have to wait for years upon years upon years upon years to be able to like have some kind of closure or have some sort of a, like, just, oh my gosh, this person's finally going to get, what they deserve because they've done such a horrific act against others. And it can be very exhausting. And I can't even imagine being the parent of one of those people that passed, because I would be their worst, the fucking FBI and police's worst nightmare. I'm not even playing. So, and I'm sure a lot of you would be the same way. So I just can't even imagine the longevity of how long it takes to get to a trial, get through it, get to the final decision. But I know that we're all like very much like interested in more details, all the little bits and pieces that are missing in there that will give us a better view of what the whole storyline is and the timeline is. And I know we're anxious for that. And for me, good things to come to those who wait is the old saying. And so I feel like if we just kind of like discuss and kind of throw around ideas to kind of get ourselves in the mode of like what will we hear in the future, it'll really like, well, we probably won't be as shocked and as odd as we have already been, because a lot of that's already been taken out of there. But I think that it'll definitely give us some closure to like some truths and like, really what all the whole story was, because there's a lot of info out there that needs to be revealed, and I'm hoping that that happens in court, because I know if it doesn't, there's going to be a lot of people out there that are really upset and very much want like to push this to, let's get this figured out and let's figure out who's guilty of this and let's make them pay for that, and let's let them start their new vision in life, which is going to be imprisonment. So, but the fact that, to me, in any situation, the best way to solve a crime is an open mind. An open mind gives you the ability to see every aspect and every probable situation that could happen in that situation that you're being presented. And if you only have, oh, well, somebody just said da 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 da, you got this one person and everybody's pointing towards that person. Well, sometimes people become scapegoats, and we all know what that is. And as much as, I mean, you can make any single person in the world look like there's guilty as all hell just by pushing and shoving and maneuvering information into the right pockets. Okay. That being said, I'm trying to keep a 50-50 open mind on until the trial and we get through it, to see how some of the things that I'm a little bit like not sure of can play out to fit the narrative of what they're trying to say happened. So I'm like everybody, we're all like anxious and waiting. Let's call it that, anxious and waiting for to to basically be involved in and be part of that trial, so we can really get some good answers. But I hope we do. I really do, for the sake of everybody out there on YouTube and all the YouTube creators that are really trying to kind of like really get to the bottom of the just stuff that's not always brought up, or possibilities out there. I think it's great that, yeah, we may all not disagree. Yeah, I mean, let me say that again. We may all disagree, or we may all have our own options or observations of what really happened. But until we hear it from the mouth of the people who experienced it, I think that we pause judgment until we get more information, so that we can actually say, okay, yeah, that makes sense. Oh, we already knew that. Or, oh my gosh, we knew it all along. Or, oh, that's what we were thinking. All those like probabilities will like come to light when the people that were part of this bring it to light. So I think in the meantime, um, it's great to go down different avenues and kind of get an idea of what could be, how does this make any sense? Because I think that's the biggest key with everybody, is that everybody's kind of challenged on, how does this make sense? Make it make sense to what we're looking at here. And yeah, but oh my goodness, y'all. Fruit trees and a lemon and an apple tree. The birds love them, especially the apples. I bet. I've then learned how. I know, me too, Lulu. That's what I was just saying to my husband earlier. I said if we had indeed, like purchased land yet, and we already had it, this would be like a no problem zone because I would just, like you said, plant all the stuff that you love to eat and grow, like stuff that you want. Obviously, you don't want to grow stuff that you're not going to use unless there's somebody else that likes it, and you could, that would be something that you would make for them. But yeah, um, like I said, I got 3 lemons going. Um, I have 2 of them. Instead of putting them in water, they suggested Coca-Cola. So I bought a first 2 liter of Coca-Cola and I stuck 2 of them in that. And then in the third one, I decided to do, which I call that lemon beachy. I am, I am I did regular water, like then one of the options that was that I looked at, and put a little Coke in it because I'm really wanting to like do variables so I can kind of get an idea of like what these components that they claim help, you know, push your produce, get it ready to plant so that you can recreate vegetables and fruits. I want to see exactly, you know, what it all means, if that makes sense. So, um, I think we have a pretty good start going. Oh, good gracious, sorry, excuse me, guys. It's called the yawning situation. Can't post comments to some destinations. Post a comment. That's interesting. Now, the banners, I have changed these banners a million times. Let's get that going. Style, media assets. That's the video clips. Let's go down here to background. Let's do this one. Well, now, like, see, it says this there, but it's funny because if you go out of your channel and go look, you'll have whatever your background you change it to on there. But if you don't like have it prepared before you go on, then it won't show it to you anyway. Um, let's see what we got here. Please help support with a donation to PayPal at Nice. Sorry. I was gonna sneeze and I couldn't even get it out first. I was like, holy crap. If you tried an avocado seed there in some special way, you need to do it. Put sticks in a glass of water. We put carrots and mango seeds straight on top of dirt. They grow roots. Yeah. So my carrot tops, they already had kind of like a little like thing going on the ends of them. So I did what like I watched and I cut like the top part off and set them in a very shallow little bit of water in this little tiny dish. And the whole tops of them, especially the one carrot, are really like flourishing. So I'm just getting them kind of like prepped, and then I will be putting them in soil. And the lemons have probably another, it said 3 to 4 weeks before you start seeing the roots and stuff growing out of them where they can be transplanted into big pots. So I'm just kind of preparing a few things. I was thinking about doing my Roma tomatoes. I did get actually like order seeds for those specifically, but I'm kind of in the mode of like trying to do some experiments, just kind of go like so when we get the seedlings planted with the grow lights, those should be equivalent, but at the same time, there's a couple of the same veggies I'll be growing um the other way and seeing, I don't know. I guess which is best, which works the best, what costs the less. So that's where we're at with that. Oh my goodness gracious. I don't know, like, you know how you get to the point in life where you're like, you got all the things you got to do, but then you feel like something's missing, or you like, I don't know. I like to learn new things and I like to try new things. Um, and because now that I'm like really into this, really deep into the like, well, I was years ago, but really like created it again, is being like super healthy, figuring out a way to, keep the dogs super healthy so that they have a long life, like, what we want. And those kinds of things. Yeah. There's something on the TV that it's funny how when you hear background sounds, I used to tell my husband, well, I'm watching the news on YouTube. Oh, what are you watching? And he'd be watching a movie or something, but he'd be half asleep. And I'm like, I don't know about y'all, but I cannot have multiple things going in the same area together because it's like, holy crap. Um, they're like, what do you guys usually go to bed? Like, what time is your bedtime? Mine all depends. So sometimes if I not feeling good or I'm in pain, excuse me, I will like, lay down anywhere from like, I don't know, 8 to 10, 11 o'clock. And depending on how early that is that I actually fall asleep, I will wake up a few hours later and then I can't get back to sleep. So I just stay up. But by the next day, you can really feel it. I do give my dog a monthly heart and worming chew, though. Those fleas and ticks too. Do vax dogs in the USA? We parvo real mad here, so I usually use it twice to prevent. Okay, so our dogs get yearly rabies shots. Um, you have an option of a 1 year or 3 year. You get the distemper once a year, so those are 2 shots per year. The heartworm is basically by choice. Whether you want to give your dogs that or not. I have in the past. I don't always do it. Um, but as far as like the chews to get, like to prevent any kind of rodents or like fleas or anything. If we're gonna go and be camping and be out with them and take them out away from the home, where it's protected, then we will give them those doses just to protect them for when we're out and about. So we definitely do. I love sleep too, Lulu. Um, right, exactly. Right. And so, yeah, I have a hard time. And then, like I said, I'll fall asleep and I'll wake up and it'll be about the time Leanie's coming on. It's so weird. I still attribute it to the fact that like I got used to different schedules so that, like that worked for me for how I wanted to like be able to like see and experience different things. And so like that's kind of how I got on that schedule. Um my very, very, very first experience with YouTube channel, being on a channel and on a panel, I literally was adjusted to that time. Like it was just part of my normally daily schedule. And sometimes I would fall asleep and take a little quick cat nap before it would start. But I mean, I don't know, like it was just bizarre because after a long time of being on a panel and really getting to know people, like it just got to be like a regular thing. And so it was interesting for sure. I I'm telling you, there's sometimes when I'm like sitting there and I'm thinking, I have so much shit to do. But I wish I could just be one of them folks that could just go lay down and relax and not be thinking about all that shit. But I can't. I'm like, okay, rest a little bit, but you gotta go. Bitch, get up, go. Get shit done. You gotta do it, do it, do it. Like I'm my like own worst skeptic because I will like, but I also will be the one who like prop tops myself, which is basically like like promoting yourself to like get motivated and no, yeah, it's easy to just poop out, right? But if you got a lot of things going on in your head and you really need to get stuff done, get her done, get them done, just get them done because I'm telling you what, as soon as that stuff's out of your way, out of your sight, out of whatever, there's a big release and relief to that. Bigfoot, his mom was sleeping in Wild Angel's warm chair. I'm always trying to get him to be part of the dealio here, but he's good for like videos and shorts that I do. I did one for happy hour, got really good views. I was really excited about that. Um, but he's just goofy. I think my daughter just tried to call me. She must not realize I'm live. Let's see if we can find another. We have all these screens. chit chat. You know, I try to be awake. If I'm awake already and one of my good friends or my family members, somebody needs me, I'm here, you know. I'm here. I'm like, well, I'm not asleep and I'm awake because I'm in pain, so I'm willing to listen. So there's that. Just Becca, what are you doing? Okay. Well, that's good, sweetie. Ah, I know, lunch lady. Well, thank you, sweetie. Um, I know. And the other day when I was on Leanie's panel, it was so funny because we were giggling, and then when Maggie came in, and she always gives me crap about my laugh, but hers is funny too. And then if I laugh to make her laugh, then she laughs, and it makes me laugh more because she's so funny. So we're kind of a pair of goofs, right? I took a nap, woke up grumpy. You're feeling no pain, eh? Nope, not at all. My daughter is pretty funny. It's like I kind of try to tell them that I'm gonna be, you know. Oh my goodness. How many more mega margaritas? You're funny. Well, okay, so we had two jumbos. I think I have my slip. Y'all, I got my slides on the wrong. I stuck my foot in my shoe and it's the wrong foot. Okay, let me get my foot in my slip. Okay, so we had two, and then I brought one home to go. That's what I'm drinking now. Oh my goodness, I'm so sick of yawning. She called it a mega. After we got off the phone, we were probably there just under an hour, I want to say. And then we drove, like, it's literally just right up the road from where we live. So we drove back down to the house, and we knew the dogs were going to get us when we got in the door. So we sat and like outside for a little bit playing music, and I was there's a couple good songs that just came out that I really love, and um I was jamming out. Shoot, my first margarita, y'all, in the restaurant. I was like, because I got quite a bit of open spaces, right? And it was a really good song they put on, and I was like, I got the little beat thing going on. I was like, yeah. I told the waitress, I said I was about to get up and start, you know, tearing up the floor out there. Kind of warning her, you know, don't play too many good songs because you might see some crazy chick with a lot of colors on dancing in the middle of your restaurant. We're gonna call this a mega movement. It's called Mega Margarita. Make margaritas great again. I love it. Toast to y'all. To every American out there that wants to make everything great again. Let's do it, y'all. Let's just get her done. There's no way I'm going to be able to drink this whole thing. So I'll explain this process, y'all. Oh, let's start. Okay. So they have these barrels. Everybody's probably seen, wine in barrels, whiskey in barrels. Okay. So what they do is they do the mix, and they put the tequila in, and they put all that into a barrel, and it ferments just like all the other stuff that does in barrels, and you get a really, really kick-ass margarita. Okay. And that's what they pour out in their margaritas or pitcher, however you get your margarita. And it's so strong. Oh my goodness. Ugh. Ugh. I can't quit yawning. I hate that when you can't just shake the yawns. Okay. They need to be, y'all. My yawns need to be deported. I, I'm sending them off. I no longer want to be associated with the yawn. Oh my goodness. We all come to a point in life when we say, you just got to put yourself down. Hi, Mary Jane Doe. How you doing, love? Wild Angel here. A little tipsy. A little tipsy on the topsy. Lunch lady, if you're still out there, I would love it if we could get together and you could kind of like direct me. And Lainey kind of told me like how to do the little um AI, like you write the lyrics, and then the AI, you put in the genre you want of your like song, and then like because I just adore those little songs that you make for Lainey's channel for her and Maggie is so adorable. And I'm really good with words and stuff, so I know I could come up with a cute little jingle. I just got to get to it. I just need to sit down and get on my computer and get her done. But I just wanted to, like shout out to you that that's amazing that you do that, like how you do those, and um, you know, um, they're great. They're amazing, and I really love them. So that's amazing. Hats off to Lunch Lady, y'all. Hats off. Hats off. Hats on. We're all about it. I would love to sit down and have a margarita with all of you guys. That'd be great. We could all just toast each other from one country to another. Wow. I absolutely cannot believe how strong that is. It tastes really good though. So my thing is, as everybody knows, lime is citrusy, and it can be very it can give you a lot of like heartburn. I mean, a lot of people get it even if you're not prone to it, just because it's a lot of lime. And so years ago, there was this little Mexican restaurant in the town right next to my small town, and they started this deal for $1.99 margaritas on Wednesdays, right? That's a special night. Oh my Lord, you don't even want to know how intoxicated I got the first time there was $2 margaritas. We're not going to talk about that. But yeah, I was very happy camper. And I was thinking about that the other day and I was like, they're just so yummy. I just love them. And what was the reason for me bringing that up? Because I was going to tell you guys something, but I can't remember now. Um, Geez. Okay. I had a moment of, I can't remember. But I'll catch it in a minute where I was going with that conversation about the margaritas. They really truly are very good, but they're very strong. Drink with caution always whenever you and I always suggest if you've never been to a Mexican restaurant or it's your first time there or it's your first time to drink there, make sure you're not the driver. Just trust me, just make sure you're not the driver. I'm the kind of person that I'd fall asleep. I'd fall asleep at a place and sit there before I get in a car and ever get myself in trouble because I'm not about that. So, like, when me and my husband used to go on like dates, we'd drink and we'd eat together, but we'd take it easy enough to where we could at least make ourselves home safely, right? Where you're not over the limit at all. But in some situations that don't work out like that. My biggest thing is when you're out at a restaurant, you're chilling, you got a family not too far off, right? And you got the parents drinking like they're not with the kids, like they're by themselves. And the whole time, all I could think to myself is, they're going to drive those children home that intoxicated, not thinking they're intoxicated because they've had chips and salsa and food. And it always used to really bother me. I just really can't say that it didn't, but it really did bug me to think about that because it's like, wow, that's kind of a risk. Like, I understand it, but at the same time, I think, better be safe than sorry. So, probably better for those parents to have their meal, take their margaritas home to go, get the kiddos all tucked in, safe and sound, and have a couple drinks together as a couple and go to bed, right? Safe and sound, everybody's safe. That sounds good to me. People used to drink and drive a lot back in the day. In the 80s, yeah, exactly. I remember when I don't even know how old I was. I'm going to say 10, 11, probably 11. And I had a cousin, my mom's cousin. It was our cousin. She was a bad alcoholic and she had gotten too intoxicated, couldn't drive, and wanted me to drive. Y'all, I could barely see over the top of that. I wasn't very tall. I was a shorty, and I'm like trying to drive this chick. Not obviously, thank God, not too far away, but so illegal nowadays. I would not go over and get her home safely because when you come down to the drunk driver opposed to the not so experienced driver, you're still going to probably always be safer with the not so experienced driver because the drunk driver is going to crash into something right away. So, but that was interesting. I remember that being young, that I had to do. I helped somebody out like that. Interesting. My mom used to. Luckily, we were always safe, right? Oh my goodness, it's amazing the things that have happened or do happen now that people don't really like take into the full picture of, like choices are made and then the outcomes come later and people are like in awe and shock because they're like, you know, make maybe wish they'd make better decisions, but then they're like, well, It's not that bad. I'm just gonna get home, but mhm. Oh my goodness. Honestly, what I'd really like to be doing, especially now that, when you get to a certain age and your kids are grown and, really everybody's kind of doing their own thing and living their life and figuring it all out. Just want to travel, y'all. Just travel. I, I very much have a hard time. I mean, if I stay busy with projects, I'm okay. I can keep in a good frame of mind, but I don't know. I mean, I just like to be out there, like experiencing things, finding new places, new adventures. It's just, I don't know. It's way more fulfilling than just being at home doing your everyday in and out, pay bills, work, chores, pay bills. It's like a never ending cycle of insanity, right? And of stress. And the only time you really can pull yourself away from it is when you can just go experience something else in life that, like, I feel like we should all be able, like, not only be able to do, but I just wish that we all had the means to just travel and go on adventures. And when life gets really overwhelming and you just like, oh my god, just get the hell out of here. We all have done it, we've all said it, like, oh my god, and to just be able to go somewhere peaceful and just take that time and just say, oh my gosh, okay, this is about me right now. I'm just gonna breathe. I'm just gonna be me. Just, because far too many times or too much in life we take on not only our own large, you know, amount of stress and, responsibility and all of the things that come with being an adult, but then you have your kids and your grandkids and everybody else that is struggling and needs help and needs guidance. And it's just like, e- even if you don't have a full-time job, or if you do, you've got that, and you've got your full-time job of basically being a manager of your family, like, of making sure that everybody's okay and being that person that everyone can call and talk to when they need to vent, or they need to get, they need advice, or they need suggestions. And so it's enlightening and it's all encompassing, but it's also very much a struggle and a big stressor. And I feel like the best way to kind of balance out all of that across the board with everything that we need to do, that we, um where was it going with that, that we do as much as we can to help each other through all that, because it really does help to be able to, like, as you're kind of going through a stressful time, when you're not, like, I call it the stress time and the enlightenment. So your enlightenment is when you have been able to say, okay, that's my everyday stress. I'm just going to let it sit there and it's in pause. I'm going to go over here and I'm going to go do this. And I'm just going to take some time out and breathe and take in the air and just feel the scope of everything without it being all of the extra on your shoulders on top of your own at that moment. Just kind of being able to, like, pull out from it, you know, and it's not like you don't love, care, or can be concerned about all those things that you've got under your wings, but you've got that moment when you can just be like, okay, I really got to breathe. And knowing that you're at the point where that's what you need is really, like, the biggest, um I don't know, like, reckoning, or, like, just really, like, understanding and realizing you're at that point and you just need to go do this for a little bit. And sometimes it might just be like, I'm going to take a break. I'm going to, somebody's going to go out back and take a breath, fresh air, just a little moment alone. Or it can be like I said, going on a little adventure, going on a visit to go see a friend, somebody that, you can really like kick it and chill and just kind of like feel like you can just laugh and have a good time. And, those moments where you can just let go, they're very enlightening, I have to say. I'm still reeling off of my last trip. I mean, I was looking at some photos earlier and I was like, man, I just want to be there. Like, I don't even want to be here. I want to be there. It's just so beautiful and mesmerizing. It's just like, yeah, I was a baby. I remember seatbelts weren't required with. I know, right? Yeah, a lot of our parents would be in trouble from back in the day if they had the same rules back then as they do now. For sure. Bigfoot, come on over. And we have treats. Do we have treats, Bigfoot? Right here. You have a parcel? I have a parcel. Would you like your parcels? Bigfoot said, "Oh my gee." Raised, what do you call them? I know. Remember the station wagons when you could lay up in the back window, or even like in a big old car, and they had those big rear, like back window areas where you could, like, I remember laying up in one of those. Oh, excuse me, as a kid at a drive-in theater. Anybody remember those good old things, the drive-in theaters? Chop chop. Hello. Chop chop. All three of the dogs are laying on the futon. They're like laying across in their dog beds. They're spoiled. Milo, because that's why I got here. Shut him up. Oh, so cute. You guys are so lovely. Like these. Look at the little faces of the furry babies. Too warm, Dallas. They're so sweet. They're so comforting. Like they're so cuddly. I think one of my favorite times of the day is it's sleep time when you can rest and is just at peace and calm, and it's nice. And sometimes when I'm in a lot of pain, I find myself waking up and realizing that my dogs are cuddling or laying like up against my leg or my spine or somewhere where I'm in pain, and it's like, wow, that's cool. I would flip off the other cars. Excuse me. I know, and you have to wonder. Excuse me. How more people didn't get injured back in the day because, if you think about it, there were car accidents, but they weren't like they are now. And we were not. And I mean, none of us were completely seatbelted in back when we were really young. Um, I don't remember. Geez, I don't remember seatbelts, y'all, until I was grown up and I had children. So there was a good long 20 years of processing that whole and many accidents and deaths that it took to get to a decision about that was just not going to be a choice anymore. You were going to do it. And be honest with you, I still feel like no matter what, people's destiny is their own. And if you choose not to be seatbelted and you die in a car accident, then that was your choice in life. Um, do I think it's a good idea? Yes, I do. Do I think that forcing people to do things that they don't necessarily want to do is still not giving them the choice that they deserve to make on their own? And so, as much as I believe in protecting people, I also know that you can't say that we have full constitutional rights in America if we're not able to choose any and everything we want to do based on our own choices, experience, and outcome. And that being said, yeah, that's why there's so much dispute because everybody has their own agenda and idea of what it should be, how it should be, and when it should be. And when that doesn't suffice, then there's plan B. And plan B is a damn disaster that we're seeing all over the internet. And I don't know about y'all, but I don't want no part of none of that. Y'all can fight until the cows come home. And at the end of the day, you're still going to be in the same situation. It's either this or it's that, but there is no in between. So, and it's about as simple as it can be, right? Right. We are, but it's a big affliction of like, so what we've been shown over decades of like the chaos and the unrule and the da 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 of other countries, right? Now, to say that we're superior is not being truthful because we had maybe at one point before ran down many different rabbit holes in the government had been to a point where you could say, hey, we look up to them, they got their shit together. That is not the case and hasn't been for so long, and everybody that truly understands shit knows what I'm talking about. And that being said, um It's not, I feel like it doesn't come down to choosing sides. I feel like it comes down to just being a human being. And when everybody that's out there carrying on like absolute psychotic shit realize that what it comes down to at the end of the day is that we all live in the same country. We all have and need the same things from each other, the world, the government, everything. Everybody needs to be on the same page because we all live in the same country. We all have families. We all have needs. Everybody needs a job. Everybody needs a way to make money. Everybody needs a shelter. We all need the basics, right? So nobody's superior to nobody else. It doesn't matter if somebody else has billions of dollars because they chose to take their life on a path where they were going to be wealthy, and that was their choice. And you can't be jealous and you can't be angry with those people because we could do it ourselves. Anybody could be wealthy, anybody could make millions of dollars. You just have to want to. If you're not motivated to do that and someone else is wealthy, you can't really hold it against them because it was a choice they made and your choices were different. But you can't hate on somebody for that because that's not fair. That's like them hating on us because we're poor and we've chose not to go like start a $1 billion business or make a lot of money. We just want to make the basics and we just want to get by basically like in the simple version of life. Um, and that's an option and that's a choice, but it definitely is nobody's business or anybody's place to say anything about what anybody else wants to do because that's their choice. And we don't get to choose for other people. We get to choose for ourselves. And if more people would focus on themselves, their family, and their immediate like group of people that they need to love and be concerned for or give it good advice to, then this whatever's going on out there is not the answer, and that is not going to at the end of the day get us to any quieter moments in life. Like it's going to just keep breeding more and more and more negativity and more you know doubt, more and more violence, and it just has to stop. It has to stop because it's not okay, because if the longer and the more that is allowed, the more and more it's going to be accepted, and that's not what we want. So it does. It definitely does, Mary Jane Doe. I know. I know. And I've always felt like, why can't everybody equally all over the world, if you took all the debt away, straightened everything out, put everything back on like at ground zero and just started all over, right? But everybody did everything the right way with no malice and no contempt. And everybody was looking out for themselves and their family and others and with respect, dignity. Literally, there's nothing that we couldn't do. The only thing that stops us is the fact that everybody, there's this power, this control of this obsession of being in control of it all. And the people that a lot of times want to be the ones that do that or, suggest what's going to be or how it's going to be, they have no clue what's going on. Or they're just so lost and caught up in themselves and the treachery of what they've decided on, that they're not gonna, there's no other option for them. And in that situation, it's very sad and it's heart-wrenching to see and feel it, to know. But at the same time, there's still enough of all of the people out there that really give a shit and really want it to be right and want to get it right and want to do it right and will do it right, that can handle the rest of that. And, you know, at the end of the day, I feel like that's where I want to be, and that's how I feel about things. We all got our own choices and decisions to make. Um, but at this point, I feel like all we can do, other than we can have our voices heard, we can make statements, but carrying on and acting completely insane, uh, just treasure troves of insanity and horrible like crimes is not the way to get your voice heard. It's only the way to draw attention to yourself in a bad way, and that's never ever gonna work. Never, never, because it just doesn't work that way here. And truly believe that everybody that does do those kind of behaviors knows this deep down, but they choose to do what they're doing for show, you know. I don't know. It's sad. It really is. I mean, when I think back to being a kid and life in the 70s and 80s being carefree, and you didn't hear about all this weird, creepy, crappy just whatever's going on out there. It's just sicko shit. Right? It's wow. I mean, like I said, you can allow it to consume you, and then you become this very angry, hateful person that goes out and wants to just destruct out whatever. You don't even know at that point. A lot of them don't even know what the hell they're mad about anymore. They're just gonna do it, right? No. Corey, can you get Destiny a chunk of weed, please? Oh my god, really? Mary Jane, that's wild. We need a chunk of weed. My daughter is also planning to grow, let's see, tomatoes, cucumbers, lemons, and watermelon. So I've got kind of like everybody in the family, like, kind of like interested in this whole let's grow our own food, like, let's figure it out. So if we ever have to do it, we like already know what we're doing. So my daughter's like, Mom, I want to do it. So we got a big bag of like the Miracle Grow with the fertilizer stuff to like kind of get things going. And then we bought this other, what is that thing called, honey? Where it's like it comes in like a square, like almost a rectangular chunk, and you set it in a container and put some water in it, and it like massifies. And then so all your new seeds that you're planting, your new stuff, that's kind of like what starts it really going good. So that's kind of like what you put in your starter seeds. Because I'm learning all this, and I'm trying to explain to my daughter. So she needs a chunk of that and a couple of the different veggie seeds to get her, like, she's gonna just grow a couple things. But I don't know. I thought it'd be fun to do, and to get the whole family, interested in, or like just choose a couple things you like. It doesn't even have to be that you have a full-on garden, but like just pick, like, say things that you normally would eat in a salad or at home, and grow those things. And then, in the long run, it saves you money. Yeah. New comments. Will you send dad out? Please. I mean, oh, okay. Hold on, hon. Um, but I'm going to continue to listen to your live. This is West. Oh, she's West Side Big Size. Okay, she changed her like candle to something. I was just like, wait a minute, that doesn't look familiar. You changed it, sweetie. We've been live for a little bit. I want to play music and have like this was supposed to be the happy hour after party, but every time I play music, I get copyright. So I don't know if I need to do like I probably need to do and download a copyright like how Leanie does it with the like you do that and you set it up to where you're basically saying I'm sharing this music, but you know, try to avoid the copyright. I get them anytime I play any music when I'm live. I swear. I don't understand it. It's not like you're trying to resell that person's music. I don't understand why they call it copyright because if you're just enjoying the music with other people and nobody's making any money off of it, then what is the purpose in that? I don't get it. Oh my goodness, y'all. Marriage. What'd you say? I've been here just busy but listening. What are you up to, Becca? Cooking multiple meals for the next day. It's Westside Big's Dingleberry. What? What the hell? So I have 3 carrots in right now, my daughter. And when I'm getting ready to transplant at least one of them into dirt soon, so I will let you know when yours are ready. I have to get seed started. Yeah. You were doing dishes back. Doing bloody dishes. I know, right? I know I haven't eaten tonight, but I normally do. We had a couple tacos at 4. What was it 4:30? About around that time. Ugh. I don't know, but their salsa was you could tell was made very fresh. It was very fresh and very yummy. And I'm not a big salsa person, but if it's made fresh, I really like it. I don't know if any of you guys had a chance or interest in the space info, like station and all that, but I watched when the um the rocket went up and picked up the astronauts that were stranded at this space station. I watched that whole thing there on the way there and back. I was totally blown away. And then recently they just the other day, a couple days ago, launched um a couple of astronauts out and they were going to the poles of the earth and they were going to do some experiments there and information. So that was really fascinating. I mean, to me it's just like amazing that technology that you can literally like you're basically going into space with the astronauts because they're showing you live feed the entire time that they're being boosted up into the out of the Earth's atmosphere, and it's amazing. It's so amazing, and I watched a lot of it, and it just I don't know. I mean, it really gives you that feeling that you're there. Like don't get me wrong, I ain't getting the hell up in none of that. Like, it's enough to get in an airplane for me. I am not getting in none of that. Shit's, you're laying backwards like that, G forces and stuff. Nah, count me out. I'd be dead upon arrival. So, that being said, but the fact that other people are courageous and are able to physically like do that kind of horrific like venture, I'm blown away. I'm like, hats off completely, because it's not something it's not that I couldn't do it, it's that I just don't feel like I would want to. I feel like it would be a little too much anxiety for me. um and the unknown is just way too relevant than it is here on Earth. So that's probably part of it too. So, but whatever. Ugh, damn. I think yawning is, well, they always say that yawning is because you need to get more oxygen. So you yawn because that's your body's way of trying to pull in more air. And the interesting thing is that I wondered about that years ago, and I was like, I'm gonna try like deep breathing and different stuff to see like if that kind of like goes away, and it did. I love fresh salsa. Oh my gosh, it's so good. Honestly, I think that financially and health wise, that if we're careful and we research and we know exactly how to grow our own fruits and veggies, that it's way more sensible to not only rewarding because you're feeding and you're providing for yourself, but because like I don't know about you guys, but the growth of things in life are amazing. Our growth, the growth of our children, our pets, our dreams, our goals, like the growth process of all those things is a very fascinating like journey. And I don't know. I try to relate that like this to that in a way that like it's something I've always wanted to do, but I've always been so damn busy doing so many other damn things. And as you get older in life and your kids are grown and they're out on their own, you know, you start to kind of like try to like, okay, so what do I do with all this time that used to be taken up with all the things that I used to do all the time, and try to fill it with things that are rewarding still, but in a different way, because they're now like, it's almost like a garden. You plant the seed, you grow the baby, you put the baby out in the garden, the baby grows, you pull the baby out of the garden, and it flourishes and it becomes something else, right? Think about it. It's very interesting connection there to the philosophy of both things. But um, I feel like once your children are grown and gone, it's not that like they don't need you, and they need guidance forever. Okay, they just do. Okay, but it gives you so much more time available that you weren't used to having in your past, that you got to find like positive productive ways to like fill that time capsule basically with what's next. It's interesting. Like some people will say, oh my gosh, I don't know what I'm gonna do, my kids are all gone now. That's when you start looking at yourself and saying, okay, what is all the things that I wanted to do, all the bucket lists, all the thoughts, all the dreams, all the things you thought of doing your whole life. That's when you start figuring out how to make that a reality, because then that fills up that void, and that gives you that chance to like just focus on you as a human being, like figure you out instead of like figuring every other thing out, for everyone else all the time. And sometimes in the mix of all that, we completely roll right over our own damn stop sign and don't realize we're sitting right there waiting. Right. So that's the thing. It's just all the things, y'all, all the things. Oh, here, dear. Oh, Bigfoot. Hola, hola. No, actually, that's another thing that if a person grows nice, beautiful produce, you can make amazing salsa yourself too. There's that option too. Very good. Excuse me. I yawned and coughed at the same time, y'all. Right. I I never really like completely, I want to say, felt like I was completely losing myself at times, but I can tell that from the time that they grew up and everybody was on their own, that I was by myself with just dogs, that I was like, oh wow, like I can just it's just wide open spaces type thing, like what do I do now? Where do there's so many things you can do, and um yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I mean I used to um back in the day, but I got to the point where like after my second marriage and second set of kids that I realized that like it starts to need to be like something where as a family to grow, we need to all be able to be happy, have adventures, learn, experience, have ups and downs, cry, laugh together, and that the growing of that all will put us where our path in life. Like we'll find that path through those traumas and triumphs and tears together. We get there. And I know today, like for instance, my son and his girlfriend showed up to say hi for a minute when we were up at the um restaurant, and I remember he said to me, he says, Mom, he goes, that's where I got my way with kids is from you. Like your sense of humor, like how you approach it in a funny way and don't get loud or start like it's not like an attack or an assault, but it's more of like a lively, like, hey, I'm warning you, or hey, we're gonna fix this stuff. But it's not coming at a person at a point where it already fires up their like defense system before you even get anything out, because they already feel of like offensive to what you're saying or asking them to do. And like he said that, like, so he's had the last two girlfriends, they've both had little ones when he met them. One was already pregnant. And he basically, that's like his daughter, like he's raised her, he's been part of her life the whole time. And then um his current girlfriend, who has a little one of her own from her previous relationship, and he calls him daddy, and it's just so adorable. He was so cute, it was adorable. And I don't know, like sometimes as a parent, we don't get a lot of like pats on the back, or hey, you did a good job, or hey, you suck, but whatever, we don't get a whole lot of like you know, feedback, so to speak. I mean, some of us do, but when he said that he learned his patience, like in the way that he approaches dealing with bad behavior from little ones, like, like redirecting and stuff, that literally made my heart glow. I'm sure that if it could have glowed, it would have been glowing to know that the one of the boys that I didn't think really had, really paid a lot of attention over time, because he was my biggest handful of all time, that he actually like really did learn and, like observe from me or whatever I had showed him. And I think that, like, those are the little moments that you just got to grab up in life and say, oh my gosh, some of those really hard moments really paid off. Because I know sometimes in life we get caught up and we think, man, no matter what I do, people just, they don't get it. Or, I'm trying to take care of these people and they're just fighting me every step of the way. And you're like, at this point, what do I do? And down the road in life, after time goes on and things, come and go and settle and unsettle, you have these moments where that what happened today, and it really was important for me. I just it's hard to explain, but I was, I was feeling the emotion of the moment from his expression and his actions, and that was just like, wow, that's cool. It really is. So, oh wait a minute. I said the word 6 weed plants. I never have a green thumb. I wish we could here. I really wish we could, because I would love it. Now, when I went to Michigan, I was able to experience, you know, a garden, that kind of a garden, an herb garden, and it was beautiful, and everything smelled bizarre, but it was sticky and yummy looking, and that would be fun. I would love to be able to do that legally. My God, it's like a plant, y'all. It's a plant. I mean, yes, it's not called tomato or potato, but it's still a damn plant. So why the hell can't we grow it in the garden, right? Excuse me, my lord. What the hiccups? Right, I know they do. And you know what? Especially after finding out that, and it's not every part of the government, it's not everybody, but it's a good chunk, okay, of the bad guys out there. The ones, I say bad, but I shouldn't say bad. I should say with a different idea of what human beings in life should be. Um, yeah, really, I believe truly that true 100% freedom means all of your own choices are your choices. There is no backup to that. There is no, I'm going to, you do it and then you're going to pay for it. Now we're talking normal, sincere things, not insanity. So this is just straightforward, not any kind of horrific things, okay? But just basics. Um, how do you prove that everything that everybody that they say is what it is what it is? That's the hardest thing about it. And then everybody's left to decipher truths and lies. And because everybody's functional and intellectual and intelligent state is completely different on, eh, all around the world, there's just way too much probability and where all that can go. So that's why it's chaotic right now, really bad. And I don't know. It's just something, isn't it? I mean, every time I see a group of people, all the same nationality, either it's like your our eyes are now open to what the government has going on, like who's coming and going, like seeing different groups of people in different areas where you've never seen them before. It's just, yeah, it's mind blowing, y'all. I've been seeing it everywhere. Everywhere I go, not like every trip I've gone on. I would say Michigan and Nevada, no. But when I went down to Galveston, Texas, and just tonight, getting in the van from the Mexican place with a good buzz, and right in front of me and my husband, 10, I would say younger people, not adults, older teenagers, almost adults. I don't know if they got off a bus or out of a vehicle, and they had been taken to like a local store, it looked like, to shop because everybody had similar sacks. But I don't know. It's bizarre because we only know a little bit what's going on. We've just, I mean, I've always been the kind of person, I stick to myself. I don't, have like treasure troves of like neighbor friends and hangout friends in the neighborhood. We know basically who our neighbors are, like who we really need to be knowing anyway, if you want to say it like that. But I have no interest in dealing with a bunch of chaos, so I'm just like, whatever. Oh, goodness gracious, that was the biggest yawn ever. Yeah, I know. Well, and now they're starting to be, but the problem is that the people that have done wrong by us don't want that transparency because that shows that their guilt. And it's sad because um, for those of us who want, and enjoy that, the big change, the new whole design of what government can and will be eventually become, um, had it been like that, if you think, when you think back, had it been like this all along, had all the presidents that, I've watched, I don't even know how many different, you know, news flashes or documentaries about previous presidents that had the same goals in mind that the very president today does. Just that they somewhat started some of those things but never followed through. They didn't always have the support. And this is such a movement because over time, people have, and government officials and different people have realized that there's such a need for understanding what's really going on. You know what I mean? Like, there's so many people that just take it at its word, but then there's a thousand other versions of what's going on. So, my best advice, and this is the advice I give myself, is go straight to the mouth of the sayer. So if they're saying it and they're protesting it, I want to hear it come out of their mouth, because that way, it came from them. They said it. And if you have any problem with it or you have any questions about it, you know exactly who to ask, because you wouldn't ask somebody else about what somebody else said unless you want the full truth. And if you want a direct answer, then you always ask the person that spoke on it. And I just believe that, like, that's the easiest way to get to the truth or to get to your point. I don't know. Hey Max, how you doing, hon? Who are these groups of people? Well, don't be lost. You're not lost. This is Wild Angels Bucket List Adventures, and um, we are just a chill group here. We had a happy hour, a little fun earlier on happy hour earlier in the evening, and this was just a little after party, just hanging out, chit chatting, and whatever. And yeah, so you're not lost. I'm not sure if you're a sub. If you don't recognize any of the names in here, then you may not be subbed up with Leanie's channel. But we're a couple communities, we a couple channels here, and um, got some great people. And welcome. Tell us something about yourself if you want. If you got anything you want to talk about, holler. We're here to listen. We we've got lots to say, or nothing at all. Whatever works, right? It is. It really is, Mary Jane Doe. It really truly is, because I mean, I knew about all these different things when I was younger, but you're caught up in just growing your life at that point. And the things that are important when you need to make them important, but you got to keep your family at front and center, like your goals or whatever you're doing, whether you have a family or not, whatever it may be, that whether it's just you and yourself, or you and a spouse, or you a spouse and a whole lot of little ones. But either way, you know I'd say that for the most part, human beings are programmed to process life a certain way. You go to school, and you kind of pretty much do everything somebody else set up for you to do, whether they're directly or indirectly making you do anything. It doesn't really matter at the end of the day. It matters that you're programmed. Everybody's been programmed to go to school. So parents pay taxes for the schools to basically provide childcare. I mean, yeah, when it's at a younger age and they're not at a learning stage yet, it's like childcare, but it doesn't really change. The only difference is that there's being taught a curriculum once they start school. So then you've got that, and that's I don't know. The whole system of everything is quite bizarre, because you're free to make your own choices, but there's certain choices you make that will have you at a standstill, where you have to negotiate moving on. And then that's when the whole idea of the freedom aspect of it kind of slips into the shadows, right? Right? They might as well, right? But then, like, I don't know. I mean, like, at the end of the day, everything comes down to everything costs so much. Everything, like every program, every agency, there's so much of everything everywhere all the time, that I just I have a very positive attitude. I have a very positive outlook on what the future could hold, but I also completely 100% understand reality and the here and now. And I know that, like, it's kind of like the saying that I always heard from my grandparents, who were, born in the early 1900s, you know, everything will get worse before it gets better. And the reason why they would say that, and this is, kind of like something I had asked years later, what does that truly mean when you tell me that? Because even though you can, like, depict what it might mean, what does it mean to the person telling it to you? And I think that's an important thing, But yeah. Good gracious. Oof. The yawns are ridiculous. There were schools up here, high schools up here, at the end of COVID that legitimately passed most of the high school kids for that school year because it was almost time for school to be over. Without them, I mean, in that last year of like senior, there's not, at least up here, not a whole ton of like stuff you're doing because you've pretty much completed all of it before. There's still some things. And I don't know. I mean, my son was like, okay, well, I guess. And they had to go pick their diploma and all that stuff up. Like, I had to make an appointment, go pick it up. There was no ceremony, there was nothing. And so that was a really awkward one, I have to say. And the funniest thing about it is, well, I don't know if it's funny, but the strangest thing about it is neither me no, my husband was at higher risk of catching COVID, as they said, people with respiratory issues. He has asthma. I don't have asthma. I smoke a lot, but neither one of us got sick. We were fine. We traveled during the COVID by car and plane. We didn't change a thing about the way we were living our lives and never have. We were still doing the same thing we've always done. And there wasn't a huge change, um, other than like, they're not going out as much or going to a place where, they wanted you 6 foot, so many feet apart of another person. I was like, really? You really think that's going to make a difference? Okay. Ugh, excuse me. So, yeah, I don't know. I read that mild COVID lasts December is well normal. Yeah. Yeah. See, Mary Jane, now, like, okay, so what I remember is being fine and not, because we were not really around many people at all, except for my kids occasionally. But what we did was, well, I mean, we were just careful. And the one time that we went with my daughter and her friend on a little weekend getaway thing, and we smoked together, when we passed that around, that's what ended up, that's how I ended up getting sick. Now, it wasn't her friend's fault because her friend literally had no symptoms, had no idea she was sick, but she was. And so by passing that around, normally where we would just be like, do our own and then everybody have their own so you don't have to worry about it. We didn't do that this time. It was just a quick hurry up, let's do this real quick type thing. And then I would say like a week, 10 days, 12 days later, I kind of felt ugh, yucky. And then, yeah, what really made me know that I had it was because of the tasting. I, you can't taste nothing, and you feed yourself a little bit because you don't want to, like crumble, but you definitely don't. You're like, mm-mm, I just don't. It's nasty. So, I don't know. But I got the, like, where your taste buds kind of dissipate, where you can't really taste food. And it does make it hard to eat because you're like, I'm not tasting anything. It's, excuse me, weird as hell because you're used to that. Used to tasting what you put in your mouth. So it was interesting, that's for sure. I don't know. All I know is we need to get ourselves motivated onto some projects here because You know, obviously when it's windy and rainy and crappy outside like it's been for a minute. Ouch. Goodness. People have gotten it sometimes. Yeah, me too. What did I miss, you guys? So, oh, Lulu, is there somebody here that is not very kind? Is that what's up? He worships that nutcase in Maine. I'm out. Sorry, welding. Just put the switchers. I can't do snakes in the chat. Oh, I'm totally unaware. Okay, I'm sorry, Lulu. I'm not sure what I must have missed something here. Oh, well, I must be. Yeah, Mary Jane Doe, I'm the same way. There's been people that have come in over time, you know, over the last year in Delaney's that I know of from other chats that I don't necessarily agree with, but I just don't say anything at all to them because I'd rather not, what's the word? You know, to each his own, they say. And I'd rather not, you know, that would be like, I don't know, if I got upset with somebody because they didn't like what I said about something, but yet they understood that that was just where I'm coming from, but they have a different opinion. I'm not going to be upset that they did, but I'm not aware um, of the situation either. So, Lulu, please don't be mad, love. I'm totally unaware of what any of those things that were mentioned mean because I probably am not aware of that happening on Laney's at some point. I mean, I've been on there at the time, but I do remember a time when, you know, when Rose and Laney weren't necessarily on the same page, and or a couple other people that had come into the chat and saw the a person in there, and they just didn't speak to that person, and they just, you know, went on about their business of what they were saying, and that works out really fine too. You know, just not even if you don't, you know, care for somebody or you're uncomfortable, just not speaking to them, but you know, focusing on the people that are in the chat that or somebody you know and enjoy. That works really well. I remember years ago when um me and Tina had our little like moment where we didn't agree on Jimmy for a while, and we would be on the same we would be on the same channel with a mutual friend of ours, and we would sometimes end up on the panel together. And obviously she was somebody that I very much enjoyed and was a friend with at one time, so it wasn't ever going to be mean, and I had no intentions of that. But I didn't engage either because it was easier to just not say anything than to start anything, I guess, if that makes sense. So that's kind of like the way that I handled it. I had respect for that person still, so I just was like, you know, I just didn't engage in whatever they were saying or doing with their creator. Then and my relationship with that creator were like separate things, so it ended up working out okay. But I totally understand, like, how, like, for some people it's like, no, I get that. I know they do. That and that's kind of where I'm at too. Like, I think I don't know, somebody came in my chat one night and I wasn't aware and of who they were even. And then, it was later somebody had said, well, that's so and so, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, but the whole thing is that everybody that comes into different places will have different reactions. And, I never want to be any certain kind of way to anybody because, um, I don't know, how do you explain it? Like, we're all human. We all make mistakes. Sometimes we say things we shouldn't. Sometimes we say it the wrong way and we meant to say it another way. Sometimes we, whatever, we screw up. But forever, we can't hold the gavel over each other's heads for misunderstandings and mistakes, because if that was the case, we'd be even in worse shape than the world is right now. And it's bad enough, y'all. I mean, as long as nobody's being rude or disrespectful, everybody's welcome and everybody will get along. And there's only been one person I'll be honest with you, or one situation where I ever had to ban anybody. And it was something that had nothing to do with me whatsoever. Not a thing. But they knew that I was friends with someone else and chose to highlight something, whatever. And of course, I had to figure out what the hell was going on because I had no clue. But that's an example of, sometimes you just have to, if someone's in a chat and you've had an experience with that person, whatever it may be, like I wasn't aware of that. Um, and I don't want anybody to have any animosity on here. Um, but as long as you're comfortable speaking with the people that you're familiar with and you get along with, then we should all be okay. You think? I think so. Yeah, peaceful is good. On the other person's religion, rather correcting things about my faith traditions. Then it ended. Wait a minute. Then it ended. There was no issue, and he has banned most guys from her chat. No, not. Well, Max, I have no clue. I am at Leanie's pretty much every time she's live, except for when I miss something or I'm busy. And I have no clue what any of this has to do with. I'm not aware. All I can say is there's no ruffles feathered, and on this other part, Lenny has banned most guys from her chat. I don't agree with that necessarily. Wouldn't say she has. Um, like banned men from her chat, other than a few that were very disrespectful over the past year that were drunk and just ridiculous. Like there was nothing she could do. But anyway, um, so we're all good. Everything's okay. Love you, Lulu. Um, but I like I said, I wasn't aware of any issues. But I love you, and I understand, your protection of Leanie. If something that had happened prior that you were upset about. But we also, like, I don't know, like I said, life is so scrupulous and short, and we really got to figure out a way to start being able to deal with each other better, and just all this animosity that's out there for human beings with each other is it's scary to think about that, and so when it comes down to like certain subjects or things, or I mean, like I said, I don't know if you, Mary Jane Doe, were aware of what Lulu was talking about, but I have no clue about that. I must not have been on that night or whenever, this all went down. But if somebody comes in and just chit chatting up whatever we're chit chatting about, and there is no issues and there is nothing like that, I'm fine. I, believe me, I am totally on the bandwagon of peace. If just people get along, and if you just don't like someone or their views, you just don't speak on them or talk to them or talk to other people about them. You just leave it be and let them do their thing, and let them, because that's that person's journey. That's that person's way to figure themselves out. And who are we to intervene or interfere in someone else's journey, right? I can tell you that there's probably several people or situations a day where I don't agree, where I just am like, no. And I think that we can all make enough room in our hearts to be able to get along with each other, or be in a chat where, as long as there's no confrontation or anything that like being brought up from some other situation, just regular conversation, that it should be okay. Mm. Oh my goodness. It's like almost midnight, but it feels like it's like 2 or 3 in the morning at y'all. I don't know why. Why is my phone not working? Like my charging unit's plugged in. This is really weird. Oh, I didn't have a bunch of in person that do get along with him. I'm not going to be arguing. My sister Lenny was annoyed. I was joking on Rose channel. She said I should be doxxed and mentioned me being on Rose channel. So that was bugging her, not a factual comment on baptism. Oh, okay. I see all sorts of stuff. I try not to take things personally. Right. And Lenny is very, she's a lot like me. We're we're understanding, and we're kind to a point. If you get off kilt and you're rude and disrespectful, then shit's gonna hit the fan. But as long as people are, just chilling, being there, um, you know, what's there to be upset about at that point? But like I said, I'm not privy to what happened or whatever this is all about or whatever. But yeah. Um, I just don't want anybody being upset with each other. That's all. We can all be in peace and love and respect each other, even if we don't agree. You just don't want to push your beliefs onto others, and that's how you keep the peace. Somebody may ask you, blah blah blah. How do you feel about this? Da da da, and you answer, and that's where you're at. That's what your belief is, or whatever it is, whatever the reason is, or where the subject is. There's no there's no reason to be upset with anybody if they have their own way of looking at things or feeling about it. And so you just have to, like, yeah, you know. And Lainey has a lot of patience like me, and she's very forgiving, and she will, really give people a chance. And so I'm not, like I said, I'm not really sure um if there was a difference of opinion or not, but we definitely don't want our lovely Lulu to be upset. But perspective is going to be, yeah, for sure. There's definitely, no doubt about that. But I've had multiple people come in the channel when they were having a riff with each other, and out of respect for me and the fact that we individually get along, they were able to maintain being in the chat, not connect with each other, and just let it go, because it's, if it's going to be personal, then it has nothing to do with the person you're on their channel. So there you go. I mean, obviously I've missed a few programs here and there. I try to make all of them, but like I said, just I'm unaware, and because I'm unaware, I have no comments or no feedback on whatever may have happened somewhere else at a different time. Yeah, right. Well, you have to understand one thing is that there's a flow that goes on in a chat. And if there's too much aggression or someone trying to make a point where it gets to the point, it gets too elevated, and we're trying to keep the peace, then that will be a time when, when people will let you know. And so, like I said, I can't speak on anything, Max, because I'm not aware of any of that. Hi, Annie. How you doing, love? We're trying to figure out a little something something here. Me and Mary Jane Doe were trying to figure out. Um, Lulu is upset a little bit about um, a gentleman here in the chat that I guess was on Leanie's at another time, and there was a disagreement about something. But I'm lost because I have a little bit of a margarita buzz, and I don't think I was privy to that um, live or that chat where that had happened. Or I could have been on the panel with the girls and not even realized what was going on in the chat. So, but me and Mary Jane Joe were just trying to say that we, like, we like things to be peaceful and get along with everybody. And, even if you have a difference of opinion, it's not necessarily always a reason to shun someone. But I mean, obviously, if someone gets out of character and acting up and has a lot of people upset in one chat, you don't want to like let that progress. But we haven't had that. And like I said, I can't keep track of disagreements or different things that go on when I maybe not have been there to see it. So I like totally clueless. Oh my goodness. I don't have no idea why I got a margarita to go, you guys. The two that I had there were more than enough. This will be like tomorrow's beverage, like treat. Have to put it away. Oh my goodness. Oh, so the whole cup is sticky, y'all. So we're gonna put everything into one and throw out the sticky. Ugh, I hate that when stuff gets sticky. Nothing nastier than that. Hey honey, is the porch light on? Oh, okay. Just there's a light out there that looks like it's. Oh my goodness, that water just made that noise. That freaked me out. I was like, what is that? Oh my goodness gracious, y'all. That cup that I brought from the place, it was sticky on the bottom and it made my counter all sticky. So I'm like trying to clean it off. I don't know about y'all, but I cannot stand it when you like you get everything cleaned up and then you like something's just you run across it and you're like, oh my gosh, what is that? Yeah, it was the bottom of that glass that came from the restaurant. The dog bed's on the floor. One of the dogs, they like to the little guy, he likes to burrow up underneath stuff and he'll like toss it onto the floor. He used to do that to his dog bed. And then he'd flip it over, it'd fall on the floor, and then he'd lay on it. But it would be upside down. So it was so funny. I was like, what are you doing, dude? Oh my goodness. Earlier I was sitting here and I had the phone charger plugged in. I had the phone on it. It kind of like it's like a stand and it's got the little C charger thing at the bottom, so you just set the phone down into it. It's really interesting. Got it off of Amazon and I didn't have it pushed all the way down so it wasn't locked in. And I was like looking at my phone and I'm like, why isn't this charging my phone? Oh my goodness. Are you hearing anything about federal firefighters? I don't think I have, for sure. I haven't heard anything about that. I have a feeling, y'all, that throughout life, the rest of it that we all have to live, there's going to be so many changes that it's going to be like, what is the word that I want to use for it? Hmm. I can't even think of the word I wanted to use. Well, let's use the word epic, okay, to describe it for now, because I can't think of the word I want to use. But, um, you know, we have our thoughts and feelings about things, but at the end of the day, the major decisions get decided by other people that you either voted for or didn't vote for. And in the long scheme of things, it seems to be a complete chaotic mess, right? I don't know. Me neither. Yeah, I mean, I watch like Fox News and like the news, that's on YouTube, what they offer, and that's pretty much it. Damn. They say that when you yawn, it's because you need more oxygen. Do you have a hat on over there? You look like you're out in the woods hunting, but you're in a chair. Okay. Ugh. Why don't you come help me drink this last one, man? I'm telling you, dude. Oof. I'm pretty sure I had ice in that too at one point. A little bit of ice. Holy moly. I see articles on my Google homepage, right? I had to learn last year kind of like what choice I wanted to choose for getting my news information and check and evaluate which news channels, just like you would any channel, is going to give you the most accurate and truthful information because I don't, there's enough lies out there. We don't need any more, right? Trying to get Bigfoot to help me with this last margarita. Holy moly. So it's like good sleep medicine, right? After you have enough, you just go to sleep. Oh, goodness. Yeah, I'm definitely like, I can't quit yawning because it seems to be an epidemic all of a sudden. I have no clue why. But that glass of margaritas and end up being a tomorrow thing or later in the day thing because I'm not drinking no more. I'll be cross-eyed. I don't know about y'all, but our weather's been like all over the map, like completely. Like we've had every season that I can even remember happened to us in the last week. We've had a bout of summer, a clip of spring, a jubal of fall, and a clip of winter. Oh my word. Uh, I have got to find me a friend of mine swears by like really good mascara. Like if you gotta have anything in your arsenal, it's like, well, it makes sense, I guess. Mm, I know one day it's rainy, snow the next, and sunny. This- I think she is too, Mary Jane. Because that one day we had like, it was like almost a summer day. It was like almost 80 degrees. It was weirdly warm here, like warmer than my friend that lives in Texas, like at that moment, like her time of day. And I was like, this is really strange. But yeah, seems to be a thing for years now. The weather's all over the place. I was just thinking about how, oh my goodness, trying to figure out how to word it. You know, you get a thought in your head, you're like, I want to present that so that others can comprehend or, and, what you're doing, saying. All I know is I'm thankful that the weather calmed down here and the wind died down, and because it was like, as you all know, it's, even if it's like a nice day out, it sucks when it's nothing but windy because um just nothing but blow your damn head off. You're trying to get some, excuse me. Mm, it's one of those things where things are going to start falling. Mm, I can't remember how warm it finally got up to here today. It could have been in the you know early 60s. I don't know, or 50 something. I remember that. This song just popped in my head, Electric Slide, and I have no idea why, y'all. Ouch. Oh my goodness. Mary Jane, that's wild. Because I mean, so yesterday, um, on Tuesday, so going like Monday night, going into Tuesday morning, it started to first we noticed like it sounded like sleet. And we're like, what the hell? And then all of a sudden you could hear the freaking stupid hail. And then that stopped, and then it started raining, and it rained for a really, really long time. I was like so disappointed. 'Cause it's like it's hard to let dogs out, do anything when it's pouring down like that. So, but yeah. There's our taxes. A lot of people are concerned about all that, and I, you know, all we can really do is just pray that everything will work out and that people in charge will come to a conclusion that will work, that'll be the best interest of everybody, and um which nobody really knows until they take the throne how hard that really is, because no matter what your good intentions are as a leader, you have so many different people underneath you that can flip that whole thing upside down, change the trajectory of where everything's going to go. And there's just so many different components to us, whether you have, um, monarchy or you have the government, either way, in either capacity. That was funny. I just sat there and said that, and then thought to myself, I wonder if somebody would ask me to repeat that. I don't know about y'all, but sometimes when you have, I call it a, oh my goodness. I'm just hoping for a night of less pain than the last couple, so that maybe I'll get some sort of at this. Mm. All right, y'all. Obviously, I had, I had a moment. Hi, Martin. How are you? I'm sorry. Mary Jane uh, got me awake. I have not been sleeping well lately, y'all. Little bits here and there, and then it'll catch up with you when you least expect it. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, that makes me laugh. I actually wonder, you know what, y'all probably needed to switch to coffee a while ago, huh? That's that would be good. I need to figure out where to put this margarita into a cup for tomorrow. We are going to switch to coffee. That's the deal. I keep forgetting that I have starting a compost um This would be great. I'm gonna start one. And I'm using an old poultry can to put like different stuff in, but I'm so not used to like keeping eggshells and coffee grounds and all this stuff. So I gotta keep reminding myself to put that stuff in. Here we go. Get the coffee, y'all. Right. There we go. We're gonna heat up some caffeine. Get something. I just don't want to have the sound on when I was rinsing this coffee pot out. But kind of loud. Yeah, I should have put the old coffee on a while ago. I know that I fell asleep on Maria and Martin on my birthday last year because they were just chit chatting away. It was like 4:30 in the morning. I couldn't stay awake anymore. So that was interesting. Yeah, yeah, there's just cleaning the old coffee pot out, you guys. Remember to put the coffee grounds in the compost. Got the can here. I'm gonna dump the grounds in there. Banana peels. Also, there's like all sorts of stuff that compost can be made out of. I was just like shocked at, kind of surprised. Like coffee grounds. Oh, that's interesting. It's kind of an odd thing to think of making compost out of, but I guess they all actually have stuff that are good for gardening in them. So that's good. Why is that not shutting on? Oh my goodness, the coffee's boiling over, y'all. Holy moly. Okay, so the coffee, or the, I'm having a good time, you guys. Um, I heated that up for a minute and it heated it up way longer than that, so that's not good. And of course, it made a big mess in the microwave, so they did that too. I boiled it over, because it's kind of like one of those things where when you're trying to do something and you don't need it, everything to go wrong. Oh my goodness gracious. Oops. All right. Okay. guys. So got the mess cleaned up. My coffee's boiling. I think I might have even destroyed the cup that I heated it up in. So there's that. You guys. Oh, my goodness. Now I'm running the water, so you can hear what that sounds like and probably being needed, but holy moly, that was a disaster. I thought I pushed 1 minute and it must have been on, but I was something longer. Oh wow. Okay. Well, either way, hopefully, won't have that problem again. Oh goodness gracious. Not like that coffee's like burning hot. Oh, it's just- Okay, so that's turned off. And my new coffee pot is crazy because it has um, I don't know how to describe it, but so it's digital and it has really like touchy buttons, okay? So one day I'm sitting there and I'm cleaning coffee pot and straightening it up, and the next thing I know, um, I push the button by accident, not meaning to, and it starts like turning on to like start brewing. I'm like, oh my gosh, because I definitely, yeah, did not needed to do that. My compost works, helps, right? I'm hoping. I cannot see what I'm doing at all. Let's turn the light on. Put some coconut cream in this coffee. I hope that I didn't scorch that coffee. It's probably gonna taste gross if I did. Like if I burnt it, you guys. Oh goodness gracious! I really love this new creamer. It's called coconut cream. Um, my coffee mate, and it's very yummy. And really just nice natural sweet taste. Oh, the sugar and all that. And I used to be a real big on French vanilla, but I really started liking this. You know the anticipation when you go to drink a sip of coffee through one like a thermal cup, and you're like, oh god, I hope it doesn't burn my mouth. We're gonna see. We will see. Mhm. That kind of wondering, guys. Some tomatoes, which I actually watched this program the other night, and they took tomatoes, right? Cut them in slices, put them on top of their planting soil, and then just covered them up lightly. And because your tomato, anything that has seeds in it will regrow. So it's interesting. So I think I'm gonna run some of those too. Roma tomatoes are my favorite. So I got some to cut up and plant, and then I also have the seeds for it. Okay, here we go. What's wrong with this cup? There, I didn't burn my mouth. Thank goodness. I was kind of skeptic about drinking it. I'm like, oh no. I only burned, I mean, the coffee was like on fire. Like, got it out of the microwave. Obviously, it spit in there, so I had to clean that up. Oh my gosh. Oh, I'm cold. I'm putting my sweater on. I have a sweater I keep on my chair, and I'm like, it's either on or it's off. It's cold. Be right back down for it, y'all. Gonna go turn the furnace up a little. Yeah, little. I need to fill these. One of them had slipped. Then it fallen off the couch. Oh, oh, shoot. All righty. All right, I'm back. Get the heat turned on. Well, it was on, but it needs to go up a little bit. It's so weird because I remember last week it got really warm and it was almost 80 degrees one day, and we had turned the air conditioner on, y'all, because it had got so humid in here just to like get the humidity out of the air. Holy moly, that's crazy. It's not the right towel. Sorry, trying to find my other towel. Um, this towel. Okay, here it goes. It's like, why is that on my chair? Bizarre. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I know, right? Can you imagine actually having to put air AC on like in spring? It's just like our weather is just so weird. Like we had a day where we were warmer than my friend in Texas, and that's just completely out there. But our temperature would do that. But, oh goodness, it, it does some strange stuff. That's for sure. I really wish there was a way to. I mean, I don't really give two hoots about no copyright, but I remember on my birthday and many other different lives I've done where there was any music played, I always get a copyright, and it's always so annoying. It's like You're not like stealing somebody's music. You're just enjoying it, just like you would on a radio station. So I can never quite wrap my head around that copyright business, but it's what it is, I guess. Right? It is addictive. I know I never used to drink it on a regular basis as much as I do now that I'm around the house a lot more than I used to be. And sorry. Um, so when I used to do a paper route years ago for a little extra money, I'd on a little paper route in the little town I lived in, and um, oh my goodness, I'm telling you, the coffee was definitely needed then. You know, if you did go to bed, you went to bed early so you could get up the wee hours of the morning to get out and get started. But I shared that with a friend, and we would like do it together. And then as time went on, like that person wasn't like really like willing to like, what do you call it? Like take the responsibility of being up on a regular basis doing it. So it was here and there. So most of the time I was doing it myself. And then this town next to ours, our carrier had either, I want to say they like retired or they moved on, like they moved on, they stopped doing that route. And so, and when they teach you a route for you to take over for someone else, it's only a couple days that they do it. You better figure it out. That's what's up. And so I had taken over for the carrier that route until they found someone new to take it. So I was doing two towns back to back. And there was one was like 70, I think the one I lived in was 75 papers, and then the other one was like 78. And that might not sound like a lot, but let me tell you. And you're running up and down, mailboxes, however, the mail, however you put their mail in, because everybody's mail is except, it's different mailboxes, different locations, the weather, every single thing has to do with what you're doing. And it's, you got to have, it's great to have two people because it goes way faster. You got someone rolling the papers, someone running them, or you both roll your, certain amount of papers and get out of the car, and one person hits one side of the road, one person hits the other. Done a lot over the years, three different times now that I can remember over the years for just a little extra cash here and there. But I think for sure, excuse me, is that you definitely get a lot of exercise. I remember one day I freaking twisted my ankle. I just started the route. It was my first road that I always started on because I would do it different ways. Sometimes I would start it one direction, and other times I would do the route backwards because I wanted to know it both ways, and I got bored easily and wanted to change it up. So that was interesting. But I did. I had this one house, and you'd park, and it wasn't really a hill. It was just uphill, if that makes sense, to like their house. And I was running. I was like, going, and anyway, I twisted my ankle, or flipped it, or it rolled or something like that when I was running up the hill. And I just started the route, and my ankle was that way through the whole thing. And I had to continue like on because there was no like call somebody for help. So I ended up doing the whole route with that rolled ankle. But wow, my dog forces me to. I know, right? Like I always used to say, I'd like really probably be in way worse shape if I didn't have the dogs keeping me on my toes all the time. sometimes we lose sight of ourselves if we don't have others to care for to keep ourselves afloat. So I can see that with me, and you know, with some people's situation that could be, you know, like I think sometimes animals save us from our own damn selves, and then they make us crazy because they're a lot like a human. I know, right? It must be something about in the middle of the night. So I think I should go back on my normal schedule of like falling asleep early in the evening and then waking up at, I usually wake up at like 12 or 2, and then I'm wide awake the rest of the day. So probably a good idea. And especially since normally I haven't had any liquid encouragement. Oh my goodness. Mary Jane, that's going to be like forever in my memory of like being called. Hey, you were called, not you were served, you were called. You, did you fall asleep? Wake up. Yeah, they definitely do, Mary Jane. They do. And like I just adore them. And they're characters, like they're entertaining like some people. Like I said, some people can be. But just like their mannerisms and their little like personalities, and yeah. And my favorite time is like when we all snuggle when it's bedtime and we're all snuggling, and I look and they're all just cuddled up, and oh, it's just so sweet. And they all have such wonderful personalities. I mean, it's like your children, and they're all different in their own way. Hello, Leanie. What are you doing, Leanie? You missed it. Mary Jane had to call me and let me know I fell asleep. Oh, wow. Hey, we all got to keep each other in check, don't we? I don't think she's mad, love. Um, like I said, I wasn't aware of this Max person situation, and so I didn't know that. And he didn't, act any certain way. I think he tried to describe what he had thought was wrong. But yeah, we don't want Lulu to be upset. I think she was more or less upset with that person for whatever that situation was at the time. Has been on phone. Okay, Lainey. So you know what? More and more, it's starting to appear that we may be somehow in some strange way. Sorry. We just have like do some very similar things sometimes, and it just is mind blowing for me because it's like, are you kidding me? It is so entertaining. Then you said that. Well, I'm trying to remember exactly what he said. Um, that was Max. That was Max. He wasn't saying anything about you until after. Not bad. Right. Yeah. No. Um I think he was trying to explain whatever um was something that he felt like somebody misunderstood about his something he was saying, trying to say. Like I had said, I had like no clue what was what was going on. So I was kind of shocked um when Lulu got upset. I felt bad. I was like, oh no. Um And I totally understand, if there's something or someone that, you just are, like, no, can't do it. That's totally understandable. And, you know, we understand. I'll have to do what makes us comfortable. And that's where we're at with that. Yeah. Trust me, if I folded after all the things that had gone on back in the early days when I left the first channel I ever was ever on, holy moly. I mean, I didn't even try to make people mad, and I had people that were literally on their own live shouting my name out. I was like, "What did I do?" So I get it. I totally do. No, you're fine, hun. To talk to Yeah, it was kinda odd, like, I mean, I guess my point is like, if that person's in the chat and you have, like, something, like, that you wanna discuss or say, that's one thing, but you weren't here, and I don't know that Mary Jane even really knew exactly what exactly was going on. I know I didn't understand, and I felt bad because, we love Lulu, and, I don't want anybody having any, bad feelings or, we love our community and we want to keep everybody happy and safe and comfortable, and, you know, we try to do that the best that we can. Um, but no, Mary Jane, I don't think Lulu's upset with you at all. It may just come off a different way. You know what I mean? I have to admit, there are days when some things or some people can get under our skin a bit, and obviously we all have a different time, a different way of, like, the way that makes us feel. Me and the dogs hung out in the tub. Oh wow, Lainey. Jeez. We had it really bad the other day, but like we never got any, like, you know, crazy, crazy. I wasn't sure if we were gonna get any tornadoes or any kind of crazy weather the way it was starting to look, but we got lucky, and they didn't hit us. So, but just a lot of rain, hail, and all that good stuff. Of course, it soaked everything outside that we were working on, and all that good stuff. Your tub's big enough for the dogs too. Oh, wow. I remember when my mom years ago, when I was just, I think, 17, 18, and we bought this brand new mobile home and it had this massive tub in it. I absolutely adored that thing. It was just the most relaxing thing to just sit and take a bubble bath and just lay in there and relax. And then years later, when I bought my own home, I actually had one, and they called them a garden tub back then. Um, and oh man, just real comfortable. I just absolutely loved that thing. I think I want to say that I miss that more than anything about my first house. I've seen Max talking directly to people and talk about people. That's Max. I've seen people talking about a lot of people. Yeah, and I'm not. I know I've seen that name in Leanie's before, but I'm not familiar with that person directly. And you know, what I always say is, if you're not trying to deal with that person directly, probably not a good idea to bring up anything in a chat in another channel, because it's unrelated and not there's nothing that's really gonna positively come of that situation. So, you know, just in life in general, I mean, people piss me off every day, y'all. I mean, and I'm sure y'all go through this. And there's a certain time when you just say whatever, piss off, right? And there's other times when you got to take action. And the action taking times are when it's real life, and you're defending yourself in some way or fashion, and that's different than, um, you know, this kind of this kind of gathering, so to speak, if you want to put it that way. And so, um, yeah, we all have our moments, days, moods, whatever. Things are said, not said, should have been said, shouldn't have been said, and it all goes into one big pot of stew, right? The, I always feel like the most important life lesson we learn is where we go from here on out, like what we're gonna do next. We're not gonna grovel. We're not gonna stew. We're not gonna make more soup, right? We're just gonna move on. And I guess I always used to say, those of those who want to sit and spin can stay there, but really, if you want to get anywhere in life, you have to move on from whatever that was, and that's kind of just the way you got to do it. Um, you know, um, yeah, it's social media. It sure is. I do well to pay ahead. Oh wow, Mary Jane, do you get that too? I do too. I used to get them really bad when I was like years ago when I was going through some really, really rough times. I was like so literally overwhelmed that yeah, the hives I would get, and I have to be careful too because it's something that it's like your body knows when it's at its limit. And I kind of feel like when we start to like have effects from stress, there's definitely are red flags to tell us that we need to like reverse whatever's going on because it's not working. Excuse me. Right. But no matter what and who you meet in life or friends or not friends with, I always say to people, there was always something that you once loved or liked about that person enough to want to spend and give your time to. And so even after, whether you're friends or not, or you don't see that person or talk to them very often, keep in mind that there was once something there, and that if you were drawn or attracted to that person then, you probably still are. You just realize that people are very much different and will have different opinions. Um, and so, yeah, just give everybody their space and let them say and feel how they want to feel. And as long as it's not negative and derogatory and bringing other people down, um, you know, it is your version or your feeling of whatever you feel about what's happening, in the situation. So Bigfoot has fallen asleep in the chair and is snoring, y'all. Oh my goodness, I remember one time I fell asleep with the girls. We were like doing a slumber party, we used to call it, where we, be on Messenger, but I think most of us, most of the time we'd mute and we'd do slumber parties. And a lot of it was taking place when a few of us had been going through some really tough times physically, and it was comforting to have somebody there, knowing that, and um, so yeah, so we used to do that, and I even remember being told that when I broke my knee the first time, first injury I had to my right knee, that I would cry myself to sleep. The girls would hear me and I wouldn't even be like aware of it, but that was just that. And you're talking like that is some pain when you're passing out from it and literally crying in your sleep because it hurt so bad. Like, I'll never forget it. It was awful. And then to injure the other one, right after that one got better, either one of them was like probably cussing the other one at any given time. Breathing exercises, they do work really good. Yeah. I try to get along with everybody. I've always been that person that I really do. And I like to, you know, I'm kind to everybody. I always say, I'll never be your enemy. Don't make me yours. And we'll all be great, right? We'll all be clear by the shore. I keep bumping into this pan underneath the cabinet up there, and I keep hearing this weird noise, and I'm like, okay, you're doing that. Lainey, are you in the bushes? She's like, I'm tired. Excuse me. Now I'm fixing the trash bag, you guys. I just realized that the trash bag, when I go places, if it's not full, I'm worried about the little guy getting into it because he loves to search and like peek his little nose in the trash, even though it's on a sliding unit that goes underneath the cabinet. He and I had forgotten that I had done that, so I'd been throwing stuff away, y'all. Yeah, in there, and I looked down and I'm like, why is all that stuff on top? Oh, the trash bag was still collapsed down in there from earlier when we were gone, so I fixed it. Oh, goodness gracious, I am so cold. Okay, Lainey, how to hand feed kibble. Oh, little girl. Oh, I'm telling you, Lainey, let me give little girl a little dish of Wild Angel's homemade dog food. She'll tear it up. These guys used to be like, they'd be hungry at dinner time, but I'd go over and I'd scoop the kibble up, and they were excited. But ever since I started making the homemade stuff, look, they're over there watching me like a hawk. Like, get her over here, get it in the bowl quickly. There's much more anticipation now than there once was. And it's funny because I seen this commercial the other day. I think it was for Farmer's Dog, and I that was kind of like my first time of like trying something like different for them years ago. And I was just thinking about the other day, like there was this commercial about Farmer's Dog, and the guy was like, "Yeah, oh boy, he loved his kibble." He goes, "But boy, ever since I started giving him the Farmer's Dog, He can't. He licks his whole bowl clean. Look, my dogs lick their bowls, the other one's bowl, keep checking the other bowls, and will go bowl to bowl to bowl for the longest time. So our usual routine is, especially my female dog Emma. She's so funny. She'll always eat, then she'll run over there and get up on one of the dog beds or wherever she's at, and like be wiping, like rubbing her face. I don't know what the hell the deal is, why she does it. So now I just like naturally wipe her face off when she's done eating, because I'm hoping that whatever she's gonna go over there and do will already be off her face by the time she tries to do it again. And clean the bowls out immediately, then so they'll stop going over trying to clean them themselves, but they don't leave anything behind. It's all good though. Other than trying to keep my um, grown son from thinking it's fried rice and trying to eat it himself. He always thinks it's fried rice. Peanut butter sandwich and kibble out of my hand. She's rubbing her face to clean it. Oh, isn't it? Okay, please. Okay, so me and Big Pert were trying to figure out this the other day, guys. Um, I mean, I started thinking I was losing my mind, but wasn't there times when Easter was like earlier in the month? Or am I just imagining that? Because I don't know why, but I was thinking about that. I was like, I could have swore it was. I don't know. I know the other day I was telling my husband, I'm like, um, it's just weird how like and our family was the same way. They're like towards the end of like when my grandparents were getting older, but like just getting together at holidays. And I'm thinking, why do people just get together on holidays? I mean, I remember the days when families got together, and had like a family get together meal once in a while, you know, and because people get busy with their own lives and do the gatherings as much as when they were once were, known to be. And I was thinking about that the other day. I was like, that's a big shift change from the time that from when my grandparents, got older and my grandma had passed on and my grandpa, was very, very like crushed when she passed. And we just didn't have that many more holidays with everybody together after that. Like, I remember one holiday at my aunt's after grandma passed with grandpa, and it just wasn't the same with her not being there. And I feel like kind of everybody was just really sad. And so we kind of got away from the holiday gathering that we had done our whole entire lives, like my whole grown up life, like growing up as a child. And I really missed it because I do miss like our immediate family, like my aunt, my cousins. They all live really close by us, but it's weird how you can live like in the same city or town and not see each other for so long. It's so bizarre. And you kind of wonder about that. So I'm just like, but, you know, and yeah, I was just thinking about that the other day about family and like how get we want to, you want to spend time with everybody, but then once everybody's grown and they have their own families, everybody's kind of got like a whole nother agenda. Like it's not open and closed like it once was, where it's just easy to, oh, you know, 4 or 5 times a year, we're all gonna get together. I just think it should be that families get together more often and definitely these days, and just make as many memories as you can before you can't. Oh, goodness gracious. Now I'm drinking freaking coffee and I can taste tequila. I know, Lainey, right? I'm reminiscing of the past, the way we once did things. I know, right? Trust me, the coffee with that coconut creamer in it tastes a million times better than the tequila did. I've got all these like complete like garden experiments going on, y'all. It's just wild. I like to try things that, if people say, hey, look at this, edit the worm, eat the worm. Well, I don't have a bottle of tequila, just the margarita version of it made up. I quit doing the large family thing. I know, and I exactly, Leanie, because, and I think that because I was younger when that happened, that's probably with my family kind of what happened, what kind of like just put a damper on that. It just, I don't know how to describe it, but you lose even one person that used to make that big family gathering like everything, and it's really hard to like pull it together after that. I kind of feel like that's where the adults in the family did. They just really had a hard time with it. That's funny. No more. Oh my goodness. Was that Mary Jane? Was that the other morning? And Leanie, was that the other morning, y'all, when you got off and then no, because when you got off and then Maggie stayed on for a few more minutes, then we got off. But I'm trying to think of what day you're saying that it didn't get shut down. I don't know if like that forgetting to like shut it off and fall asleep. Oh no, they're in the same room. Oh my goodness. On my birthday one though. Look, the one thing I have to say about that, so we'll call this number two, but is that I had literally hadn't been asleep more than 4 hours in like 2 to 3 days prior to that. So I was already kind of obviously exhausted, but I drank very slowly on my birthday and like stretched it out through the whole night. And on my behalf, it was 4 a.m. between 4 and 4:30 on that live when I fell asleep for a short time. But I mean, at least my guests that were on the conversation. So it wasn't like just dead silence. And then um and I woke up and I was like, you know how you're when you like pass out just for a second, even if you're like sleeping sitting up, you're just like, oh shit. And like, wait a minute, where was I? Like trying to get back to where you were before you fell asleep. And that was like when I realized I was like, oh shit, the whole thing shut down. And then I'm thinking, did I do that? No, I didn't do that. It's just funny. It was me. It was me. It's up to me too. No, I was so done. Maybe protecting myself from losing my remaining siblings. Right, exactly. Right. Yeah, I know. Our minds deal with grief and trauma in so many different ways, and some people can navigate through it fairly decently and come out okay. Others, it tears them to pieces and shits them out the backyard. You know what I'm saying? It's like for real. And other people just literally like get lost in it, you know. Um, I don't know. I would have to say that um, the times that I've allowed myself to even jump in the pool of that, it's been nothing but a disaster, and it always reminded me of why I never did. If that makes any sense. It's like protect yourself, yeah. Just look ahead and keep going. Everything else that falls behind or didn't work out, you know, will eventually come to light, right? I always say it all depends on how eager we are to have that happen. Right. I do too. I really do. Um, I really do believe that too. I do. Oh my goodness gracious, y'all. Wow. It's hard to believe. But I remember way, 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 way back when I first came on YouTube, and after I got to know, different people, you form little friend groups and whatever. I was the only person in America that could hang out with all the other countries because of all their time zones, because I was the only one with that crazy of a schedule. I remember that. They'd be like, man, at least this one American will stay awake. It's all night long. I was on a whole different schedule back then as well. I would do like these quick little short 2, 3 hour naps early in the evening and then be up, 11:30, 12, ready to stay up, for 4 or 5 hours for live. But I think there's a lot of people that we used to know, the YouTube word is insomniacs, but people that just had, I think about before I, had some really good friends that I could reach out and talk to pretty much anytime. I would say it's probably easier for them to get a hold of me than for me to get a hold of them, because if I'm up in the middle of the night, I'm not going to call people and wake them up that I know are dead ass asleep. I just won't do it. And if it was an emergency, then I would call. I would for sure. If it was an emergency, this is the only reason why I would have, wanted to wake them up. But yeah. Oh, I hate getting cold. I'm one of those that gets cold and I can't get warm. And it isn't even that cold. It's just I like literally have the window open 1 inch. Oh. Yeah, he did, Mary Jane, and I'm sure you remember me from there, but it was pretty much the same time every night. He the earliest he'd ever come on is 11:30 to midnight, and the latest he'd ever come on is 1:15 in the morning. If he wasn't on by that time, he wasn't going to be live that night. I always knew that. But yeah, I remember I used to mess with Tina and be like, not right away, but this is like, months and months later, if we'd all been kind of regulars there. Right, we must see who come in first. He would like sometimes I think I beat her in there, right? We do it on purpose though. We would be talking before the thing, and then like we would plan these little things. And I remember one night, I'm pretty sure I beat her this one time, but he brought her up first. And he had no idea what we were doing, like that we were trying to like see who'd come and could get in there quicker. It's just silly stuff, but you know. I know, Leanie, me too. I mean, like I remember when I started it, I don't know if they had a special on it for a little bit where the one I upgraded to was 19.99, but it was only that way for like I don't know how many months. I'm gonna have to look back. And then one day I just happened to be looking through my account and I was like 44.99. The hell is this? And I'm thinking that's what they're charging us now. Wow, nice. So yeah, going live makes way more sense when you're paying that much. Just like we gotta get back some used to this. And so yeah, like if I can get my husband motivated to be more productive, and then this weather would, cooperate. If all those things would fall in line, we'd be great and Gucci. And like I said, we got to go run across town to pick up those panels for the ceiling, get that finished. I've got all this gardening that I'm going to like. Basically, we're going to be setting up all the seeds and showing the difference between growing from a vegetable opposed to growing from a seed. So that's kind of like the big, just bringing you guys on a journey with me to learning about gardening and all the different parts of gardening because I figured, it's interesting to learn new things and like, educate yourself on things, but it's also exciting to have people come along for the ride with you, like for the journey, like um especially for those who don't want to do it themselves but are interested in observing. It's always exciting, right? And it sounds like Mary Jane Doe's been on a roll here. She's a seed grower too. So, but we all know the basics of how to do things. But what's interesting is when you see different ways people do things, and there's multiple ways of growing everything. I just find it interesting. So I'm doing all these different experiments to try to see like what is the best way. Are they really telling the truth? Are they showing the true thing of how this works? I just it's just all about solving the dilemma, solving the crime. Is it really gonna grow or not? Sorry. It was funny because one of my friends, she goes, "You're doing what?" And I told her about the lemon, how to start the lemons. And she's like, "That's not gonna do anything." And I'm like, "Don't don't ruin my excitement for the possibility." So I've decided to name my 3 lemon projects the names of my friends. A few of them anyway. And so if I am successfully able to, and it's going to take time to grow this, and then when it's ready with roots and everything, then I'll plant it. And, before it'll actually grow enough and produce lemons. But when it does, I'm going to hand deliver that personal little lemon bush right to my girlfriend's doorstep. I promise you. It'll be like, "Here's your lemon tree. You said I couldn't do it, and I did." It's all good. But yeah, I have no idea what to expect. I know what I watched. I know what it did for them. And then I got kind of, how you get anxious when you're watching, you're waiting for something to like interesting to happen. And so I remember I like rechecked to see what the like germination period was, like how long is it going to take to root? And it's almost just a little over 3 weeks. And I've only had these in there for maybe 4 or 5 days. So I was getting way too anxious. I mean, way. So I'm just trying not to look so that I don't keep trying to expect something until it's closer to time. But the carrots are exciting because when you cut the tops off, like, you have your like the stub end that eventually came off of obviously the original plant. And so what happens is with carrots and potatoes, you get all those little growths. Well, on the carrots, the end piece grows little tiny leaves, like, the carrot plant out of the top of it. So you cut the carrot stick 1 inch at the stub, right? And then you stick the open side into the water and that regrows through the bottom of the carrot. And then once you see growth at the end, then you just take that out and you bury it down into some soil, and yeah, it'll recreate carrots. And there's multiple fruits that do that. You can do it with bananas, oranges, lemons, pineapples, tomatoes, potatoes, sweet potatoes, cucumbers. I mean, just a whole lot of stuff. Any of your heads of lettuce, any kind of lettuces you like, you can, your big chunk at the bottom that you cut off the old ugly part that it grew from, you cut that off. You cut off anything like that that can reseed or re-sprout, and it will grow you the vegetable that it came from. So it's very interesting. And patiently waiting. I know, right? He grows huge bush pot plants. Oh, amazing. That now see, that's the one thing I'm not where I can do that. But when eventually I do move where I want to be, I will be able to do something like that, and that would be nice. But I would be doing it more for personal reasons. I wouldn't like necessarily do it for other, like to do it on a big scale, but just along with your regular garden, right? Grow your herbs and grows your vegetables. I can't believe it. This weather is just off the charts, y'all. I mean, every year it seems to get more and more just bizarre. Me and the girls were talking about the weather earlier, just like, wow, what is happening here? There's so many weird anomalies going on, right? My neck is killing me today. Yeah, this heated neck wrap thing, and it's nice, but you literally almost have to tie it around your neck really tight to get that heat compressed into your neck enough, right? I was just like, wow, this thing is something else. I mean, it's soft and it's warm, but yeah, you really gotta get it up close and around your neck to really get the warmth out of it. Right. And see, I don't have cats, but I have dogs, and I'm pretty sure that if I had any kind of plants, it wouldn't be any different for them. Specifically, not the older dogs, but my younger guy. He's way too interested in having his nose and everything. So I don't even need to put it out there to know what he would do. So I'm totally right there with you with that. So what I'd like to do is do the porch planters, the raised garden beds that they're longer and not real wide, and they call them porch planters, but so that you can get right out there and get to your stuff. But yeah, I can't do a whole lot in here. Like what I've started now is obviously are in small clear plastic cups, and they're up away from the dogs. But I'm just totally excited, and the fact that the care I tried something that I saw and it's starting to work. That was kind of I don't know, gave me a little inspiration, I guess. But I was getting carried away the other day. I was literally gonna I don't have enough room to start all the fresh veggie regrowth I want to do, because I have some Roma tomatoes I wanted to do it with the cucumbers. I wanted to do it with a pineapple, which yes, it can grow. You wouldn't have it outside when the 3 to 4 months out of the year that isn't the right temperature. Here you would have it inside growing, and have light around it and stuff. But I just don't have the space right now to do that. But it is something I very much want to endeavor on it. The pineapple and an orange and apples. I'd like to do all of those. So, and I don't know, but anything that has seeds can be regrown from a fruit. that it came from. So if you would say you don't have seeds, or, I mean, they're not expensive, but sometimes we don't even have a few bucks to our names. But you really, really want to like get into the gardening thing, you can start out by like starting to grow vegetables and fruits, growing the roots through them from their seeds, existing seeds. That gives you something to plant in the ground and regrow your produce. So it's definitely, taking a little money off there, because even if it's not expensive, sometimes that's somebody's meal or their toilet paper for the week, right? So you got to think about it that way. But I just want to figure out a way to grow the food that we eat the most and that we feed the dogs, save some money doing it, enjoy the journey of like doing it, like growing the stuff. And also I thought it would be a real positive thing for the youngins coming this summer. I got like a whole summer curriculum planned, because usually we don't have a lot of like solid things planned. I know we've been, oh my gosh, I can't even tell you how many years we've been planning on, like, just we've camped once out of the 3 or 4 years that we wanted to be camping multiple times. So now we got the camper, which we were fine with the way that we had the setup before, with the tent and the camp and the van. But like I said, we got a good deal. It came about upon us, and the way the camper set up was like it was just meant for this little, small part of the family with Bigfoot's youngins, and you know what I mean. Just the way that the whole thing is set up, it's perfect for either us when we have them, or us when it's just us and the dogs. But these we got projects, and I want to be able to keep the kids busy, but also be teaching them, educating them on stuff. And a lot of times kids, love to do things like that outside, grow plants or plant trees or do gardening, and it teaches them a lot about things they don't know about. And I think it's really good anytime we can educate our children or grandchildren, teach them anything, especially the stuff that really, as a matter of like, well, if you were somewhere and you had nothing else, and the only way you could survive is to grow your own food, it's a good thing to know, right? So, but yeah. So I don't know. I just thought it would be exciting to like kind of how to kind of have things at least like figured out for summer. Um, keep everybody busy. I just want to be able to go do things and not watch kids stare at screens all day. It absolutely drives me insane, because I'm so not from this time era of the way people are obsessed and like almost hypnotized by screens. Um, and you know, I mean, I might get on Amazon and shop around for some things, but even that gets exhausting, right? Or I'm watching like news and catching up on what's going on around us, so I can be prepared for that as well. But I really don't do a lot of screen time other than that, like where I'm just full on staring at it. You know what I mean? Everyone grew stuff in their gardens, right? And we all had castles. I want a castle. Right, exactly, Mary Jane. Uh, I know. I remember my husband got me an orchid plant one year as a gift, and he knew I loved that plant, and beautiful, and it was good for a long time. They sell it in a certain pot, but eventually you need to transplant it, and we just never got around to getting it moved. And it didn't do good in here because there's not a ton of light. I have a lot of blackout curtains and stuff. We don't have really good windows or space in a window to put any kind of plants, so they either got to be in here, um, under light, or yeah, outside and when it's warm enough for them to survive. Plus, all of my windows are tinted because it's obviously we're It's for the purpose of keeping heat out and keeping heat in. So, and we all had gas. You know what? I'm thinking StreamYard did some changes to their screen because I see something here. Let me see if I can try something. I'm trying to type something because I want to see how it's going to come out. Um, wow, I like this, you guys. It's really cool. They definitely changed it up. So like before you would have to go push the more button and then post comment. And now the post comment is on the screen. Like, yeah, that's interesting. Like I didn't even notice that until now. So that's interesting. Yeah, so it's right on my screen at the bottom. That's I like that. That's like a lot better feature. There ought to be some improvements considering the price. It's how expensive. I know. I started doing weird. One of the girls told me one day I was speaking with an English accent and a British accent and didn't even realize it. I had said this like whole last sentence and didn't even think about it, and I wondered why they were laughing. And I I don't know what was going on. It was funny. Type with a different kind of font. I have no idea how they do that. Maybe on a yeah, for sure. Um, I know when I've been on my laptop before, it literally like it's just you've got your whole thing over here, then you've got the whole chat over here, and you just definitely got like you can see a lot more, and there's quite a few more buttons and little ways to do things, but they're definitely improving. Like I mean, before on when you were on your phone, at least for comments, you had to go onto another screen, type it, and then add it. So this is interesting. Did you sound? I love it. It's got to be other than Spanish. It's like one of my favorite, for sure. Language, the accent, the like. I think it's the. How do I describe it? It's always hard for me to describe it. It just sounds so much more. What is the word I'm looking for, y'all? Um, it's just the way we talk, the way people talk here. I don't like it. Like I don't know how to describe it, but it's I don't know if the word it's not the word isn't boring. What am I looking for a word here to explain? I don't know. It just to me, I've always, even when I was younger, felt like they just sound so much more profound, and it's just so much more of like I don't know. I don't know. I have no way to explain it properly at this moment. I've tried. The dictionaries run dry. But I don't know. I can't describe it, but hopefully you know where I'm coming from. It's just I mean, it's probably is surprising and interesting as y'all are to us, is that way that we talk. I don't know if I'd call it being interesting, but shocking might be a better way. I do like the way that the British and Australians, like, they're like basically what we would consider cuss words or cussing somebody out is way more like diligently done than the way ours ends up sounding. It just it just doesn't, it's not good. Yeah, yeah. Thank you, Mary Jane Doe. You got the word that I was looking for. It really does. Right. I mean, I know a little Spanish, not a lot, but I mean, I know like the right, like enough to where I can communicate at a Mexican restaurant or, somewhere where, but if when I go eventually go down to Mexico for a trip, I'm gonna try to brush up on some basics first. Um, but yeah, I have what would you even call it? A Hispanic tattoo. It was a saying that meant a lot to me, and I wanted to put it on me, but then I realized, I said, you know what? Somebody, because I got the idea because somebody had already done the tattoo for someone, and obviously you can write them in different fonts and do it different ways, so it's still not the same as someone else's. But I just felt like I didn't want to do it exactly the same as someone else or in English. So when we were in Vegas years ago, I had a tattoo done by a young Hispanic gentleman who we had the best time of our lives with at the tattoo parlor with his dog and a blunt, and there was pizza ordered and tattoos done, and it was quite an interesting event, only in Vegas, y'all. But we had a really great time, and he did a great job. And I don't know. I mean, I really like it. I like how much better the way it looks and sounds in their language than ours. So yeah. So the first time I ever had anything written on me other than my husband's name on my tattoo that I have for him is is Spanish, and I'm pretty sure eventually I'll get the guts up to put one on the other side that I want, another beautiful one I found. Um, but like only a few choice people will really know what your tattoo says. People guess it. Ugh. Taking some oxygen, take a deep breath. Bigfoot has a distinctive snore, y'all. It's one of those where you want to knock on them and say, "Shut up." Shh. Sometimes when I say shh, it'll actually shut him up, but it doesn't always work. Bigfoot, you be snoring, man. You be snoring, man. Right? I had to do some dishes too. You ever have those moments where you're doing a lot of different things and stuff just starts, everything either like spills, there's a mess, something drops, and you're just like, for real, like, recheck. I think it'd be great sometime if us ladies, some of us could get together someday. I don't know, like I know a lot of people from other countries, but I mean, who knows? Maybe we could all get together and then and take a flight over and visit um, Maggie or um all the gals over in Australia and stuff. I mean, and they're both on my bucket list, both England and Australia for sure. I ain't flying that far by myself. So I gotta have a partner in crime for that flight. Calm down. Relax. Take a deep breath. Let's do this. I've never had a passport either, Mary Jane Doe. I have all the paperwork filled out. I was gonna turn it in last year. I was trying to do the cruise and then came back, and within a couple weeks I was in Michigan helping Beachy and visiting her. So we just didn't end up doing it. And then my husband was at work all the time during the hours that there was the passports, and we wanted to go, do them at the same time. And so he's temporarily, I can't even talk, temporarily laid off. So there's a little bit more open time to be doing that. So I told him the other day, so we need to go do this. And we both have all of our paperwork filled out for him. I think I just have to fill out the section on his passport information about me as the spouse. But other than that, I mean, we're ready to go, and we need to get it done because the only reason why we didn't get to go to Cancun in November for our anniversary is because we didn't have those passports yet. And so I'm gonna get them because I really want to go. Um, but I definitely don't want to go on an international flight alone. And I know that me and my husband wouldn't be able to do like a trip like that right away together. So I would go on it with a friend instead because, you know, work and you always got to find sitters, whether you have children or animals. So also, I have acquired another cruise through the casino, so I have a year to take that, but I have to have it reserved and planned no later than June. Now you need you for so that cruise was just within the US. So okay, so it left from Galveston, Texas, and it was considered a Caribbean cruise. And because I left from the port, an American port, and returned to American port, you could get by with your ID and your birth certificate. You didn't have to have a passport if you didn't have one. It's good to have one. Obviously, if you were to get in trouble at any of those destinations when you're off the ship, it'd be a serious thing without a passport. But as we all know, I behaved myself and there wasn't any issues like that. So, and obviously, if you have, that you're gonna behave yourself as well. So, but yeah, so in the U.S. right now, if you take a cruise that leaves from the U.S. border and comes back to it, then yes, you can get by with those two forms of ID. But if I'm gonna go anywhere else, further away or into Mexico, I have to have it. So you could bring your own picture in, and I was trying to find a picture, and then I had my husband's mom like on her printer like print like a passport size picture for it, because if you bring it in, you don't have to pay the extra 15 for the picture. But I don't think they're going to work because after I had her copy those ones, they don't want any kind of colored background, and these were like selfies I had done, and but I read that after the fact, so I don't I don't know that those pictures would work, but um, yeah, they charge you an extra 15 for that. Yeah, for sure. Right now in the US, starting May of this year, you cannot travel anywhere in the US or go in any federal buildings without a gold, a real ID gold star on your driver's license. So, I got to make a new appointment because the other day, I was not feeling well, and it was really shitty weather, and we had appointments to go get our IDs updated and didn't make it, so I gotta remake those appointments. Um, which I honestly, to the life of me, other than I know that there's a lot of people that are here that shouldn't be or whatever has happened, I do know that that may be the reason why they're trying to upgrade our IDs here to make sure people are really who they are. That's why it's called Real ID. And I understand that totally. I understand that, whatever we need to do to protect, the country and people in it, and if that's helpful, I just don't understand the whole y'all are, if we're getting an ID from, you know, anyway, I have no clue why there's always these changes, but they come about out of nowhere sometimes, right? I was just trying to understand, like, why that was, and it was like last year that they started that talking about it. And I renewed my license last year in July, the month of my birthday. And I couldn't get, don't ask me why. They would not add that on there when I renewed my driver's license, and I needed to get it renewed because I was going on trips. So you had to go in person to get the Real ID at the star added to your driver's license. So now my question is, now that we both have, neither one of ours is expired, how much and how do they add that onto your driver's license? That's what my curiosity was. And you got to come in with, proof of your address, birth certificate, social security card. You have to bring all this shit in to prove who you are to get that added on. I was like, oh, wow. But it's got to be done, or no more traveling, except for, obviously by wheels. Used to be no, wait, used to be no passport, and line back was 20-30 minutes. Now passport plus 3 to 7 hour wait in car line. Oh, wow. Mexico is a cultural shack, as it is very poor, but pre 2000 it was safe, and most of the coast is undeveloped. Yeah, yeah. And I tell you, some beautiful places down there. I don't know if you guys are familiar with the Country Collectors, but it's a beautiful channel that was one of my first um, favorite channels that I ever watched on YouTube, because they were doing the very, like, traveling and taking you everywhere and showing you all these beautiful places that a lot of us will never get to go to. And it was neat to see, the different cultures, and, what the money exchanges, and how much it costs for different things, and the best places to eat. It was just, I loved it, and it really inspired me for my own, like, channel. And I still follow them and keep up with them. And it was a couple doing it at first, and now the gentleman's just doing it. Adam, he just travels on his own. But yeah, he got to some amazing places. I, like, don't know that I'd ever be able to go, because I cannot get on an airplane and fly all over that far. I don't trust the airlines right now. They got to get some better shit going on before I get up in a plane going that far. Last time I was on, and it wasn't even an international flight, but it was from Los Angeles to Hawaii. So from our airport, we went into Denver, had to change planes. Something was going on with the plane we were on. Thank goodness we changed. Flew to Los Angeles. You pick up the jumbo jet there at that airport, and that flies you across seas. And it's about a 6 hour flight from Los Angeles to Honolulu. That is the longest I've ever flown. And you're flying for 5 or 6 hours in this massive plane with screens all over. It's really big and really comfortable, and you're flying over ocean the entire time. So you already know ahead of time that if anything goes south, uh, That's where you're gonna end up at, is in the ocean. So, but I was younger. I was between 11 and 12, I think, when we went, and so it was this massive adventure to me because I don't think I'd ever flown before then, and it was exciting. It really was. Um, it's a beautiful place to go, but I would love to go there as an adult. I got to do a lot of fun things, but I was also, you know, a preteen. I wasn't even all the way in my teenage years yet. So, wow. Shake off the tired and bring in the coffee. Well, they just all need to quit being at war with each other. Wow. They can keep all that craziness because I don't want none of that. I couldn't even imagine living somewhere where there was all that, chaos and just stuff going on all the time, Unpredictable people breed a lot of chaos, don't they? Yeah. Ooh, reason. Yeah, it is. And like I said, I don't have any plans on going down that way till way later in the year. And hopefully by then things are calming down a little bit. Yeah. Well, we are lucky, but we need more people on the positive board to keep us there, so to speak. Because it would be just great if everybody could be on the same page, right? When it comes to what's going on out there. I've never been to Canada. I've heard that though. Goodness gracious. Oh, no. I literally scratched my own damn self. That is never good. Goodness. Caught up in that curtain thing. That's not good. Yeah, I don't know. Things always taste good when you're drinking them somewhere else, but then when you get home, I never end up finishing the stuff. It's crazy. I totally should. But okay, after a while, that lemon and lime mix that they make with margaritas, it can be really can really make your stomach too citrusy, so to speak. Ow. Ow. Still a bit windy out there. You can hear it just kicking up. but nothing like last night. It just rained and rained endlessly. I was like, what in the heck? Where's all this rain coming from? I'm thankful we didn't get any crazier weather, just rain. Little hail for a minute, which I always hate to hear that because whenever that hail starts, I'm like, oh my gosh, the cars, think of all the stuff that's getting beat up outside. That's the only thing I'm worried about with doing these garden planting and stuff is worrying about things like, destroying the plants before they get a chance to grow. So I'm hoping that won't be the case. But I thought about just doing one of those little like greenhouse type things outside that they make now that you can put together. They're pretty cool. But I don't know if we're not real big on us having a bunch of stuff in our yards, even though we pay for them. So I don't know if that would work out or not, but I thought about it because I was like, man, we might need to put some kind of a cover or something that we could cover them up with if need be. But you're talking, we're going to have at least 3 garden beds because I'm going to have, well, there's raised and then, when they say raised, meaning like it can be on the ground but raised up on the sides, or they have the kind that are actually all the way where the bottom is open and then you have the top part that's the garden, so you're like standing at it. And so with watermelon, they're heavy and they take up a lot of space, so we're going to do that on ground with the raised bed around it, and then probably for the potatoes and sweet potatoes, and then the smaller type veggies and stuff that don't get too crazy we'll put in the higher up ones. So we got all the pallet wood we've collected from all over, and I know he's got some more he's gonna have to get to finish them all, but we got a good start trying to use supplies that don't cost anything for now. It's not much of an investment growing gardening. Like, I got like this little grow to get the seeds started. It's like there's like 6 different, well, 5 or 6 little individual dome things, and they have like, the little slots for all your seeds to start growing. So you fill those all up and get them all planted, and then there's a top that goes on it, and then they have little grow lights that go over it because they're kind of like taking place of there not being enough light in here. And I figure by the time all the seedlings are ready, and starting to bloom, then it should be warm enough outside to plant them out there. So I'm just basically starting them inside, and then they'll get transferred to outdoor bed. And then of course I'm doing all my, uh, what do you call experimental fruits and veggies, which are all obviously starting in here. So, because it says that the ground needs to be, the temperature outside needs to stay at, not much less than 60 degrees, 20, around the clock. At that point, that's no more frosts, no more, possibilities of too cold of weather. And then that's when it's safe to put them out. So looking forward to that. But it'll be fun to do like I told Bigfoot, it's our first time. We're first time gardeners. We've done a lot of first things together as a couple, even though we're a little different in age. It's kind of funny. So I thought here's another adventure for us. We can, oh, we'll get this garden stuff going. Teach ourselves how to grow our own food. I mean, what better thing to know how to do, right? It has to do with survival. Ouch. And this will be about the time we used to get up and go over to the newspaper and pick up our papers, get them all wrapped and ready for the day, and then throw them in the car and head off to delivery. We'd go to bed earlier in the evening and get in some good sleep and then get up and take off and go do that. I did that for a little while years ago. Um, Me and my husband did together just to kind of like make a little extra cash, but you're running your vehicle to death. You're opening and shutting your doors over and over and over, day in and day out. It's a lot on a vehicle. I mean, if you had a golf cart, it'd be perfect if your route wasn't too big because it's open. And that way you can jump in and out without opening and shutting the door and you have your papers in the back. But yeah, that'd be ideal, but um, it'd still take a little bit of time. But we did a whole lot of, you know, running. He'd go one direction, I'd go the other. We'd pull up on a street and we'd do as many houses as we could without having to get back in the car and move it, so we'd take so many papers and go down our truck because he'd be on one side of the road and I'd be on the other. It's just meet back in the middle, right? Oh my goodness. Ouch. Things keep falling, y'all. There are no bad areas that are dangerous to drive in. Really? That's good. I know, like San Francisco, when I was visiting my brother out in California a couple of years ago, it was wild. I mean, we were up in the northern part, an hour from San Francisco, from the Golden Gate Bridge. He lived up more north, and but yeah, I didn't know that. I just assumed it was kind of crazy in all the big cities there. It's definitely a whole different ball game out there. That's for sure. I don't remember who else in our time to make some grilled cheese. Ooh, that sounds good. You're not that far off the same time change as me, aren't you? So you'd be 2 hours behind me, right, Mary Jane? So would it be 12:45 for you then? It's 3:45. Oh, okay. You're on the other side of me on the time zone. Okay. Ahead. Okay. Yeah, I know. See, I know. I don't know what the deal is, but I like totally know like the 6 hour time difference between here and in England. There's like I've got that down. Like for years, I've like just had that one that like I learned the time change difference there and figured it out. And I know like me and Becca are in the same time zone, and then the other two girls are in the same time zone. And all of us live like north and south of each other. It's really wild how they're set up here, how the time zones are separated here. But yeah. So you're like in Leanie's time zone, basically, Mary Jane. Oh, I freaking love tomato and grilled cheese. We have that for dinner quite often around here at times, especially when it's just something simple and easy to make. I mean, I'm not all about making big old dinners all the time, you know. I like the simple things still. Those things that you remember from when you were a kid, those are nice things to eat, right? Brings you back to simpler times. It's really not that cold out. It just feels like it because when the sun goes away, you know, all the night things come out to play. There's so many beautiful places in the world, though. And sometimes when I'm watching different like channels on YouTube or different, you know, programs showing, untouched places on Earth, and they just have so many different things, and you're just looking at these places thinking, oh, they're so gorgeous, but some of them are so hard to get to that it'd be hard to enjoy them like visually because you'd have to hike for a long time on some of the places to get to the special spots, you know. I don't know, it's kind of scary if you think about it. You know, you go out looking for things, just make sure you stay on the trails always, they say, so that if you get lost or something happens, they can find you easier. In an ideal world, that'd be great. Obviously, a lot of people wander off of the main routes, but me, no, I'd be sticking to them so that I had a better chance of being retrieved if I couldn't get back somewhere. It'd be scary to be just stuck out there, imagine in the dark all by yourself, not knowing what's out there. But, but everything out there's hungry, right? So let's see. So we've got San Diego has lots of oops, what did I just do? I don't know. Push the button. I'll send you a pic. There are the law abiding population and immigrants. There's some amazing people, that's for sure. It's unfortunate, like in a lot of things in life, that there's so many rules to everything, and then outside of that, the rest of it is a lot of good people. Things get ruined for good people because bad people make bad choices, you know, and it kind of like puts a stigma on people, and it's unfortunate that it does because you got to be able to like know the good from the bad, which is obviously most of the time quite obvious, but there are those silent people who surprise you. Good morning, Maria. How are you? The other day, and I wanted to, now that a couple of y'all from England are here, I wanted to say, and I told this to Maggie, I said, I really appreciate your country. What I saw on YouTube the other night on the news, where they showed all the British people coming out and sticking up for Trump and Elon, and just the fact that we've all been allies for years, our governments, and you know, I felt like it was really respectful and appropriate, and just it just really shows, like, that we all are the same. We may live in different countries, but we all have the same everything, we all have the same needs. We all, want to love and support each other. And I just think the unitedness of the people that are wanting the changes to be positive, that are becoming positive, is really like it just speaks a lot to what we can accomplish as human beings when we play together and we don't fight. And we realize that at the end of the day, we're all still, people, and we all still have good and bad days, and we all have made good and bad choices, and but at the end of the day, we're all still people, and everybody deserves to be treated fairly. So that's kind of where I'm coming from with all that. But I was just like, what? Because I mean, all we've been seeing lately here is protests and just all this drama. And it was so nice and refreshing to see people happy and supportive, and like, rooting on the positivity that is trying to take place here. So that was awesome. So I just wanted to just yeah. I'm not sure if you guys are aware of it or seen the gatherings and stuff, but I thought it was amazing. Ouch. It's not so nice in the UK with our prime minister. He hates British people. Well, that's no good. Well, look at our previous president. He hated us too. And it ain't no good when they don't care for their people, because nothing good comes out of that. I totally understand. You know, if you ain't trying to save the world, go save yourself then, right? That's what a lot of them do, though. A lot of, especially over here, the politicians and stuff. It's phenomenal. The stuff that is going on is. I don't think people. I mean, I think people are shocked, but I don't think we're as shocked as we could be, because I think deep down, a lot of us knew for a long time that there was a lot of stuff going on that shouldn't have been, and there was a lot of mishandling of money, and but it's sad when people realize that, you know the whole United States is working, and all the tax money that's supposed to be being used for the good of the people, a lot of it's been being mismanaged for such a long time, and nobody's ever been willing to look into it. And well, once you start, I don't know, once you start pulling the shade off of things, the light comes out, don't it? The light gets in. So a lot of discoveries about a lot of things. That's for sure. But I feel like I wasn't completely 100% shocked. I was surprised, but not shocked, because I think deep down, a lot of us already knew a long time ago that there was a lot of stuff going on. I mean, to the extent, no, we didn't know, but you just know, you knew that there's something wasn't quite right with any of it. I mean, if everybody's paying their taxes and money's being managed right, then there wouldn't be a huge deficit, would there? So there's the answer. That's how we know. Ouch. Right. I know, right? Well, that's what they're talking about, but I don't know if that's going to get accomplished or not. It's hard to know. Like, um, do I think people should, you know, gather together and support each other against bad stuff? Yeah, for sure, like 100%. I don't know about adding, you know, somebody to be a state. If I mean, they've got it all figured out, and they know what like works and doesn't work, or what's in the best interest. I don't know. I just know that they're like right above us, and we're like basically almost connected. So it would make sense for them to become a state if that's the way it works out. Ow. The heat finally decided to turn on. It must have got chilly enough in here finally. Temperature when it like doesn't get too crazy cold at night. The daytime temperature in the house it usually can maintain pretty good through the night before the furnace will pop on to keep it, at a certain temperature. But it's been just oh my goodness. Greenland might be a real issue and may my guess is Putin wants it, so he told Trump go get it. Yeah, I know. I'm not sure how that one's gonna play out either. Um, what I never could understand is why everybody that has a country, right? Why can't everybody just have what they have and it's the way it is and it doesn't have to be that, we need to, I don't know, rally around something or it's gonna make a difference military wise if we get another country like attached to ours or become part of that. I don't know, like in the long run, who that how beneficial it is and how not beneficial it is. I guess I'd have to, do more research on it, but I don't know. I mean, it's nothing that I know of that's ever been brought up before, but it could have been in years past in other, situations. I don't know. But I mean, I feel like if nobody's trying to go to war, then why are we trying to scramble around to get like certain things lined up? Like who's going to invade this, land here? Jeez, totally unnecessary. Uh, we just call it a truce and everybody stop fighting and just build, your countries and look out for your people and everybody just kind of do what they used to do back in the day when everything seemed a lot more peaceful. Now everybody's trying, you know, be more powerful than the next one. And yeah, when you start getting into power struggles, shit don't go right. It's just, yeah, history. Now the dog's snoring. I think she got it from sleeping by her dad for all these years. She didn't pick up his snoring. He'll stop for a little bit and the dog starts up. I think she knows I'm talking what she's doing because she made a funny noise. I think when it comes down to it, I thought people could be light sleepers, but I guarantee you that dogs are like the lightest ones of all because they can look like they're, dead to the world, having a wonderful dream, and you say something or sudden movement or something, they jump up like boom. It's like whoa, goodness gracious. Right? Yeah, they do. What I don't understand is when there's grown adults out and about acting a fool and doing destructive stuff, how did they suppose that is, I don't know what, being a role model for the younger generations or the young groups out there seeing grown adults, their mother and grandparents' ages doing just com- just insanity. I would be so ashamed to ever do anything like that. And knowing your family can, see that and people see you out doing that, being behaved that way. I can't even fathom anybody would want to be part of anything like that. But I guess hopefully they'll pay attention to those of us who are trying to do things the right way so they don't. I mean, God knows they're, struggling to be steered in the right way as it is nowadays with everything so chaotic. It's hard enough to keep young people in line and, get them through the process of growing up without any, major things happening. And then you got the world falling apart around you, and it's like, okay, this isn't helping. You know what I mean? Like, I think about my adult kids and the grandbabies, and that they're raising their kids in such a different time than when I raised them, and it's just so like crazy to think about that. It's just, I don't know. Things that you have to worry about nowadays, they weren't on our plate back then, back in the day, they just weren't on our plate at that time. And was life easier and less stressful? Oh yeah, for sure. And that's why, because there wasn't so much on everybody's plate. Winter payments to the elderly and cut 5 billion from disability benefits and force people into poverty. That's awful. See, now your country's sending money to Ukraine as well to fight a war that has nothing to do with any of our countries at all. Like, see, that's the thing I have a hard time understanding is if you don't help people fight wars, they won't be able to fight them. Now, they might not be able to, like, I think it's all about them being able to save their country from others attacking them because they're too poor to afford, like, like equipment and things like that, that, a bigger country would have more of that. I think we have troops in Ukraine. I just don't think that it's necessary. I've always stood by the fact that I believe that, I mean, I know there's some things that are necessary because of all of the trades and the things that, we all get from each other, that, we all don't have the same kinds of, you know, stuff to offer. So that's why you have trade with other countries and we get other goods and stuff. But at the same time, like, how would things look if everybody was self-sufficient in each country, and each country just went about life with their people, um and no interference, and everybody just stayed out of everything, and the peace, it would just be nice to have the peace and everybody just call a truce, be done with it. And there's too many lives been lost for people getting mad at each other and then using their people to fight their battles, and I just don't like that part of it. And you know, it's just no good. But yeah, it's sad to think that the people that control things that have to do with the outcomes of other people's lives literally can't be trusted, or are out for themselves, and it's sad. It really is. It's um but to be honest with you, I remember when people used, the big thing was coming to America, right? And it's great and it's wonderful, but it's not like that anymore. It just doesn't. It's not like it once was. And because of that, I say, well, I don't know how much easier it would be for people here right now, especially with all the disruption going on to to be better here than anywhere else at this point. I don't know. They have a lot of stuff to figure out here. That's for sure. A whole lot of messed up stuff going on. It's like, wow. Just when you think things might come around, and there's more stuff. Ow. Oh, wow. Right. Mary Jane's like, oh, wow. Right. I agree. That's the glorious thing about it, those the choices and the decisions that the options that people have to decide upon. And there was once a time when those decisions and those opinions of yours were all your own to have, and there was no big interference or opinions about your opinions. But the world has come to a full circle of complete chaos to where every thing seems to be something, right? It is an ugly business, and it's really sad. And I feel I feel for all the families that lose their sons and daughters in these battles, because if everybody just stopped being stubborn and come to some sort of a fair conclusion of agreements on things, there'd be a lot of lives saved, a lot of lives that wouldn't have been lost, you know. Ouch. Exactly. I'll be right back, everybody. Hold on for a few minutes. I'll be right. Right. Oh, definitely different temperatures in every part of the house. It's very interesting. It's a little chilly right here, warmer in one spot. I think my favorite spot in the house, especially in the dead of winter when it's freezing, is our other bathroom on the other side of the house, the smaller one, because you shut the door in there, and because it's a small space, it's like a little mini sauna, keeps you warm. I was worried my lemons and my carrots were gonna get too cold, so I had them in that bathroom on the counter the other night to keep them warm. Oh my goodness, I'm silly. You can't have cold lemons. All the windows open. All he goes, all two of them. Oh my goodness, y'all. It's a hard game. Yeah, it is, and I've never completely caught on to it. I mean, I get the basics of it, but yeah. Um, I don't know. Sometimes you think you're doing good on that game, and then someone gets you. Obviously, if you're not completely focused, you're gonna get gotten. My word is that. Uh, can you believe it? Back to hornet hunting later. Laugh out loud. Oh, that wouldn't be good. Yeah, I know, right? You always wonder about animals that think like certain things that they decide to, obviously enjoy as a meal, whether it's a good thing or not, right? Oh, Mary Jane Doe, we got another birthday coming up. Yeah. Well, my birthday's in the middle of summer, so I've never had a snowy birthday, but I think I like having a summer birthday. It's just good. Gives you a lot of options, things to go do, like for parties or celebrations or whatever, you know. I always felt bad for people who had like birthdays close to holidays because it's like, I don't know, you're trying to celebrate so many different things at once, right? Okay. Focus and return. Now I wish I had more coffee, y'all. I don't really feel like making a whole pot of it though, like because then like, eventually it shuts off and it stays warm for a while, it shuts off, and then after it shuts off, it's um you gotta heat it back up then when you want some later. Goodness. I wonder what's going on here with this thing. Uh-oh. No, oh, okay. I was trying to figure out what this putting the slot on this thing, and I need a toothpick. Toothpicks are really handy. More than just getting food out from between your teeth. They're very because they're small and skinny, like, and you can really clean things out with them or get a hold of something that's stuck. So I always find them to be handy for multiple things. Okay, that problem is fixed. Fix this one. Yeah, I kind of miss I don't have my little, um, you know, one serving, make a quick cup of coffee thing set up right now. We ended up, especially with winter, hubby home from work for a while. We needed the full coffee pot going on. But I do miss that. It was doing something weird on me right before I put it away. It was like I'd fill it up, turn it on, and it's like the water wasn't processing through, and it was taking a really, really long time to make a single cup. And I was like, okay, what's going on with this thing? And I still haven't figured it out. But my husband was going to try to open it up, figure out if he could see what, if there was an issue or something clogged or, just whatever. Um, and so we just haven't done that yet, but it definitely needs to be done at some point because I miss my iCoffee machine. Now I'm made to make whole pots of coffee. So my coffee I go through it a lot faster now than I did when I was just making one serving at a time. Not sure where now. What are you? How old am I? Hold on a minute. I am 54. And you said you want to look younger. Yeah, 54. It's so funny when you get to a certain age and you think, gosh, I never thought I'd be saying those numbers. Oh, man. Right. Yeah, I know. I don't really look my age, which I always thought was a good thing, but um, I try. But yeah, a lot of people, it's really hard for people to guess my age if they don't know at all. Most of the times, I remember over the years, as you get older, you have a birthday, go celebrate, and you like, ask somebody that don't know you, like, and they find out it's your birthday, and then they're like, no, there's no way you're that old. And it's like, well, that really isn't that old, but it is old. Excuse me. I came out of no doubt on where. And now, see if I take my sweater off, I'll get cold. But right now, I'm starting to feel a little warm. It's just because most of the time I don't wear a lot of long sleeve stuff. I wear comfy short sleeve shirts, comfortable stuff when you're working on stuff. And I don't like the heat turned off. So I opened the window a little bit. I'm going to take this sweater back off because it just was a little bit much. I felt like it's definitely warm, but I'm no longer as cold as I once was. Just got to do the warm up thing and then go from there. Where is that? Okay. Trying to find it. Ew. I got this chapsticks when we were in Vegas. And because here it was cold, and so you got to constantly be putting stuff on your skin or your lips, whatever, to keep from getting so chapped. Even if you're just inside because of the dry heat. So I ended up getting 2 different kinds when I was out there. And, everything was fine because obviously it wasn't as cold out there. But I ended up with 2 sets of 2 different type chapstick, right? Instead of getting my normal, I would get like at the Dollar Generals here, they'll have like hemp or um shea butter, coconut, whatever, different ones. And they were great chapstick. They work great. But some of them are better at certain times of the year when, like you just need a little something, but then the dead of winter around here, I mean, your skin will get just tore up from the cold weather out here if you go out and you don't have, protection on your hands or anything. Like when we went out there, it probably was weird, but I remember my right hand was all tapped, my knuckles and all that from this cold weather. And I'm going to Vegas, with chapped hands, and it's just so weird. And by the time we left there, of course, that had, completely dissipated. But I'm always having to put lotion on them. And I have one hand that literally the knuckles on this hand, and this is my, the hand I write with, which makes it even more bizarre. Um, is always the one that I get the chapped on my knuckles. But my other hand will get them a little bit, but not much. It's just I've always thought that was strange. I'm like, okay, what is the deal here? One of them's more immune than the other one. I was trying to buy this special, deep healing. What is this called? Aquaphor. It's supposed to be super, healing to the skin. But yeah. So I've never been able to figure it out, but I have, one hand that just has a mind of its own and uh, must be super sensitive more than my other hand to the cold. I mean, obviously it's cold, but it's not like the dead of winter anymore like it was. And I was really hoping I'd see a little bit less of the dry, like put lotion on my hands all the time, but I don't know. This weather's just crazy. Yeah, that looks better. I mean, it definitely got a lot better when we got out in the warmer weather. I was like, oh, this is great. But nothing worse than like when your knuckles crack or whatever. And the fact that your skin, that it's like the wet, like it's so cold that it's gonna, like literally break your skin. It's kind of messed up when you think about it. I'm trying to figure out how to put this margarita in a cup or something to put it inside of the fridge. Um, hmm, I don't have a lot of like containers that you can put beverages in. I hate to put anything in my refrigerator that doesn't have a lid on it because you just never know when something's going to spill. And then the disaster, if you've all ever experienced it, something spilling in your refrigerator is not. Hmm. And it's so strong, the smell coming out of the glass, that if I stuck it in my refrigerator, the whole thing would smell like tequila the next day. I know it would. So, let's solve that problem. I'm gonna go this route. Get out. Lid is only a copy. It's one of the thermal ones you take with you. That's where this is going in. This thing is getting shut off. My refrigerator will not smell like that. It's like, no, if I get the lid on here. Okay, there we go. The pineapple was probably the most interesting thing I've ever seen them do. Cutting the top of that off, like like the top that has all the stalk on it, cut that down, and then off of the main part, and they trim the bottom, and then like probably the first couple rows of the leaves off of the top stalk, and then they just stick it right down, just like that, with the stalk up, down in the ground into a big tree planter type pot, and that will grow pineapple. It does take a while though for the first growth cycle if you do it that way, but then the first time you get a growth, which can take up to a couple of years sometimes, which is crazy here anyway. But why is my coffee pot making that noise? That was weird. But after, I guess the first time you produce a pineapple and you trim off certain parts of it, the second time you grow it, it will only take about a year. But I was like, out of all the fruits, that was the one that was like had the longest growth time. I was like, wow, that's crazy. When you think about it, like there's a lot to a pineapple compared to some of the other fruits out there. Sounds like I'm talking about a person and not a fruit. When you say older people look disappointed, okay, guess Max age. Well, it's not very easily considering the fact that I'm not super like familiar with him, so like I wouldn't even know what age to guess, but I'm gonna go. Any kind of hints as to like how I could at least get into a decade of knowing? uh okay, let me see what Mary said. What did she say? Um okay. Martin's 55, Maria's 47. So me and Martin are pretty much the same age. Okay, I'm gonna guess. I'm gonna say, oh boy. Wow. How about you give us like even the smallest clue so we can at least narrow it in a little bit? Like go between a decade. So between like 30 or 40 years old or 50 and 6, like give us at least that, and then we'll guess in between. You said 47, you should love mine. Just okay, Martin. 43. There you go. There's my guess. Hold on. Oh, you're 49. Okay, 55. Did you hear the video message? So from 40. Okay, no, I didn't. Sorry, y'all. I'm lost. I got stuck with messing with the coffee pot. Um, okay. Thank you. Let me guess then. Again, sorry. I'm gonna say 53. Did everyone hear the video? No. Okay. Y'all are confusing the hell out of me. That's what I was saying. What Yeah, that must be what happened. The Who's stoned? Me? Okay, well, here, I'm gonna pass it to you, Martin. Here you go. That's funny. I like literally started messing with the coffee pot, and then I saw everybody guessing ages, and I was like, wait a minute. I'm all lost. I'm like going real low in age. I'll pass you mine too. The worst thing about it is not knowing if you might suddenly cough and then trying to hit the mute button as quick as you can. It's like, woo, I almost got there. And all changes. I know, right? It's really dark in here. I just got rope lights on. The bright orange lights shining. Oops. Why do I keep bumping buttons and then it keeps doing weird stuff? I like. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that's true. Heck, I can't even turn my back around here and go in another room without something going on. The dogs, I mean, usually, like, if I go and I get busy, start working on a project or something, I'll come back through here, and little man, he'll be like, he'll get bored, in himself, and he'll be like trying to find something to get in trouble with. Oh, okay. And it has something to do with age. Is that what this, what the whole, or it was said there? Is that the whole thing? I thought we were just guessing, just free-wittingly. Am I able to play it? I don't think so. Well, I mean, I'm sure I could figure it out. Um, sorry, thought that was a little funny when I said that. I was like, wait a minute, can I really? I'm not on my laptop, so I'm not sure. Can you? That's something we never got around to figuring out. I mean, figuring out that next part of like sharing. Like, I know how to screen share if I'm on a video chat, but I haven't done anything like that on here. If I had my computer pulled up right now, then I could do that because I could be holding the phone and showing the computer. Well, voices can be deceiving as well, because the other day I heard like a male's voice, and later he said how his age, but his age didn't fit his voice when you thought of it in that context. So, I mean, unless yours does. Yeah, hold on a minute. I had put it in the very beginning, but you know how that goes. Oh wow, what did I just do? I don't know why I haven't been able to figure out how to pin this doggone thing. But it never wants to work. I figured out how to copy and paste it into the comments. Oh. Wow, that disappeared. It's so weird. I just had something sitting here and it just fell on the floor. Okay, there it is. I was like, okay, I definitely know that was just there. Oh wow, the wind's picking up, y'all. No more storms. We don't want no more storms. Hate storms. Especially because it prolongs like us getting things done that we've, you know what I mean? Like kind of like need to get wrapped up so we can get on to the next thing. There's been a lot of bad weather all up through the United States. And you know, like these storms that just like start on one side of the country and work them way all the way through. It's just like wow. I was watching all these programs last night about, you know, like historical tornadoes that we've had over the years and different, you know, just disasters and stuff. It's interesting to learn about things that, you know, you may not have heard of or you heard of them, but you're not sure, you know, like what all the details were behind the weather anomalies. Mm. A coffee is the done deal. I probably just drank burnt coffee because, like I said, I opened the microwave. It almost exploded. Okay. Oh, sorry. Let me get to my button here. Here we go. Here we go. Hi, hon. Sorry.
You can hear me now?
Yep.
Okay, cool. Okay. I was gonna play. Let me find the video on my phone. Get down. I have to play this video. Yep, I did. I got the recording. Can you hear Rose?
They're not typing. He is typing.
Yep.
I'm typing.
Okay.
This proves that this is him. Let's listen.
Hold on, let me slow it down. Shit.
Today's March 29th. This is a message for
That's funny.
Hello. Hey, this is Max Smith, aka Max Smith, or Maxter or Maxie. But you're not in that private club, so it's Max Smith to you. So this is just to confirm that Max Smith is not Team Rose, or Maria, or Lionel, or PCT, or MK Ultra.
Okay, so the person talking right now is Max.
Yeah.
You think I am. Don't know where that comes from. Don't really care. But you do you. I met Rose through her YouTube channel a couple years ago. She happens to remind me of a neighbor of mine who I was good friends with for many years. And so that's the genesis of the Max Smith and the Team Rose world, period. Nothing more. We share laughs online.
Okay, is that enough?
Yeah, I think so. Different, you know, just
Shit. Okay, I'm gonna leave.
okay.
I don't know what the hell I'm doing. God.
Do you want me to help? Okay, final guesses. I kind of liked the first number I threw out there when I said 43. What did I say? I said 43 and then I said 53. So I jumped 10 years. So, um, hmm, yeah, makes okay. There you go. I didn't know if you needed my help. We're in the void. In the void. That is so weird. I thought I had my background changed. What do you guys see for a background? Because I noticed something one day that if you don't have that set when you first go on, it won't like show it on my side. But when I went out of my channel one time and looked on YouTube, it was actually what I wanted the setting to be. So I was just like, whatever. It's black. See now? I thought I had this set. Doggone it. Let me figure this out. Yeah, now see on here, I've got the background blue ocean. Why won't it put any of it up there? It's so weird. Like, I don't get it. Hmm. Yeah, I have no clue. But I did, but that's what I tried to put up there was like this background, the banner's the thing along the bottom, and that's why I was like down on this stuff and I was like, wait a minute, why doesn't this work? I have no clue. That is weird. I mean, I definitely didn't have my colors set that way for the back, so I don't understand. I don't like that black in the back like that. That's weird. Um, I'm looking through here to see if there's um yeah, presets. Okay. Mm, the banners are for those. Overlay. So the overlay, that's the back, right? Behind. Um, hmm. I'm gonna have to tinker with it again. I don't know. It annoys me that some of these buttons are so weird. Oh wow. So my second guess was closer. Ah. So none of us were all that close. Is when okay, I see. So when used to say the black void, I wasn't like exaggerating. It is like a black void. But I remember times when I thought that I had background up there during the time I was live. I mean, a little bit ago there was something up there. I don't know what's going on. Wow. Still 11 years out though. Don't drink, smoke, keep in shape. That's good. I'm trying to quit smoking myself as I get ready to let it sit. I don't know. It's not horribly hard. It's doable, right? Well, if people see me with my older daughters, they literally think we're all sisters. They have no clue that I'm the mother of them. Raider, what up? What up? Now, see, he would have been able to guess, and he probably would have got it right. I bet. You never know. Anybody want to come up here and help me fill the black void? Oh my goodness. Cupcake sounds good right now. Sorry. It just kind of does. I don't know. Yeah, I do believe that our heritage has a lot to do with aging and stuff like and how, obviously what we do to ourselves makes a huge difference, but you know what I mean? Like, mm, okay, here we go.
What's going
Hello,
on?
everyone.
I'm going to see if I can do the background for you.
Okay, I see, but what I don't understand is what the hell's going on with my
You're
volume.
using the overlay.
It's not very loud.
It's the overlay you was using. Hold on. Just bear with me. I'm going to look through it.
I have this happened one other time, and I was like, I can't hear anything very good, and I couldn't understand what it.
Can you see it now? Can you see a background?
There's something there. I can see the background.
Yeah.
It's there.
So do I need? How do I fix the sound? I can barely hear you guys. That's so weird.
Do
I check y'all's sound on your each individual one, right?
But you can add that logo is the background, so you can add.
I had it on automatic.
I don't think it does it I don't think it does that automatically.
Maybe that's the wrong thing to have it on.
I know. Is that?
Can you hear? Okay.
Do you want me to add? I can add a background. It's in brand 1 under media assets.
Okay.
And then under. Oh no, sorry, I'm lying. Under background, you can add your background because you've got the cruise ship on there at the moment, which we've got on now. So then in media assets, you can add your background. So you can take one of them. All right, Martin.
Right there.
Right there.
But you guys can hear okay? Because I can't hear you guys hardly. I mean, I can, but I can't.
It's a little bit crackly.
I can hear you.
It's just a little bit cracky. I had the heater on behind me. Sorry.
Because I shouldn't have my volume all the way full blast on my phone and not be able to hardly hear you guys. It's quite weird.
Something wrong with the sound there then. Yeah.
Yeah. I just don't hear you guys clearly. Like,
here,
let me go out and come back in. Let me see if I can't fix my damn self.
I'll turn mine down a bit. I know mine's not. Mine doesn't want to turn down. Oh.
Okay.
Right, that sounds better. I believe.
I went into the individual. You know how they have this.
That's better. So if you want any more bounds, you can either put them on or you can add them with the background if you wanted to put something else as the background.
Yeah, I need to add some stuff in there. I've got some really cool pictures I can put in.
Yeah, just add, because you've only got one in background, and that's the one you've got now. That's the only one you've got as background in your StreamYard. So yeah, you can add a lot more onto that one. So then you can change the backgrounds over. And that's it, because you've got a few in overlay, and you've got loop, you've got videos on here.
I fixed it. I know what the hell was wrong. It was on echo cancellation, but it was freaking completely taking all the sound out. I felt like I was like it, like trying to listen out a window with the wind blowing. It was what. Now everything sounds normal. All right, let me turn myself down. Now I'm gonna blow everybody's eardrums out. Okay, here we go. That's like, oh my god! I was like, why is this like that? Irritating.
Oh,
I didn't run my
what?
damn foot over with my own damn chair.
Oh, I you know what?
Just
I got
never,
one everywhere.
never
I'm in the
put
shed right and I keep
fast
walking
wheels
into a
on your.
bike.
I think I put the kind of wheels on your office chair that are meant to be like on other things. And
On an
it
electric
does,
scooter.
yeah, it goes. It, it almost leaves without you.
Oh, I'm always doing stuff. It's a nightmare. I'm always tripping over or walking into stuff. I hurt my shin. I walked into my son's bike pedal and it's one of those sharp ones.
Oh man, no way.
Oh, it was spiky. And it really hurt.
Ouch.
I've still got the like scabs on it.
Mm,
So yeah,
no.
the more
Couple
I
weeks,
try, the worse I get.
right? Well, the more I try to avoid getting hurt, the more I get hurt.
Exactly, I know. You can't win either way. I do it whether I try and concentrate or not.
I'm telling you.
Accident prone. That's what I am, accident prone, I think.
I've got to figure out who I'm going to get to go on this international trip with me one of these days because I'm not flying that far by myself.
Where you
Okay,
where
well,
you
if you,
gonna go? Where are you
When I
going
come
to?
over to England,
Well, I'm here.
right? But I don't want to fly by myself.
Oh right, I know. Oh right,
See what I
flyby.
mean? I
Yeah,
need to
yeah.
get like a partner in crime to go with me.
Who have you got? Anyone in mind or not yet? Or who would
No,
go?
I
Family,
yeah, I
daughter.
don't know. Probably like I don't know. That's an interesting question. Yeah, there's a lot of people in the family that could go, but right now they're all fighting over who's going on the next cruise with me. So I don't know how that's going to
Oh
work out.
my! Toss a coin.
Because
Rock paper
unfortunately,
scissors.
yeah, too many of the family members were around when they knew that I was getting like that. Like saw the paper on the
Well,
table
you
that
don't
said I
pick
want to.
any. You see, just either toss a coin or you do rock paper scissors and then deal with who wins. Deal with
Right.
it and then do it again and the next time.
Well, I said, well, here's the thing. I said, I can only take one guest, but you guys can still go on the same cruise. You just have to get your own tickets. Like, you know what I mean? Like, wouldn't be like winning it like through the casino. It would be like you would be bringing extra people.
Well,
So I
yeah.
said I would inquire on what kind of discounts they would have if you brought more people than just the two that are on, the free part of it.
Yeah, yeah. My son's been offered to go to Yorkshire in our country. He said it cost. He said he got a flight cheaper to Turkey than to travel to in our country just to get to the other side.
Are you kidding?
No, he said, "Mum, it was cheaper just to get the flight to Turkey." And
The
it cost
cheapest
the
ticket
same.
that I have tracked yet today to come over there is if I drive from here to Chicago. If I fly out of Chicago, it's 8-hour flight from Chicago, and $646 was the cheapest flight I've ever found.
Okay, well, I
Now,
mean, I'm not really good. I have no clue on what prices are for
right?
flights. I wouldn't have a clue.
But normally an international flight's double that amount. You're talking 1,000 or more, usually. But if you go in the off season when not everybody else is going, then they have half price flights.
I booked a business flight before because I was only going for 5 days. So I had a business flight, which is great because you can drink as much as you want. Obviously, I was a drink then. I got drunk on Bacardi. Oh my God, I didn't realise how much I drank. I had a banging headache getting off that plane. Oh, it was horrible. I didn't
Yeah,
have
and they
one
still
drink on the way back.
don't you doesn't it hit you a little different when you're at that high of
Yes.
elevation too, I've heard.
My ears were killing me, right? I couldn't hear a word anyone saying to me because my ears were going, ee, right? I I had a headache and I thought, oh no, I didn't know if it's because I was drunk, but I knew because we were circling because I was going to Cyprus, but we kept circling. It seemed like ages. We were circling to wait to land, and I
Right.
said, my ears are going. I felt like my ears were going to explode. And I'm sure it probably was the drink. So yeah, I didn't drink again on the way back. Oh no, I learnt my lesson. I ruined the first night in Cyprus. Totally. Good old me. I know how to come in and spoil everyone's night.
That's one thing I've never done. I was just thinking about it the other day when all the times we've been to Vegas, I've never actually got drunk there.
Really? God.
Got a little buzz, but
I mean,
not
I don't
like.
drink more, but
I think it's probably because I'm not. It's not. I'm not at home, and there's a lot of people I don't know everywhere, and I'm trying to pay attention. I think it's probably why. But I mean, I'm definitely buzzed just on something else.
Oh, I love to go on holiday now, just to get away for a little while. Oh, it'd be lovely.
I know earlier I was reminiscing that I was on a cruise ship floating on the ocean.
See, that could be just your place to go to. Like I said, we can imagine going anywhere. I've been everywhere in my head. I've been everywhere. Just not in real life.
Right.
So yeah, I've only been to Cyprus and Spain. It's only 2 places I've been. So
I was almost scared we were. What was that?
I said Cyprus was weird because I stayed on the army camp base there, and like my boyfriend at the time, he wasn't allowed to walk on the certain side of the road. They weren't allowed to walk on. They had to stay on their side of the road. It was really weird. It's something to do with the army. He was military police, but they weren't allowed to cross the road. I still don't understand why. He did say, but I can't remember.
It's because it's half Turkish and half Greek, and you're not allowed to go into Turkey.
Yeah, he did try to explain it to me, but I'm not always the best person to explain to.
There's a great big wall dividing it in half.
That's why then. Yeah, because it's really weird because I had to go into the souvenir shops on my own because he weren't allowed to cross the road. It was really weird. Yeah. Absolutely. it was it was a good experience because I've never been on an army base before, but they're like proper houses. It's just like you've got loads of field around you though. I mean, there's not a lot to do on there. I wouldn't say there's a lot to do on the army base, but
there's a base in my city as well.
I
said there's a base in my city as well.
Oh, is there? We had
I know
we had we had barracks in Chichester, the Chichester barracks, because that's where I first met him. Because he was at the Chichester barracks when I first met him, and then he got sent to Cyprus. But no, it didn't. It was good while it lasted. That's all I can say. It was all right. An experience, and I enjoyed it. So I was well proud I was going out of the military police. I thought, oh yeah, look at me. I could be a Mrs. MP here. Oh no, you don't want to hang about the likes of me. They wouldn't have worked. Oh God. I think things were strict. Things were strict. I don't think now they keep saying everyone has this free speech, right? But I don't see it. I don't see it. I don't know. Why is everyone saying we've got free speech when they obviously don't like anything anyone says?
Well, the media does, but we don't.
Well, I thought it was for everyone, but I obviously got that wrong.
Right.
I was like, all right then, not for us then.
Well, it depends on what you say nowadays. If you say the right thing, you might have freedom of speech. You say the wrong thing, you might be shunned.
if it fits in with everyone, it's freedom of speech. If it doesn't, what are you chatting about? You're not allowed to say that. You ain't got no freedom of speech, pal. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's the same rules apply to everyone, but people are
Right.
just like making the rules up as they go along. I think that's what it seems
I
like.
really think so
I
too.
think
Yeah.
it's crazy in the UK a school banned Easter. Do you know what I mean? Like, why would you do?
Well,
They banned nativity. I thought it was bad enough getting rid of the Christmas nativity plays, because that's what it was all about at Christmas in school, was the Mary and Joseph, and then they
right.
turned it into something apparently funky. No, it's not funky. I didn't understand a word of it. God, why get rid of it? Just keep it as it is. That's what our country is. But we got hundreds and hundreds of people coming over, but they're celebrating their faith in school.
Right. Right.
And a child, right, a toddler, got discriminated, right, because they wouldn't play with a black doll. Because they called the child racist because they didn't want to play with the black doll. She wanted to play with the
Because it
white doll.
wasn't familiar with the child, but that doesn't mean anything. It's a child.
The child wouldn't know. But that's just it.
Right.
It was just the child's preference of play.
Right.
The child didn't know that. How would a child know by saying she wants to play with the white doll? She's just telling you what colour it is that she wants. It's the same as she said, I want to play with the black doll. Does that make her racist against white? And the answer would be no.
Right.
Apparently there's no such thing as racism to white people, but there is. Because
Yeah.
I've got black people going, right, yeah, well, these white privileged people, but we talk about black people like that. You're a racist. But now, if a white person or even a child, by the looks of it, says something and they think's racist, they excluded this toddler from the school. True
That's
story. Because they said she was racist, a toddler. Can you believe it? It's crazy. And that's over here. I'm ashamed of this country, to be honest with you, with our Prime Minister. Do you know what he said, right? I don't know if you saw it, Martin. He did a thing, right? If we don't like it, the door is open. We can always leave. That's what our Prime Minister told us. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. He said that, Martin. I watched it loads of times because I couldn't quite believe he said it. If you don't like our changes, the door is open. You are welcome to leave. That's his exact words.
Oh
Wow.
my word. People are getting really stilty,
Happy
aren't
with
they?
me to drag this bloke out of Parliament.
Well, if he'll pay for me to move somewhere, then I will leave. How's that?
Exactly. How
Well,
How are we going to afford that? Like
y'all,
thousands of pounds, you know?
so does he think everyone's as rich as him, and if we don't want to be here no more, so we're going to just leave and pay?
why would
We
somebody
can't
leave
even
their own
pay for
country
our
because somebody
living.
doesn't? That just makes no sense.
What
Why
a
don't he
twat!
leave?
What a
Why
twat!
don't he
What?
leave? Tell him to leave.
I can't. Do you know what? I was so angry when I heard those words. I had to watch it a few times just to get more angry with him. But just to say, the door's open and you can leave. I'm thinking, you
Yeah, like what
bloody
door? There is no
you
door, fella,
twat.
but you got one.
Yeah, I say, yeah, the doors are open. You're letting everyone in, and now
Right.
you're telling us we can leave. Oh, I want to throw
Wow.
him out. I want to throw him in the sea.
I'm blown away by how much is happening everywhere.
It's happening
Everywhere. Like, it isn't even just remember back in the day, you'd be like, oh my God, look at all that shit that's going on over in that country. And now it's all going on over here all the time, everywhere.
It's
Every single day, there's somebody getting killed, somebody getting
our
arrested,
government,
somebody
right?
blowing something up, somebody's plane's crashing. I'm like, what in the
Yeah, but now what we've got, right? They're now decided to build millions of homes, right? To put the refugees in that are in the hotels to save on the hotel costs, right? So we're going to house them all. So what? So no one else is going to get in then? What are they
right?
thinking? They want to
Well,
build
there's not
houses
even
for their
places for the people that
immigrants.
live. Yeah,
There's
right.
homeless people here that haven't got a home. So you get people that illegally enter into the UK. They put up in hotels. Now they're getting houses built for them.
I didn't know
And
they
be
were
fair,
doing that over there as much too. Jeez.
to be fair, I've met a lot of homeless people and they get housed all the time. Some of them just
I mean,
some
I
of
know
them
a
lose
lot
the
of people,
house
it's
again
different
when they
circumstances.
got housed. Yeah.
I've known people that have been so used to
Sound
being
cut.
homeless. That's the
Yeah.
only way to know. Is that like that, isn't it? And they
Yeah.
don't know how to survive
Yeah.
in a house
That's
because they're
right.
used
Yeah.
to surviving
I've
outside.
visited one, like she had a house full of stuff that she was hoarding because she was so used to like pinching things when she was homeless, she couldn't stop doing it. She just
Yeah,
carried on doing it and had a flat just full of
it
stolen
is
goods.
sad. It's really sad. I don't think the illegal. There's no way those illegal immigrants should get a house.
Mm-mm.
Absolutely not. There's people that are in
Well,
bed. There's people that need houses though. You know that. Oh, look at all the people that are in these like homes for like mothers and babies are waiting for houses. There's plenty
and
of
so
people.
really, technically, those should be offered to the people of that
Yeah,
country that have been citizens. If you're not
there's
willing to
not
take your people of
loads.
your own country off the street, why are you willing to house people from somewhere else?
Yeah,
And
because
then
I know
put
there's.
your
Yeah,
and
as a
still your
priority.
people are out on the street.
See, there's loads of people waiting for a house because they're in like unsecured lodgings. Do you know what I mean? Because mother and baby places are just like temporary until you get out your own house. We have a
Right.
place called House. It nurses all the single mums. They stay there until they get housed, and that's everyone's waiting for a house. So when they said they're building houses to reduce the hotel costs that they pay out for the legal immigrants and put them in a house. But then what? So that's gonna. So what? But then you. So that. So you're telling me you're going to house them all? What? And so none of them ever going to come in the country again and get put in a hotel?
So you guys have different laws on
Yeah,
immigration then?
yeah. They come in on boats and we put them in hotels.
Oh my
How do you work
goodness.
that out? They're raping all the girls. They're horrible. They're not very nice people. They're
Mm-mm.
mostly men. They're not families. These are men coming in. They're
Right, right.
on their boats and they get put into a refuge thing, and then they get put into a hotel. They get money, and after 5 years, they can claim all the benefits we do, and that includes the NHS and everything. It's wrong, and they wonder why our country's under a burden, and they're taking it from us, the English people. They're taking everyone's money to pay for the illegal immigrants. We're sending billions to Ukraine, and they're cutting all the benefits for their own people.
Yeah, I don't
But
know what's going on. I don't get it at all. I don't know
crazy.
why it's been going on. It's like none of it makes sense.
It's crazy. It really is. I mean, there's no morals anymore.
Why
You
why
know,
give money to people to so they can kill other people? I don't see how that
they've
makes
had loads of
anything work.
money. Just think how many countries send out money to them.
It's
I
a
and
lot.
I reckon they're all rich behind the scenes because I reckon they pocket half that money.
Mm-hmm.
So don't tell me they don't, because I'm sure they do. Because I don't see, with all the money that's being done, look at all the years we support Africa. With it, you know, we had Band-Aid, we did everything for Africa. You know, millions go to there. How come they're still a third world country after all these years of being donating?
Yeah, right.
Doesn't make sense. They money to build water wells, money to get, you know, like contraception to them, all these sort, you know, to help. I mean, I don't mind helping people in third world countries when there's no war, but when there's war going on, it's the people that are doing it that need to stop.
Right.
You know,
Exactly.
it's crazy. They're just, I hate it, to be honest with you. They're not actually achieving anything. They're just destroying the planet with their bombs and their, you know, all of these people are ruining our planet, and ruining
Right.
us.
And they're making it so all these people have nowhere to live, and then everybody's trying to get out and go somewhere where they, everybody's fleeing from everywhere because they're blowing everything up. It's
I
like,
don't
what
go
the
out.
hell?
I stay in my house. I don't even go out because you go downtown. It's just like right by the railway station. There's loads of Polish people. It's mainly Polish and Romanian, I think, here. But they all gather and they all just sit there drinking. It's really, a lot of girls feel uncomfortable walking past, and they hang about in certain areas and they just stare at you. And I hate walking through town.
Right.
You shouldn't have to feel that in your own country. And you shouldn't it shouldn't be allowed where a lot of men can stare at you as well, because they do that in their country. They have different rules to us. They're coming over here living like they live over there, and you can't do that.
Right. Exactly.
And they should stop. That's what's people. I don't think they realise how much we disagree with it. Now, if they come in legally, why can't you do that? To come in illegally, it shows me that you're doing wrong, and you're a wrong person.
I think that it all started and it was done on purpose. It was encouraged by very bad and negative people that had very bad plans for everybody's countries that they're coming into.
Was it Springfield? They was like where it was like they're eating the cats and the dogs and all that, and like the swans or something, and like that's what I said. This is going on all around. This is going on all around.
It is.
In America, I think there's a lot of I've been watching a lot of woke stuff. They call it the woke or the whatever side it is, I think many people these days don't have common sense, because I think common sense is what you need to, sort these problems out. I think they're just thinking, and
they've been let go too long.
Power.
Yeah, they've been let go too long. There's been nobody held accountable for so long that they've just been able to just run and do whatever they want and steal money from all the people that work hard for it and use it, and they're all wealthy and everybody all here's suffering. Well, none of those people should have the money that they.
Well, we've had many rapes over here over this way, and when they get named, they're all foreign names. Right. It's mainly hardly any English people get. There's been a lot of rapes going on, and they're all of foreign men. And it's not, and these are young girls. They're getting followed from school, and paedophiles and that here, they're a bit more sly, but these are just going, do you know what I mean? They're just sort of like wanting to grab girls and that, you can't do that wherever you are. Because like I said, I see it in America. There's people filming them doing it, like, trying to like, I don't know, approach the girls, shall I say. And girls don't always want to be approached, but they're pretty. I watched one the other day. It was in my country. This foreign man, he was on the other side of the train station. He went across the tracks and he started harassing this woman. And like he said, I want to take you home. And he followed her. He actually followed her home. But luckily, there was someone was filming it, obviously. And this man followed them home. And this woman got home and this bloke started attacking her. So you see the man running in and sort of help her. So it was like, mind you, I wouldn't walk anywhere on my own that dark anyway.
Oh my goodness.
Not these days. I mean, years ago, you could probably walk about more freely. But to be honest, I wouldn't walk around now in the dark.
Not at all.
Not now, because thing is, we don't know if they've committed crimes. You don't know anything about the people. There's nothing. They could have disease. They could bring anything into the country. I thought that's what the reason was.
Trust me, there's all sorts of stuff that has happened, is happening, and hopefully soon will be done happening. But it's gotten too out of control. There was way too many people allowed in through at way too many volumes for way too long without anything being done. And now it's going to take a long time to fix all of it. Like if it's
yeah,
even fixable anymore.
it will take a long time. Yeah, it will. I
Because
don't
no
know.
matter what, you can take 5 bad guys out and another one will flop in somewhere. So
Well,
it's like an endless battle. But I feel like it's an invasion of some sort.
no,
I think that other countries have put their
it's
people,
illegal.
or our corrupt part of our country has put people up to doing the coming. Like it just like what, all of a sudden one day everybody's like, hey, come on over. You know, like it used to be in a normal amount of like what was normal over an average over, you know, years and years of immigrations and stuff, right? And then all of a sudden it was just like boom, you know, like somebody threw money up in the air and everybody was trying to catch it type thing. Like, wow.
Exactly. But I mean, our king, I mean, he actually held a Ramadan in Westminster Church, which is a very Christian church. It's the highest of the land. And his whole
Right.
Ramadan, then a load of people were upset about that because it's a Christian church. It's the holy church, you know, and he's upset so many people by, you know, it is that why are they doing it? I don't understand why our faith and we're not allowed to talk about our faith no more. It's all, otherwise we're being racist against their faith. How's that?
Well, that's, yeah, I thought that was a choice.
I don't know. I'm starting to think these aren't no choices we're allowed to have. You know, it's absolutely crazy. That's why I just hope our prime minister goes and
Well, maybe Trump can come over and visit with them and convince him that religion is something that people should choose to on their own. That should be a choice of a person's, not a country's or a person over a country. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, but the reason the countries ain't got no money is because they're sending billions out to other people, giving money out to lost causes, handing out money to, you know, left, right, and centre, and then taxing the proper public. You know, because
right,
we had our prime minister on camera last year promising that no tax would raise, that national insurance wouldn't go up, no working tax would grow up, and there would be a freeze on council tax. My council tax has gone up £14 a month. And he said that it would freeze. So he's like, it hasn't froze, it's gone up. They're just, people don't like being lied to. Now, he promised there would be a council tax. But
that's
now
the problem, though.
Tax bill
A lot of people
through.
have been being lied to for a really long time throughout history, and it's sickening. But
They do it to get into. They do it to get in. And then when they get in, they just go and tear everyone apart. I'm thinking you should stick to what you said you was going to do. That's why people voted you in. People vote for you because you tell them what, you know, you tell them what you're going to do. So when you're telling people you will not raise taxes and you will freeze council tax, people are going to vote for you. So then everyone's voted for them. They're going, no, it's, oh, F you. We're taking away the Winterfield payment for the elderly. We're taking disability away from people, and we're doing it's. But they're sending thousands and billions abroad. I don't know what planet they think they're living on.
Yeah, I don't either.
Crazy.
It makes no sense.
Oh, they drive me mad. I could moan all day about them. Oh dear. I don't mind the immigrants, but I say I have a problem with coming over illegally, all men in a boat and being housed. That's what I don't like.
Right.
You can have immigrants here that come over illegally. That's fine, right? But don't come over illegally, because you could be bringing over diseases with you. There's so many bad things to come over from another country. It's like bringing a dog over and getting rabies.
Right.
They don't know. They're from a country that's bad, you know, and they're bringing that bad over here, and I just think it's wrong. Look at me. I don't usually talk about politics.
Well, I understand
I
it's
hate
making you feel unsafe. You know, it's making you feel like you're not safe.
But what's been going on lately is shocking. Shocking. That Keir Starmer is shocking. He should hang his head in shame, telling people that we the door's open, we can leave if we don't like the changes he's made. Really?
I can't believe
Sounds
that.
like a threat to
That's
me.
crazy.
Well, he won't be
can't
in
believe
power
he
forever.
said that to
No.
us as a nation.
He won't be in power
Can you
forever.
imagine Trump saying that? If
Well, he might.
the door's open, shut it all the way out.
Well, he is.
Innit?
He is saying that. He is saying that. He
Oh,
did that
Well,
dear.
about
see, what
eating
someone
cats
should have
and
said to him is, "You walk through that door, then, Leah."
Yeah.
I don't know. I think we're all in for a lot more than what we think we
Bloody
got going on.
I say Guy Fawkes failed. We celebrate because they didn't blow up Parliament. That just says what sort of mixed up we are here. How do you celebrate failing to blow up Parliament? Oh, I'd say you should have done a better job and made it happen. I just think, I mean, they come into power and then they all change. These two women that sit either side of Keir Starmer in Parliament, they've got such smug faces on them. It's, you want to grab their faces and go, you know. I don't want people taking the mickey out of the benefit system. You're always going to get people taking the mickey. You're always going to get those people that are going to try and scam the system. There's many that do that, but they're actually they're going to cut money. You know, they really are going to cut money.
those changes that she's
Can
making,
you hear
though,
me?
I
I don't
looked
know if
into
I
it.
lost connect.
Yeah,
My connection's unstable.
Oh, right. Well, anyway, I looked into it, and
me?
yes, I can hear you. I looked into it, and those benefit changes aren't that bad, actually, and I think they will save a bit of money for the state. Can you hear me, Marie? I don't think she can hear us. Can you hear us, Maria? Oh, she's gone. Oh, no.
She's trying to fix her. I think her sound.
Yeah.
She thought her sound was crackling, but I don't know what. I can hear it still. I don't know how. You never know about our connections, right?
I can hear you, so that's good. Because it's your show.
Probably. Maybe. Hey, maybe they don't like what we're talking about. They're giving us the crackle.
Yeah, I reckon it's our government, mate. They cut Maria's internet because she was talking shit about the government. Yeah, Big Brother's watching you, Maria. He's fucking watching you, mate. Yeah, you've been shut down, Maria. You're subversive. See, Big Brother's watching you. See, watch Liberty die, Wild Angel. We were talking about having our rights taken away, weren't we? Freedom of speech and all that. And now we've just seen a demonstration of it. Practical demonstration. Maria, you fire starter.
Oh my goodness. Hello, Joffrey.
It's Jeffrey, not Joffrey.
What did I say?
You said Joffrey.
Oh,
there are two ways of spelling that name, so you could be forgiven for getting that wrong, I think.
okay.
Yeah, the other way is Jeff, isn't it? Jeffrey.
Yeah. Okay. I've never seen it spelled like that before.
Yeah, I don't know. I'd imagine they're from different country origins, but they've both made their way into English as like names. They pronounce the same way. Yeah, he's down there, Maria. Can't see him.
He's blocked.
Yeah, Maria.
What do you mean? Oh,
Yeah, just personally, she didn't book him anywhere else. Just
British spelling. Okay, got it.
yeah, I don't know where the other spelling comes from. The J spelling.
I can't see. Whoop whoop.
That's Maria.
That's weird.
Yeah. You've been up all night then, Wild Angel? Because what time is it now? Where you like
Yeah.
five?
Yeah. Yeah, I have been, I guess.
Well, you fell asleep for a little while, didn't you?
Yeah, evidently that definitely happened, and but that ring woke me right on.
Well, MJ woke you up, didn't she? Yeah. She's all night.
Oh my goodness! I was like, wow. I was
How long
like
have you been doing?
sitting here, just sitting up like I wasn't asleep, but I guess I was. Sometimes I'll do that. I'll fall asleep, and the dog will come over and let me know that I'm falling asleep, so I'll get up.
Oh.
Probably thinking, oh God, she's gonna fall out of the chair. Ow. Damn. My
So
dog is snoring.
what have you got planned for the day then, Wild Angel?
Oh my goodness, there's so many things that we didn't get done yesterday because of the weather. So hopefully today we're gonna go get some more supplies because we got a ceiling to finish in the hallway. And I have all this goddamn fruits and vegetables I'm trying to grow all over the place.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I watched your hallway decorating videos. Two of them, I think I watched.
We were trying to, well, we twice now we got ceiling panels for the ceiling, and the first ones were the wrong ones. The second ones we kind of set them up there to see what they'd look like, and we didn't like it. So we found the ones we really thought we originally wanted to use, and they didn't have them in the store close to us, so we have to go across town and get them. But I think we finally decided on something. My husband was getting tired of taking shit back to the store. And I said, well, I told him,
right.
Right, but I told him, I said, keep this in mind. You were the one at the store that left the store with those things. If you didn't like them, then we could have decided to just leave them at the store and move on to the next idea. But we were trying to figure it out. And usually we don't have a hard time making a decision on something, but it's the ceiling, and so it's kind of tricky. Hello, Vanessa. Oh, what the hell? She's messing with me. I was like, oh, it's Maria. That was weird. I called to like, yeah. Yeah, that was I have to say that was really interesting. I was talking about my birthday live, and I had been up for so long, and I fell asleep. You and Maria were just chit chatting. I was like, y'all put me to sleep. Just your voices were just going back and forth, and I was like, oh. And then and then and then I didn't realize that Maria had shut it down, and I woke up and I was like, oh my God.
Oh yeah, I remember. That was my first experience of being on a panel when the show's not running. I've done that a few times now, but yours was the first one. I'll never forget that. You brought me up to speed with some of the folklore though that's been going on. That was quite interesting. Yeah.
At least you guys were having a nice conversation, so it wasn't just no sound at all like that.
I think we were stoned as hell, weren't we?
I was too. I'd smoked too
We had
much.
quite a busy chat that evening, though, if I remember rightly. We had quite a lot of people in chat. It was quite a good show, quite busy.
What does that mean, Maria?
Maria is using her
97.
using her stock account to talk to us, I think, because she can't see
Oh,
Henry.
okay.
Yeah,
she
blocked him on her other account, so she couldn't see him. She's changed so she can see
Oh,
him.
okay.
Yeah.
I was like thinking we had a new visitor, and Maria's messing with me. Oh my goodness. I wanted to play. I was gonna start playing music earlier, and then I always end up getting a copyright every time I do it. And the music that they let you play on StreamYard is not that exciting. I'm just saying.
Yeah. I did a show once with music on. I got copyrighted to hell. I got 13 strikes on it, and I thought, well, I better take that down then.
Right? I was like, can't they at least make it? I don't understand why you get in trouble for playing music that's been around forever, because you're not making money off of it. You're just
Yeah.
enjoying and like celebrating the artist you're listening to.
I'm
Everybody
not
always
even
thinks it's
monetized.
about
Yeah,
something else.
I'm not even monetized. It's like it wouldn't have made any
Yeah, I was like,
difference.
okay, YouTube, how are we like, how do it? I just don't get the copyright thing. I can understand it if you like, like download somebody's song, download it, or a
Yeah,
movie. I can understand that, but not in
yeah,
this fashion.
piracy. Yeah, yeah, I understand that.
And to
And
me, it'd
plus,
be
it's a
like
music,
listening to the radio
it's
with
a
some
music app.
friends, right?
And plus, it's a music app, isn't it? It's an app that's there specifically to play music, and you play music and you get in trouble for it.
Right, right. Yeah. Biggest form of flattery. That
Well, Maria's come back as herself. That's good. Hello, Maria. She's back.
is so funny. I remember one time, a long time ago, I didn't know that somebody was coming in under another thing. I didn't know it was somebody I knew, right? And I was a mod, and I the person had kept saying stuff that was kind of like out of the ordinary, and it sounded weird. So I like timed him out, and it was one of my friends, but I didn't know. I didn't know what was going on at the time. And, and she like, what the hell? I'm like, look, this one you have to let go because I had no clue.
Quality.
So see, she fixed that thing up there. I knew she'd know what to do. Or did it just come up because we
That's
were
fair.
okay? I never.
Have a look.
Yeah.
Oh, wait a
One
minute.
night though, it wasn't showing anything, even though I had set it. And then I looked, like I went out of this and went on the other screen and could see that it was on there. And I thought, well, it wouldn't show me nothing. I was getting annoyed. Do I know you from hearing you on Leanie's? Yes, you do.
Yeah, you go on panel. Yeah, that's right.
Oh my goodness gracious. I wish I was on vacation right now. It's nice to like be able to relax when you don't like when you're in pain. And I'm always in pain when I have a lot of shit to do and it irritates me. Still didn't answer, did you? And still no live. What? Report. Yeah, for sure. I'm confused.
I think Max is being admonished for not going live yet. It's like, well, Max never goes live, and Max is just Max. Do you know what I mean? Poor Max. Everybody's picking on Max. I keep noticing. Like Max is getting in the neck just for being Max. I've seen Max on here for ages just doing his thing, you know?
Yeah, I don't. Me and Mary Jane were talking about that earlier. We're just, everybody can get along, and I'm good with that because there's no time for not getting along when life's too short. I always say you got enough people in your own home, in your own life personally to argue and nibble with. You don't need to do it anywhere else, right? Because it's too exhausting, right?
I might need another cup of tea, I think. Tea is good.
Well, yeah, some people, it takes them a little while to get started. You know, it's, I know, I was trying to remember exactly what I think my very first live I wanted to do was on the 4th of July. I was on vacation and I didn't realize that you had to do all the permission stuff first because there's a lot of stuff they don't tell you other than how many people you have to have on your thing before you can go live. So I didn't realize that and I thought I'd be able to just go on there because I had enough subs and I was so excited and then I couldn't go live. And I was mad as hell. I was like, that sucks. So some people will forget that part that you got to do the whole permissions. It's like, it takes like 24 hours for them to, like approve it or whatever. You remember, don't you? Hello? Uh-oh. That's right, Mary Jane Doe. Yeah. What's the old saying? Um, if you don't have anything pleasant to say, then don't share it. I'd say it that way instead of the old-fashioned version of it. Went through right away. Yeah, I saw that post, Mary Jane, that he had passed. A lot of the actors and people out there, you don't hear about them for a long time until they pass. It's crazy, you know. They do exactly. There wouldn't be enough diversity if we all had the same, if we were on the same page all the time. I loved him as Jim Morrison. Yeah. Did you go make some tea? I'm just going to do tea. Exactly. I need to drink more. I have a lot of tea right now here, and I was doing really good at drinking more of that than coffee, and I need to get back to it. Ow. Martin, did you go make tea?
Yeah, just making it now.
Okay, that's what I thought.
I'm on the other side of the room. Just coming back. I'm just coming back. There we go, Wild Angel. My tea is here. I'm going to show you. Give me a second to get the camera. There we go. Tea. Tea up.
So I assume that you, Maria, and Jeffrey, right? Did I say it right that time?
Jeffrey.
Jeffrey, yeah. They know each other, I assume.
Just got a message from someone just telling them I'm in Wild Angels. I'm occupied.
I was like, I need to make a tea myself. Jeez.
Look at my analytics. Talking about. I need to catch up.
Aren't the analytics like the information like on the in the studio?
Yeah,
Stuff?
like telling you how your channel's doing, how many likes you've got, shares, subscribers,
Yeah.
things like that. Yeah, how many views you've had, things like that. I think you can look in and see what your subscriber list is, but you can only see the ones that are public. Some of them don't tell you that they've subscribed to you. Yeah, I don't bother with the analytics.
Let's be polite now.
Yeah, guys, this is Wild Angels chat. Oh, wait a minute, I've just got a message. Give me a sec. Right.
Maria, get back up here and behave. Me and Martin will have tea with you. I know, I'm not saying you're not. I just don't. I know how easily things can get sideways in a chat, so I just want to make sure everybody's okay. Gotcha. Right. Yeah, I don't hardly ever look at those, but every once in a while, if I'm in that area of, like if I'm trying to look something up.
Yeah, I mean, it's useful if people are trying to grow their channels so they can monetize or whatever. They need a certain number of views or whatever, monitor it.
I'm okay, pal.
Where's Maria?
Bloody
I didn't know. I
about
wasn't sure. I didn't know you guys knew
people
each other.
going on about bloody everything they bloody don't know bloody anything about. And I just got to put my Wi-Fi password away because he's finished using it, so he's gone upstairs with his. Anyway, wow. I didn't even know Jeffrey had written anything about me. I
was just trying to understand the conversation because I was confused for a minute.
I was confused because I couldn't see him, so that's why I went in as Vanessa. Can't get this bloody thing in, and then I could see.
Okay.
So
I'm just lost.
I've unblocked you, Jeffrey. I've unblocked Jeffrey now, so now I can see him as Maria. So I could see what was being said because I'm a nosy cow. No ill intent on that, mind you. All right, I'm nosy by love. Oh, it's crazy. I don't know nothing about you, Jeffrey, and I don't really want to know anything about you, Jeffrey, to be honest with you. But I didn't even look. I went through. Martin would back me up. I went through a stage of everyone's blocked. Do you remember, Martin? We went through blocked everyone. Not only did I block everyone, I said the channel I didn't want to know about or not interested in. Yeah, I got rid of everyone. Everyone went. Yeah, nothing. Look, I can say it how I like. A lot of people go nothing, all right? But not many people go sandwich or Wednesday. All right. So there you go.
I don't think he has a. I don't think he was upset with him. I think he was asking him if he's going to go live because he was thinking he was going to do it.
I've never known Max to go live. I see Max as not really that sort of person to want to go live. Do you know what I mean? I mean, like when Rose was live that time, Max was on the phone, but she loudspeaker. So that I've heard Max before that recording. So I knew Max was all like real anyway, because we was all there. Well, I don't know. I think it was around New Year's. I don't know exactly what time it was, but she had him on the phone for about an hour. So I was quite shocked when people. Thing is, there's so many people accused of being each person.
What does that mean?
See, I'm not even looking at anything because, like, I don't look at my studio. What's the studio going to do to help me? I've not even got the studio app. For God's sake.
Well, nobody said anything about anybody.
I'm not here to grow my channel. I'm not here to be anyone. I'm just me. And I'm like it in real life, Jeffrey. How about that? I give everyone hell in real life as well. So don't think you're the only one, pal. Because you're not. You know, I'm the mouthy cow that answers back. And what?
Okay.
You know, I take full responsibility for my mouth. You know, thing is, not everyone takes responsibility for things they have done that have maybe set another person off. So when that person then fights back or answers back, whatever way you want to see it, they're then classed as the person that's like initiated it when it's not the case.
Well, there's Jeffrey. Let me address him. There's people that get along with people all the way around, and then there's certain people that don't get along with each other because they choose not to, and that's their choice. But yeah, I get along with everybody, and so whatever is going on that I know absolutely nothing about, can we just maybe go to a more positive subject of some sort, or I don't know.
Yeah, it should be negative anyway.
That would be pleasant.
It should be. So I'm putting the kettle on. I'm in the kitchen. I'm going to go in the front room because this is a noisy kettle. It's a well noisy kettle.
We're just here hanging out, having chats. Nothing about anybody. So
Trevor's got £120 for his birthday in cash. It's all right, isn't it? He got he's still got £100 sitting on his bed upstairs from Christmas, right? It makes me laugh. He goes, Mum, can I get some Robux out of the money? And I've had that and I've not seen no money. It's still sat up on his bed. I say, I think that money's all mine. Because, like, obviously you can't pay with a game with cash, can you? So he's back again. You all right? Yeah?
Yeah, I'm just.
Occasionally.
I was just trying to figure out what was going on.
That's all right. I'm just waiting for the kettle. I might actually go in the garden and wait because it's really lovely day. It's lovely and sunny today. It really is. We've got the little paddling pool out the cellar. And I'm going to see if I turn my picture and see how sunny it is here. Hold on a minute. How do I do? I don't know anything. It's not that I don't know how to do things. I forget the things I need to do. Do you know what I mean? Does that make sense?
Martin?
And let me have.
Hello. Yes.
How sunny.
If you both quit responding to each other, it'll be better. Just that way, it's whatever.
Lovely, isn't it? That's my house.
Just chat with us and let's just leave whatever all that is wherever that is.
let me turn my oh,
I know that
so I'm
in the
just
past, I mean, I'm not new to YouTube, and years ago, whenever there was groups of people that, like, say maybe were once friends and don't longer get along, but then there's people kind of in between, whatever, there would always be this thing where, you know, like, they would see people in a certain channel, and then they would want to come in and, you know, like, I don't know, whatever, you know,
no,
just
the thing
mess
is,
around,
right?
whatever. And I'm okay with people, you know, like, hanging out, but bringing up things that are unrelated to, like, I don't know even know what's going on, so it makes no sense for it to be going on. Because you know what I mean, to do all
Yeah, I mean,
things
like,
what brought me to
I
me,
get lost by a
they've
lot of
learned
things.
nothing
Really. I
seemingly.
get lost. The thing is, what thing is, if two people have a disagreement, or say two people have a big row, I think what it then becomes,
Okay,
people unintentionally or intentionally take sides, and
yeah,
and then the person becomes then, even though one person hasn't done anything, just because they seem to be taking the side of the person they don't like,
right. Well,
they
and I don't
see
think that
you as
anybody
the
should
person
take
they don't
sides,
like.
right? I don't really think that there should be, like, and if you think about the scope of it, okay, and this is something I've talked about for years because of all the different little things that I've learned about YouTube and how everybody does things, is
Yeah,
that if you just don't care for someone, then just even don't don't even bother. Like, just leave it be. You know what I mean? Because these aren't even most of the people, except for really, you know, some of us that have met each other. They're people are coming to hang out and, like, you know, entertainment, chill out, whatever. You don't want to be stressed out when you're doing something that's getting you away from the other
yeah.
stress that you're trying to get away from. You know what I mean? Like,
Thing is, I'd like to think everyone comes onto social media because it's like, for me, it's just like a break from like normal life, you know,
right,
and
right,
like, and then when it ends up becoming like, I mean, I know we're all human at the end of the day, and it's the same in real life. You're going to get people that annoy you, people that you really like. It's what happens in life or social. It doesn't really matter at the end of the day. But I think people just, they bait you, you know, and I don't like that. And I will always reply because I have a right to speak too, just as much as they do. We all have a right to speak, but many people like to have the last words, which, you know, that's fine. I'd rather someone have the last word and then not say nothing at all, you know.
right.
I'm getting my tea bag out. I take ages making the tea. Oh, my bin lid, my automatic bin lid is broke. So I have them. Oh, stupid bin. It's all right. So I am here. I'm just doing my tea, just putting my milk. Then I'm going to go back in the shed. I'm gonna do Cilla later because, mind you, it's quite warm. I don't know if
Okay.
Cilla is too hot for her outside.
Well, the thing that I'm lost about is Max was in here earlier, but then I don't understand about the whole thing about him not going live because I don't know him very
Oh, I
well.
don't know. I don't know. I don't
And
know nothing.
so I really don't, you know, I
I
don't,
don't know
if
the
he's not in
situation
here, I
that's going
can't.
on with Max. I have no clue what that's about.
Yeah, I don't either. And
Because I
and
don't
I
go in
guess,
Leely's. I haven't been in Leely's for a good while now. You know, I've blocked everyone. I say I blocked
well, thank
everyone.
you for coming in.
Leely's,
I'm not
Maggie,
trying to be rude or anything. I
Mexico.
just don't
They all
really know
got
what's going
blocked.
on. And I'm sorry that this person hasn't gone live and had said they would. I don't really know
I
that
don't think
person
Max
very
will
well
go
to, like,
live
be
because
able to, like, comment on it.
see, obviously
But thanks
Max.
for stopping by.
Yeah, but he's under a different name. Many people are under different names, even though they've got the name on there. They're not the real names,
Right, that's
you know.
true.
But I am my real name. I am a proper Maria. I'm a proper Maria in real life.
A lot of people have been, what do you call it? Cloned.
Right, got my charger. As soon as everyone, I live in my shed according to everyone, so that's great. I get so much done in my shed. Do you know that? I can clean my home. So I'm being sarcastic. It's not the way to be. Sorry. I don't. Oh,
Mary
you see?
Jane, do you know Max
Right, let me
very
shut the
well? Like,
door
do you
because
know
I'm
what
going
you
to
may
have
be
a
referring to?
smoke. I'm having a smoke because I get annoyed. Right, hang on. Oh, I'm busy. Oh,
So
I
is
think
that
they
why Max left? Because they have something going on there or something, or I don't know,
Yeah,
I
I
guess.
think Max just didn't want to join in. He just thought, look, I'm just going, like that. Which I don't blame him.
Right. No, I got you. That's kind of what I figured.
Yeah, I think
right.
he was getting hassled. He was getting hassled, so he just left. I don't blame him.
Who's the half-wit?
Me and you, Maria. He likes calling names, doesn't
Oh,
he?
I've never
It's
called
like
Jeffrey names.
you
I've
prod
never
him a
actually
little
done
bit.
anything. I've
You
never actually
prod him a
done
little
anything
bit,
to
and he starts
Jeffrey.
calling names like a child.
Oh,
You know what I mean?
I get ridiculed for being English,
I'd throw
even though
my
I am
hand up.
English.
Yeah, Mary Jane, though I agree. I
Nothing.
don't.
I don't always.
Yeah.
Do you know I say nothing on purpose? In real life, I go nothing. God, I act with the nothing. Do you know what, right? There's so many people that, like, people say water, sandwich. I go sandwich. I said it's SAND. You say sandwich, not sandwich, sandwich. And like Wednesday, it's not wet. Well, like, do you know what I mean? So I do. And I don't know. I could argue in thin air. Thing is, I end up explaining myself, and that's what I hate, because I always say we should never have to justify ourselves to people, and we shouldn't. We really
Right.
shouldn't need to justify ourselves. People are either going to believe you, not believe you. They're either going to like you, not like you. We're going to say things they might not like, and we're going to say things they like. It's what the world is. It's everywhere. Normal life, social life, anywhere. You got good, bad, evil, and everyone, So,
Right.
and, don't start tarring people with the same brush, because I've never called anyone a name. I've never been mean to anyone. I'm going to be mean to Galaxy when I just bolted my door and he's trying to get out of the garage. Hold on. Go. See, up, down. Right. You can stay out now. I'm not letting you back in. Oh gosh, never ends. Sorry, I had to get up again, let him out. Don't know why he comes in the shed. He comes in, he's got his bed in there, and he lays down, and then all of a sudden he just gets up and walks out and leaves the door open. And I've got to have the door shut because it would be smoke going out there and everything. So, it's Jeffrey. Oh well, bye, Jeffrey. Jeffrey. No, Jeffrey. So that reminds me so much of Rainbow. I shouldn't say that, really. I can't believe. I'm sorry. I'm not going to go on about it. Maria, do
So,
not.
what kind of tea have you guys made yourselves?
So I'm still just. I don't know what's going on in my head right now. It's crazy. I'm waiting for my bloody ADHD medication. I've had all these tests done, right, to say that. So it's just I had to have like ECGs done, right, and I had to have a 24 ECG just to see if I'm able to take the medication for ADHD. I've had all the tests done. They all say I'm normal, everything's fine, yet I'm still waiting for a medication. It's crazy. I
Oh,
sent them the
wow.
letter. I've got a portal for my psychiatrist. So I sent the copy of the letter. They still not got back to me. I thought, you ignorant people. See, we get annoyed in real life.
Right.
I could
Right.
be called my psychiatrist many names, but doesn't mean I mean it. It's people need to lighten up and not get too involved in people's lives, because I might answer back, I might speak up, but you can guarantee I'm not going to be really personal about you. right, I will call out just your behavior. Okay. I think the only one I got really angry with probably is Leanie and Gina out of everyone that I've been on YouTube, you know, and I don't even like that. I think it's wrong, and it
Well, they've
shouldn't
both
be
had content on YouTube,
social.
haven't they? I mean, sorry, go on.
It shouldn't be happening. Everyone should be. I'm not everyone. I'm not expecting everyone to, you know, get on, never fight, because you're always going to have disagreements, whether you're friends or not. It's always going to happen. But lighten up, right? Stop getting personal with people, because the more personal you get and rude, the more you're going to get someone come back and fight you for it. And it's a vicious circle. And then
Well,
none of
and
you.
that's why a lot of people just chill and they just, you know, let people be and don't mess around because it's just not worth it. You know what I mean? And if you can, I mean, when that
I know if
works out
someone's
for
not
people, that
talking to
works
you
out.
or actually saying, I mean, you know,
Right.
you shouldn't be going out your way to be horrible to someone, you
Right.
know. And as far as I'm concerned, I ain't done nothing to no one. And the reason, if I have something to say, it's because you've annoyed, it's because you've said something about me first as well, right? If you say things about me and I hear about it, too right, I'm going to say something. And what? It's normal, do you know?
Right.
Doesn't mean anything.
I mean,
I hate you.
you know that
And I want to.
that everybody is individuals. Like, so that's how you handle how you feel about, you know, like
But then
things that
people
come
don't like you
upon you.
talking to people that they're not friends with, though, either. So you can't win. They think because you talk to someone they don't like, you're like that person. And it's
Right.
wrong.
Right.
That's what they do. And people don't know the real. People can act whatever way they want to on the internet. They, you know,
Right.
you could go live, I go live, but we could be, doesn't mean what we're saying is truth. You know, we could still be anyone. So everyone
Right.
should be treated. I mean, I like to treat people as I don't make no judgments on no one by just seeing them or listening to them. If I have anything to say, it's because I've watched them for a while and I've seen them not just dig at me, dig at other people. So then I think they should be called out. You know, if anything, just to stop that behaviour, know that you're doing it, you know, people don't like it.
Right.
And what's wrong with that? There's nothing wrong with that, but don't go being mean. Don't go belittling people. Don't go thinking you're above the rest, because it's not happening. We're all equal in this world. No one is better than us and no one is beneath us. We're all
Right.
human beings.
Which is,
So what
it's
you
just a matter
do,
of, you know, some people can tolerate some things, some people can't. And if you can't, if you're not on the same page, you just don't have to hang out.
oh, and
And
Jeffrey, I had EMDR for a whole year of therapy, and I'm absolutely on top of the world, mate. Couldn't get no better than how I feel right now. I had years of abuse from my dad and my husband, right? I felt like I was, do you know what? If you want to put me to where I was when I actually was at the end of the relationship with my husband, I felt I had no life, right? Because I just sat on the sofa. I wasn't allowed to do anything. I went like, you know, so now I've come back, right? I've had a year of therapy and I've sorted myself out. My head's sorted out, my heart's sorted out. I know what I want, I know what I don't want, and I see the world a lot more clearly, right? And it took me a whole year to say that it wasn't my fault with what happened with my husband, you know. But there's people that
right.
will, you know, that people, oh, you need to see a counsellor. You don't know nothing. I'm fine. I'm fine. I have a problem with people that seem to think it's okay to belittle people. I do have a problem with that. I'm sorry. I have a radar to people being mean.
Right.
Absolutely. I zone in on
And
those people.
a lot of us are way more, you know, like sensitive and like alert to
Yeah.
that kind of stuff, you know, like,
You can't
especially if you've
go
been through
around
it in the
saying
past.
things about people that are it's when they're personal, you know. It's like those poems. I mean, I don't know who.
Hello? You still there? Maria's gone quiet. I think she lost her mic. No, the mic's on. Weird. Oh, she's gone again. Yeah, the poems. I'm glad she mentioned the poems. There's been a round of people writing poems about each other. I've read or heard
Yeah,
most of
I
them.
think I caught a couple of those and read a few of them one day. I was like, wow, okie dokie.
Yeah. Some of them are written by AI blatantly, but some of them you can see the person wrote it themselves. Like Rose did one day, and I thought it was amazing. It was all about herself, so I thought that was quite funny. You can tell she wrote it, but yeah, it was good. Yeah, I actually went on her channel and gave her praise for that. I thought, yeah, credit where it's due. That's a good poem. Maria's gone. Yeah, where is she? Maria!
It seemed more like her internet cut her off.
Yeah,
You know,
I reckon
like it.
it's the government. It's the government. They don't want Maria up there speaking. She's too subversive. She's going to bring down the institution. I'm going to go, Wild Angel. I've got to go and do a few things. It's been lovely speaking to you again, catching up with you, my dear.
Yeah. Thanks for coming up. Not sure what was going on there for a minute, but all right.
It all went a bit strange. Yeah, it all went a bit strange.
Was that somebody I didn't
keep an eye
recognize? And right.
I'll
Well,
watch
you
out
take
for you.
care.
Thank you, my dear. Laters.
All right, bye. Alrighty then. Well, we made it through that little snip in the road, so I try to get along with everybody, and if I don't care for somebody in life, I just don't mess with them, don't bother them. I just, just don't connect and save all that my energy and connection for the people that are worth it, or that I do get along with, or that we enjoy each other's company. So, and I understand, YouTube's a whole different story, but I mean, one thing I have noticed over the time of, being in different channels and chats is that, people get things kind of personal sometimes, and they kind of get under each other's skin, and want to do a little, word battling back and forth, which it is what it is, but it doesn't change the fact that if someone just doesn't care for someone, they're just, you know, not really anything to say, right? Like why, and my grandparents always told me this, and it's true to this day. You know, the only attention that will, how do they say it? No attention is good attention, meaning like if someone is getting at you, or digging on you or whatever, or however it goes, the the art of ignoring and pretending like that don't even exist is way more painful to the person starting up something than for for when the battle becomes whatever it becomes, whether it be a fight, whether it be talking back and forth, people on panels shouting, whatever it may be. That we've all seen all of it on YouTube, obviously. um it's just that, yeah, there's no outcome for it. So I always believe if there isn't a positive outcome, why even bother, right? I mean, we have so many things in our own lives, we all do, that, you know, is way more important and takes preference over all of that. And so I just, and I can't make other people change their minds about how they're going to feel or handle things with other people, because that's their choice to be able to decide how they want to handle it. I just prefer to keep everybody in a positive frame of mind, enjoying themselves. I notoriously wealthy brain. And no, you're fine, sweetie. You're fine. We figured that you had an interruption. Martin thought maybe the government had shut your internet down, but that was just in fun. um, but yeah, there were so many different times. Hey, hon. Hey, Raider. Yeah, right, exactly. But I can't remember where I was going with this. Uh, Whenever there was groups of people who would be friends for a while, and then different people would, decide, okay, maybe after you get to know someone, maybe, don't really want to hang out anymore, whatever, however that goes. And maybe there's different friend groups and different things that people have experienced on YouTube. The thing of it is the best thing to do is, if you don't want anything to do with somebody, just leave them alone, ignore them. They'll eventually get tired of messing with you. I mean, I had people that did this, that, goofy shit, goofy pictures, random things, and I just laughed about it. I mean, honestly, I couldn't. First of all, I was shocked that people of our age groups that are on here, um, who are supposed to be role models to the younger generations, would even proclaim to do some of the things that I've seen and heard. But that is where people are different. And so, in saying that, um, I would never want to partake in it. So I never allowed myself to, and had no desire to, because if I want to argue with someone, I got a whole hell of a lot of people around here I can get into a shouting match with, or be annoyed with. I don't, you know, I'm just trying to bring some fun and laughter to people's lives and have a good time, and listen if people want to vent about something or talk about something. I'm all ears. But we, in life, we love and we like, and we want to be with who we want to be with, or friends with who we want to be friends with, and nobody should ever feel like they can't be themselves. And you know it's not about making other people happy, it's about finding your way. And so that's a good thing to keep in mind. I have found new communities where it's all chill. Yeah, I love it. And they collect rocks, cool rocks, cooking lives, and outdoor lives. There is a lot of positive stuff out there. I've been trying to mix it up a lot lately. We've got a lot of stuff going on. We've got a few projects that we're going to be working on, and those will be lives. And then we've got some gardening, and we're going to be doing some experiments, just kind of get people involved. And then I want to say in a couple weeks, I got to get my schedule out and like get these lives planned ahead, so that they're, giving people time to get ready. But we're going to do a painting live. And, of course, I'll have people come up on the panel if they want to, or they can just paint at home if they want, or they can come up on the panel and paint with everybody else. And it's whatever, you can be on the camera, off the camera, showing what you're doing, however you're comfortable. But we thought we'd do that, and there was quite a few people interested in possibly taking on, a challenge to paint something. I did it in a small group with the girls. We had a all girls channel at one point, and it ended up being a lot of fun. I know, Mary Jane Doe. So I wanted to put it out a couple weeks. That way it gives everybody time to get supplies if they don't have them. I remember when the girls came up with the idea, I was like, I have nothing. They're all painters, and they, like, a lot of them had their supplies already. I was like, y'all, I paint walls and I stain wood. I like don't do canvas. And so they picked a picture, and we all were going to paint the same thing. Okay, first of all, I didn't have a big enough canvas. They all had way bigger pieces. And because I ordered this art kit off of Amazon, and on the picture, it looked much bigger than it was. And come to find out, it was like a small set. Like, it had a small easel that you would have to set on like a desk or something. But it was tiny, and so were all the canvases that came with it. They were very small. And this picture, you needed a decent sized space to paint it. It ended up, I don't know, I did my best, but then like the moon in the picture, was like a bright white yellowish color. And I did mine orange, like a blood red. It's just so funny. But I was thinking, like, for our first time of painting, what we would do is do whatever you want to do painting, like, instead of it being the pressure of, because I was under a lot of pressure to like try to make that look like what I was looking at on the photo, right? And So I thought the first time we do it together, we would just paint either abstract, which is kind of, like whatever, I guess you're painting your emotions or your feelings at that moment in color and different things, something like that. Just something, not too crazy. And then eventually we could, work up to if everybody wants to paint the same painting and like we've done before. Um, but then you can change the colors and make it different so that it's the same picture, but everybody's is different colors, different styles, right? And that's interesting. It's interesting to see the same picture in different perspectives. So, yeah. Blood moon. Yes, exactly. I remember that one time on Laney's when we were playing that silly game, like guess that sound or whatever, because somebody had made a weird sound and we were all trying to figure out what it was, and then decided to play a game. And I'll never forget. Nobody could guess when I pushed on the electric can opener. Nobody could figure out what it was. It was so funny. Oh, I love those Raider. Those are great. Yeah, I like searching for stuff. Fun. I might need a glass of water. Jeez. Thirsty. I think I ruined my cup though. Ruined the cup when you burnt the coffee. And then it tried to explode. That's the second time I've done that where I got sidetracked when I turned the microwave on and it wasn't set on the right thing, and it because it was dark and I couldn't see, and it was going for too long. Last time it happened, what was in there? Um, it may have been coffee another time, or it was super. It was something that required a lot of cleaning. That's what that was. Oh goodness, guys, it is cold. Cold in here. Brr. I have the window open just a little bit, so that's part of my fault. But I like fresh air, and that's why I can't stand winter because you can have the window open, And so we've had a lot of warm days, on unusual warm days, way before the season, and then it suddenly brings you right back to the season within a couple days. So, but those days were great. Oh, excuse me. I had the window open a lot on those days because I know, like, you never know when it's going to get too cold to have it open. Before all the stuff about Jared came out. Oh, I loved it. I watched it all the time. All the time. I watched it. Um, I thought that I'd seen him in the past year at least out working with the guys again, but didn't they break the group break apart and the other guys are still doing it? It may have been an older one because I don't think he's doing it anymore, but I know that I think it was his cousin or brother and a couple of their friends that were in that group were still doing it. Yeah. Okay. That makes perfect sense because I was thinking to myself, I'm pretty sure I've seen some current ones with the other guys where he's not in there. Oh, are they? Okay. I still never forget the look on that one dude's face when he went down and dove on Callie Rodney's car and came up. Literally, it had to be like the worst look on anybody's face I've ever seen. Never forget that. Well, um, so I how was I going to say that? Um, You all heard all those channels where truckers email. There's scary trucker stories. Those are, yeah. Yes, I have. And then I also, on the other side of that same kind of a thing, saw this clip earlier. It was like a short, not really a documentary, but it was kind of like a, oh, I don't know, one of those 48 hours or something kind of thing like that. And this lady her car had broke down or ran out of gas or something had happened. And a trucker pulled over and offered to take her up to the station. Well, then he wouldn't stop. And then he told her he was, kidnapping her and blah, blah, blah. She ended up getting away from him and making it out, alive because she knew, I think she feared her life was in danger at that point. And she was a mom and everything. And she, it ended up that because of that situation and her, knowing how to handle it, she'd been in the army. So I'm sure she had a little training that helped her as well. But, they ended up discovering that this gentleman, obviously when they searched his 18-wheeler, that he had been doing this for a while, and he accidentally said this very thing. I never expected you to put up such a fight. Nobody else ever has. Meaning he's obviously, an offender that was serial raping women and stuff. It's just awful. And it was just a miracle that she made it what she tried to do, and then even when you're trying to get yourself out of a situation, you got to hope that you don't die in the process of trying to save yourself from being killed by someone else. That was the whole thing. She could have easily been injured, really badly just trying to get away. So that was crazy. I watched that earlier. I was like, there's just a lot of messed up people out there, you know, and try to avoid them at all costs. Sometimes that's what you got to do. Or if you get a bad feeling, something just don't feel right, it's probably a warning. Some of your destinations have errors. Well, whatever the hell that means. That was a weird message to come across the screen. I was like, what? Dark 5, they put out some good stuff. I wish they would just, I don't even know, to the end of time, there was nothing better than when they started coming out with clothing where they didn't put tags on them anymore, where the tags were just part of the material. Because I absolutely hate tags. It's almost like unbearable to think of the things that people do to other people sometimes. It's just like, I can't even fathom why and how. It, I don't know. I keep hitting my foot on this thing. I don't know why. It's just a place to rest your foot. And I always do it. And then I always end up like bumping into something when I move my foot back out there. Ouch. I don't know about you guys, but my dogs absolutely love watermelon. And it's really good for us as well. I love it too. But watermelon's particular because it has to be picked at the right time and eaten at the right time. And if it gets too warm, it affects the fruit in a weird way. And it's just strange, but that's one of the other things we're going to grow is some watermelon. I got some smaller ones that don't get bigger than 8 pounds. It's plenty big enough for us to have. But I know that stuff's on. Yeah, these guys love all of it: spinach, carrots, cucumbers, apples. I don't do much banana ever. If I'm eating a banana, they come over and I give them a bite, but I don't really give them that regularly at all. Um, so in the fruit, they can have blueberries, just not a lot of them at once, just a few here and there. They're good for them. Just not everything is kind of like not too much, you know. Now watermelon and that stuff, they can have lots of that because it's completely safe and it's got a lot of water content, so it's good for hydration, especially if your pet's dehydrated or ever gets that way in the heat of summer. Um, but I'm trying to think of what other kinds of fruit. I mean, I've never really done any strawberries or anything like that per se, but um, and the veggies, there's even more of the veggies that they can have than. But yeah, pretty much anything that we can eat, fruit and vegetables, they can have, except for grapes aren't good for them. They're actually toxic to a dog. So I didn't know that when I had given them grapes before and wondered why they had got sick because they never did from other fruit. So I learned that early on and never did that again. And I'm thankful that you didn't damage the dogs permanently because I had no clue. They can't be located at all. Many other languages. Many comes up very late at this time of night. Yeah, I was. I remember the radio. I remember like so much was so different and so much simpler. If my dog could have some of my tomato soup. Well, I don't know. What did it say? I always say it has to do with the dogs. The bigger dogs seem like they have a lot stronger stomachs. These guys have kind of tend to have sensitive stomachs. Sometimes my younger one. But the little guy, he seems to not be able to tolerate the same kinds of stuff as they do sometimes, or not as well. He has way more sensitive stomach. And so and then I realized I had started putting this powdered vitamin supplement in there it's good for their teeth health and everything. And it's just something new, and it wasn't agreeing with him, so I quit giving it to him and just giving it to the older dogs because their teeth need it more than his are in really good shape still. But and then I had to just figure it out. I was like, okay, let's not put any of that in yours. And he's been fine ever since. So oh goodness, I have the hiccups. Right. Right. And see that's how these guys are too. They would eat anything we let them have. I mean, if we're doing like grilling meat and I'm cutting, like the edges off and it's not a lot of fat, but the other side that is meat, I'll give them stuff like that here and there, just I try not to, I really just try to keep them on a pretty decent schedule. And um, they all had gotten overweight from eating the dry kibble that I had put them on when I got the puppy. And I just wanted to buy the same kind of dog food for everybody. So like everybody was on the same thing. But I wished I would have never, because I had done the farmer's dog for a while and that was super expensive. And then I started seeing all these videos of people making dog food, and I'm like, that's a great idea. And realized it was really reasonable to do it. And I only have to do it once a week. So I make a week supply at once for 3 dogs. And I just alternate the meat each time. So I'll do ground turkey, then I'll do uh, chicken breasts, and then I'll do ground beef. And I'll do different veggies and different mixtures of stuff each time. But yeah, I mean, these guys absolutely love to eat, especially now that they're eating, I guess, what you would consider human food. It's just they dropped some of the weight that they were just, even the puppy was getting kind of chunky, and they're small dogs and you don't want them way overweight because um I could just tell. I mean, like their shirts, their sweaters were getting tight, and they just seemed uncomfortable, just like we are when we gain weight. So um, it's been 3 months now since we last were on dry. And at that time, I was mixing it up, like adding the fresh in with it and that, and then we just slowly went completely to the homemade. So I don't know. They're way healthier than they were back when I had them on that, and I don't know what it is about it, but I don't know if anyone else uses it, but I don't recommend the Korean one at all because that's what they were on, and it must have a lot of filler or something that really fattening in that food. Because the other dry dog food they were on in the past was an organic one, chicken soup for the soul, and it was really good. It didn't have any red 40 in it, and they always maintained their weight and never ever had any kind of sudden weight gain like that. And it wasn't just with these 3 dogs, but it was also my son's dog that was here at the time. My mom's dog's on the same dog food, and so it has to have something to do with the dog food. I don't know. Blue Buffalo's good, yeah. Yeah, that's what I did, and then I just slowly decided I was just tired of buying it, and I was like, wow, this is really not bad. And it's just so good for them. They swear by it, and of course I use turmeric, because you got to have some healthy stuff in there just besides just the food. It's got good stuff in it, but they need other stuff too. So I'll cook with like the coconut oil because that's real good for them. Like the meat, I'll put it in with the meat when I'm cooking it, or sometimes I'll, you know, give it a quick nuke and then drizzle it over the food. Um, Sometimes I'll put scrambled egg in it, pumpkin. Sometimes with the pumpkin, I'll just put a dab on top of their food, instead of mixing it in with all of the food, right? And then, yeah, either way, I've done it both ways, but pumpkin's really good for them too. And you got to make sure, of course, it's the organic, like all natural, not, the stuff with all the nutmeg and all that in it. You got to get the just plain. Yeah, coconut oil, man, that stuff is the bomb. It's the one thing that you can literally use on it for a million different purposes. Where, like vegetable oil and the other oils, it's just they're completely different. Ow. What is- Yeah, I really believe that they one of my friends was having a whole lot of problems with her dog with allergies and itching, and she was having a heck of a time trying to figure out, like, okay, what's causing this, like, you know what you got to start thinking, okay, what have I given them, what have I added, what's new. It's crazy, that's for sure. All right, I can unplug that charger. But like to leave them plugged into the wall. You never know the way stuff is these days. What'll happen if you leave it plugged in. You get too warm or something. Oh my goodness, y'all. That's good. Yeah, because I mean, we don't like being itchy, and I can't imagine animals. I hate it when they're uncomfortable. Sometimes the dogs will be trying to, they have an itch and they can't reach it, and so I'll have them come over and I'll help them out, give them a little scratch. Oh my goodness. I need to make a little, well, I guess I do have on my banner. I do have hit the like, I believe. Please like and subscribe. Both is great. Now I know Eileen used to ask, well, can somebody tell me what our numbers are? Because you can see like how many people are watching, but until you end it, you don't really know like how many people are, the likes and stuff like that. So, oh man. I like how you can change all the colors, so those are cool. There you go. That's cool. I like that. That's cool. Well, thank you, hun. And I think I'm gonna sign off and go try to lay down for a few hours before I get woke up by the dogs wanting to eat breakfast, because the last couple mornings I was up like getting up at 12 or 2 in the mornings. Like it just varied somewhere between those two times, and I would be out here watching, like updated videos, getting the news caught up and all that. And the next thing you know, because I'm awake, they want to eat at like 6:30. But I'm like, y'all, you cannot eat. It's too early. They heard me talking, y'all. I just said what I said, and no lie. Now they have then got the oldest dog. He's like the alpha. He's up making a bunch of racket now because I talked about food. But I hate to feed him so early, because what happens is it ends up causing a problem. Because then if I lay back down, when I get back up, shh, come here, buddy. The normal schedule is when we get up in the morning, we eat. So if I go to bed, hold on a minute. Oh my gosh, he gets mad and he is so loud, and he's just a little dog, but he is so loud. Huh? Right, yeah. So they get in their heads, they think that we're getting up for the day and it's the normal time to eat. So they'll think they're going to get to eat again. So I try not to like feed them that early, because it just throws everything off for the day. Thank you. I didn't even, I was like, huh? But yeah, so, um, thank you. Um, so I'm going to go and try to like lay down before these guys get any more ideas. But I appreciate y'all coming out and hanging out. Thanks, Maria. Sorry for all the little, I don't know, whatever was going on there with all that, but we'll just go on and forget that it all even happened. Whatever it was. But yeah, I appreciate everybody hanging out, chit-chatting. We've been on here 8 hours, so that's the second longest live ever, other than my birthday party last year. So it's amazing how fast time goes by, though. The nights, it seems like it's proof that time is going really fast. Slow down time. Right, it was, yeah. I, I wasn't sure what was going on there, but it's all good. You said, oh, well, oh, yeah, on the time, I know, right? Oh, goodness gracious. So, yeah, I think that was my dog's like, hey, we've been quiet the whole night. And that's the thing, is if I do lives in the middle of the night, it's quiet because everybody's asleep. But if you do it during the day, I only get little bits and pieces where they're not wanting me to do something with them throughout the day. Like, so But yeah, everybody take care and do your best to find something positive to guide your day with. There's enough negativity out in the world, so we need to form as much positivity as we can so we can keep ourselves focused on what's going on out there, because stuff's going on and we got to protect ourselves and our families, and if we spend too much time looking the wrong way, we're going to miss what's right behind us. So I say focus on the positive and keep as much negative away as possible, because it is damning if you get too much of it. So, but until the next time, I will see y'all soon. I'll be posting some lives. We'll be getting some projects done. I want to say when I wake up later, I will figure out which days we're doing what and get those set up ahead so people know. It's hard because we kind of need to do some of that stuff during the daytime. And a lot of people are really busy during the daytime. It seems like there's a lot more people up in the middle of the night like I am than during the day, because yeah, so I'm still trying to mess with times, but we'll see what we can come up with, and we'll see y'all soon. Bye.